Ja. 5.
Shot. Good shot.
Billy, top scorer of the match so far with 51 not out. What's the secret to survival and prospering out there?
I think a little bit of luck and a little bit of patience. I think the guys bowled really well, and it obviously, looking at the scores, it is a bowler-friendly pitch, so just trying to sort of stick at it, and hopefully we can get a couple of partnerships together, and that was the way it went in times today.
How much was the ball doing out there? Seemed to be moving around a bit.
It has for both sides. So, I think it's pretty even at the minute with the conditions and with the scores.
As you say, very similar patterns in both innings, but must be pleased with the way you nursed some runs out the lower order as well.
Yeah, obviously Lucas, you know what he does. Done it again, hasn't he? So it's nice to bat with the guys like that, and try to keep them relaxed and hopefully get the best out of them at times.
How valuable do you think a lead of 17 on first innings could be then?
Well, I think any lead's valuable in championships, so it's only 17, but if we bowl well at 17, let's try and stretch that as far as we can.
So do you see the bowlers having the upper hand for the second innings as well, given the way the pitch is looking and the likely conditions?
Yeah, I think especially with the overheads as well, it just sort of makes everything feel a little bit more, accentuates everything, and if you bowl well on a pitch like that, you're going to get rewards. So hopefully we'll do that tomorrow morning and put a dent in it.
And a little landmark for yourself, past 1,000 first-class runs for Glamorgan.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
There we are. Means something after just one and a little bit seasons, I guess.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Billy, and best of luck in the second innings.
Thanks, Bobby. Cheers.
Root leads, Glamorgan fight back. Ian Bell hit a half-century in his final first-class match before retiring to help Warwickshire to 186 against Glamorgan on day one of their Central Group meeting. With neither side able to qualify for the showpiece at Lord's, the home side closed the day on 4 for 1, with both teams chasing a first victory of the tournament. Glamorgan would add just 8 runs to their overnight total before they lost another wicket, as day 2 got off to a bad start. Liam Norwell taking the key wicket of Joe Cook, with both of the hosts' openers departing on single figures. With Norwell's tail up, Tim van der Hoektem became the next victim to leave Glamorgan languishing on 29 for 3. Bears skipper Will Rhodes was also managing to find swing, and Chris Cook could consider himself lucky, as he'd go on to guide Glamorgan past 50. Rhodes would eventually get his man though, as Cook nibbled at another outswinger, the hosts now 82 for 4 and still trailing Warwickshire by 104. Rhodes had his second just before lunch to clean bowl Owen Morgan, with the morning belonging to Warwickshire, Glamorgan now 83 for 5. The majority of the afternoon session would be lost to rain, but on resumption, Billy Root brought up 100 with a boundary. Callum Taylor hit a debut first-class century in round 4, and he looked comfortable here. But Taylor would go in the very next ball. Danger man Norwell again doing the damage with the outgoing Bell taking the catch at slip, with Glamorgan still trailing by 62 runs. Glamorgan have relied on tail-end heroics of late, but Douthwaite didn't hang around for long, as Ryan Sidebottom claimed a first wicket to send him back for 11. Sidebottom had a second soon after to rip Tom Cullen's middle stump out the ground, to leave the home side 162 for 8. Lucas Carey was enjoying the better of the Warwickshire attack as he guided them past Glamorgan's first innings total of 186. Q Rhodes, a fine delivery sending Carey back for 23, with Glamorgan leading by a slender 7 runs with 1 wicket remaining. Root's patience at the crease would be rewarded as he brought up a half-century with a maximum to take Glamorgan past 200 in the process. But 3 balls later the innings was over as Hogan drove to mid-on to hand Rhodes a 4th scalp as Glamorgan closed day 2 with a slender lead of 17. Warwickshire will take to the crease on day 3, which will see Ian Bell's final first-class innings before retirement, with both sides searching for an elusive win in the tournament.
Hi, my name is Sean and I'm the secretary at Skewing Cricket Club. Without a doubt, one of the most successful things that we've done at Skewing Cricket Club in the last 5 years is to set up All Stars in Skewing. It's just been amazing. We have successfully run All Stars for 2 seasons. 2020 would have been our 3rd year, and we were planning on setting up the Dynamos for our graduated All Stars. But that wasn't to be. One of our All-Stars was chosen by the ECB to go up to Lords and to meet Starry at his home ground. It was a fantastic experience. She had a brilliant day. We love it at Skewing Cricket Club when Stevie Sparkles, as we've named him, comes to visit. And I think our seniors love him just as much as our All-Stars. We're looking forward to 2021, seeing our All-Stars out in the field, doing their star shapes, playing the All-Stars games, and of course visits from Sparkle.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens for this third day of Glamorgan against Warwickshire in the County Championship, or what passes it for it this season, the Bob Willis Trophy, where we're about to start a new innings with Warwickshire 17 behind on first innings. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Edward Bevan. Good morning, Edward.
Good morning, Nick. Yes, interesting day this, a definitive day it looks like being, and looking forward to it.
So it's Rob Yates on strike and Tim van der Hoogten to bowl, and the first ball sees the first run as he pushes forward and gets it off an inside edge out on the leg side.
Quite amazing. I was telling you earlier, I drove up from Swansea Valley. It was raining all the way up until the end of the A4232, which is basically halfway down towards the Cardiff City Stadium. Lo and behold, got here, blue skies. So west is not best today.
Yes, it's a little bit of sunshine at the moment, which is very pleasant to see, as Van der Hoogten will bowl to the skipper, Will Rhodes, who was out cheaply in the first innings. So 16 is now the deficit here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. Welcome wherever you're listening, as Van der Hoogten bowls to Rhodes, who leaves that one to go through outside off stump. It's basically, Warwickshire might lose a wicket or two before, but it's basically a one-innings shootout now.
It certainly is, yes, and I'm so glad the weather is all right, because it promises to be a very interesting finish. Will this pitch deteriorate and help the Warwickshire seamers more tomorrow than perhaps it might do today? But I have a feeling it'll stay like this for the remaining 2 days.
Here's Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side by Rhodes to get off the mark. He'll get a couple of runs through square leg as it's picked up just inside the boundary on the grandstand side of the ground. Of course, we should be privileged today to see Ian Bell's final innings in first-class cricket.
Yes, and isn't it a shame? It's been remarked in the past few days that there's no one here basically to see it. Such a wonderful 18-year, more than that, 20-year career.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that beats the outside edge of Rhodes' bat through to keeper Cullen. Yes, it's his first 50 of the season, so in the first innings, so maybe it's the right time for him to step down before things start to slide.
Ask Darren Stevens that.
Yes, depends very much on the individual, of course. But he felt the body wasn't quite up to it anymore, and good luck to him in that decision.
Absolutely.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Rhodes plays up to mid-on, no run.
17 runs doesn't appear to be a lot, of course, but it is that psychological effect when you're behind, albeit any sort of total on first innings, and that'll be just hovering in the minds of the Warwickshire batsmen, because they know they were 23 for 3 in the first innings. So Glamorgan do have slightly the upper hand, but their bowlers have to bowl well on this pitch, as they did, and indeed the Warwickshire seamers did yesterday.
Van der Hoogten then looking to add his 3 in the first innings, and that's turned away by Rhodes down to fine leg. There is a fine leg. Lucas Carey is fielding down there. Capless, you don't see that very often in first-class cricket, do you? The players fielding without a cap or a sun hat at all?
No, you don't, because all of the warnings people have of the sun these days, they put a lot of cream on, and as you say, Lucas doesn't have a hat or a cap, and whether the sun will come out rather more fiercely, which I doubt in the start of September. But I was thinking, Nick, whether I'd give the new ball to Lucas or to give it to the experienced Michael Hogan, because I thought Hogan was back to his best in this first innings of this game. He's taken nearly all his wickets opening the attack, but no, he'll be the third seamer. And it'll be Carey with still this attacking field of 4 slips, and he will be bowling from the Cathedral end, and bowling at the Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes. here he is running away from us, comes in to bowl his first ball, bowls the Rhodes, and that's a good delivery, which is left at the last moment. And goes through to wicketkeeper Cullen. 4 slips then, and then there is a cover and a mid-off. A mid-on, square leg just to the right of the umpire, and a man down on the long leg boundary. And that gap between cover and mid-off, inviting the batsman to drive if he wants to. And the bowler, of course, knows that the ball is going to swing and deviate off the pitch at this stage of the innings. Carey is in, bowls to Rhodes. Rhodes leaves again outside the off stump, and again it goes through about waist high.
To be fair to Carey, I think he has got a sun hat lurking on the boundary down there if he needs it away to our right. He's discarded his sun hat and sweater because, of course, the umpire isn't allowed to take them these days. So we've seen a lot of 12th man in action, running on and off virtually every over with caps and jerseys and hats.
Carey turns, comes in again and bowls, and this time he's turned away on the onside. It'll be a chase for the man down on the fine leg boundary, Van Houten, but he gathers and they go through for a leisurely single. Takes the Warwickshire score to 5 without loss. We're in the first over. Play started on time. Just been on social media, and I'm looking at Jeff Evans, the umpire who is in his last first-class game, but rather a disturbing piece of the little village he lives in, West Wales, Drefach. You've probably heard of it. It's just outside Cross Hands. As I'll just break off as in comes the next delivery, wide of the off stump. Not a very good shot at all by Rhodes. He went for a wide ball. Could easily have nicked that to the waiting wicketkeeper and slips, but he didn't, and he remains there. Rhodes is on 5, 1 to the other batsman Yates, 5, well, that's 6 without loss. Anyway, I'll go back to that story. Drefach Football Club, as opposed to the cricket club, had a presentation evening some 10 days ago. 12 of those members have been posted and have been tracked positive. As in comes Carey, bowls again, better delivery, pushed away on the offside to square leg, and it's no run as it's fielded by Douthwaite, which is rather disturbing, don't you think? 12 members just shows that these social gatherings, it's not good.
Well, the borough of Caerphilly in lockdown from this evening.
Very sad.
Which is concerning as well, so our best wishes to all listeners and viewers in that borough.
Here comes the next ball. That's with edge just short of second slip. Good delivery by Carey. That's the end of the over. Still plenty in this pitch for the seamers. And the score is 6 without loss, and we've had 2 overs. So Jeff is here. I hope, no doubt he's been tested, because he comes in, has a temperature like we all do every morning.
Absolutely. Never been temperature checked. I've probably been temperature checked more in the last 6 weeks than your entire life put together.
Yeah.
But it's actually quite reassuring, isn't it?
I was just thinking the same thing, and it didn't work for some reason with me yesterday, so they did it by my ear as opposed to the forehead.
6 without loss are Warwickshire, still 11 runs behind, as Van der Hoogten will bowl to Yates, who's forward, pushing out to mid-off. Yes, there's a lot of end-of-season cricket being disrupted in the Caerphilly area, which is, of course...
your club, of course, isn't it?
Yeah, no game for me this Saturday, because most of our players are affected by this lockdown.
Weren't you supposed to be going on your holidays to Greece?
TBA.
Yeah,
we await developments at the end of the season.
Because the Seven Islands been.
As Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, and that's driven back past him nicely by Yates up towards the sight screen at the River Taff end. It will run away from Hogan. It is the first boundary of the morning, and Warwickshire, apart from one wild shot in the last over, have found life reasonably comfortable. 10 for 0, 7 runs behind.
Yeah, they've shown positive intent. Some sort of positive intent by that wild stroke by Rhodes in the previous over, but that was a lovely shot from Yates. Got right into position and played it not far from the umpire and the man at mid-off.
The ground staff are hovering on the hover cover. 10 without loss as Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, and forward comes Yates defending up to mid-on, and there is no run. And the presence of those 4 staff on the cover at the River Taff end of the ground usually means they're concerned about a passing shower, doesn't it? And well, actually it's 3 staff and Matthew Maynard, so I'm not sure if he's helping out.
Yeah, well, as I said, those of you who know the M4 around Bridgend, that area where you go up to Penn Court, you can hardly see in front of you.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and Yates withdrawing his bat at the very last moment as it goes through to Tom Cullen.
And I thought, oh no, we're going to have one of these days. Happened at Swansea many times, where the seed, when the tide comes in, the threat, and it just stays there all day. And then when you come further east, the sky is sort of bisected, as it has this morning, with high cloud and fluffy white clouds. And I suspect that will hang about where I live most of the day. So it's just as well we've come further east.
Obligatory mention of Trebanos.
Absolutely.
Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, and that's worked away on the offside, but no run for Rob Yates. So Matthew Maynard possibly picking the brains of the ground staff as to when it's likely to rain and what effect that might have on the game. Mind you, we've had some rather unexpected rain that wasn't in the advance forecast.
Didn't see this in the advance either, or what we had this morning.
So, reasonably pleasant morning at the moment. Van der Hoogten is in the bowl, and Yates drives beautifully through the covers, stylishly races away for 4 runs. And Warwickshire making short work of this small deficit. They're 14 without loss after 3 overs this morning.
A lovely shot that, got right into position. I've noticed Yates, whether the batting coach or the batsmen have decided to get right on that front foot to nullify any sort of movement from the pitch and through the air. If you get right forward, you're not likely to be given out to a seamer. And also if it's there, as we saw, and if it's a half volley, you can go through with your shot. So Yates has looked confident so far. 3 more runs and the scores will be equal.
Yeah, if you're wondering about Clive Eakin, BBC CWR commentator, he'll be with us shortly after 11 o'clock. Edward Bevan will be featuring on the airwaves today.
Sorry about that, but here is Carey for his second over. Bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside. It's fielded there by Callum Taylor. There's no run. A little bit of deviation there as Rhodes does a little bit of gardening. Glamorgan, of course, looking for early wickets to put pressure on the opposition. And Warwickshire, of course, want a good start here so that they can leave Glamorgan a substantial total in the last innings, presumably tomorrow. As Carey runs away from this, past umpire White now and bowls, and this is played away on the onside up towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's a long chase there, and I think the ball has lost, taken just inside the boundary. There was an easy third actually, but they decided not to. 16 without loss.
There's another T20 international, by the way, between England and Australia at 6 o'clock this evening. You can follow that on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra and on the BBC website with highlights later on as England look for a whitewash.
Carey turns, is in again, bowls, and this is played through the offside. Lovely shot again, and that's going to be 4 more runs. The 2 bowlers just over pitching just a little. They're not so economical as they were in the first innings, and Warwickshire go into the lead. They're 20 now, and already we've had a couple of boundaries, and Rhodes has gone into double figures, 20 without loss. Cloud comes over from the left, and talk of Caerphilly, you can just about see Caerphilly Mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, it is not great news, because if it engulfs that area, it generally comes down towards us. So, don't know. As you say, the ground staff maybe knows, just a little bit better than we do. 20 without loss. Carey comes in and bowls, and Rhodes just watches that past the off stump through to wicketkeeper Cullen.
Yeah, it's concerning to think that as of this evening, there's not meant to be unnecessary movement in or out of the borough of Caerphilly.
No. I was listening to Vaughan Gethin on the radio this morning, and the health minister for Wales, and he said, look, it could be several weeks, which is not good news. In comes Carey. Bowls again, and this time is nudged away into the offside. Hogan trots in from mid-off to field. There's no run. It's all about Hogan, Nick, and I think if another couple of overs you get the odd boundary, I would immediately go to the experience, wouldn't you, of him, because experience is such a lot. He knows exactly what sort of length to bowl on this pitch, although he only took one wicket in that first innings.
Had a couple of chances dropped at slip as well.
Yeah, 1 for 27 off nearly 15 overs. But it's Carey in, bowls, and that's pushed defensively back down the pitch. Carey feels his follow through. It's 20 without loss, and we've had 4 overs of the Warwickshire second innings.
The issue is, I suppose, for Glamorgan, they've got to manage a changing of the guard at some point, having relied on Michael Hogan and Graham Wagg over the last, 8 seasons in Hogan's case, and 10 in Wagg's case. Have been a formidable part of the attack. Wagg not playing in this particular match, but they have got to manage over the next 1, 2, 3 seasons the changing the guard.
Yep.
Van der Hoogten is in, and ball's edged, and
what a
brilliantly
catch.
taken at slip by Nick Selman. Rob Yates has gone for 9. Selman with his trademark celebration, arm in the air, 20 for 1 are Warwickshire as Rob Yates walks back to the pavilion.
Well, just to describe the viewers, it was a ball that he had to play at, Yates, and he pushed it low, and Selman then just took off and dived, and with his right hand caught it, half a metre off the ground, and then immediately got up, danced like an Indian warrior around the place. But that's a big blow for Warwickshire, and Bell's catching Glamorgan's first innings, and that catch by Selman makes us remember something of the winter months.
Yeah, Selman taking it from second slip, may not have carried to Owen Morgan at first slip. I think it would probably have been a half volley to Owen Morgan. So Selman did right to come across and make the grab. And Warwickshire effectively 3 for 1. As Sam Hain will come to the wicket. Ian Bell will be next in, and no doubt it'll be an emotional moment for Ian Bell, though in his interview with Clive Eakin the other evening, he did sound perfectly at home with his decision, and although enjoyed batting in the first innings, he thought it was the right time to go.
Ever felt like that now?
Frequently. Day after every game I play these days.
Yeah, a little surprised because he's a small man, isn't he? And not a huge amount of him. And I have spoken of people like Darren Stevens, and Michael Hogan, of course, will be 40 next year, but he's still bounding in. But there we are. He's going to be coaching, which I'm sure will be a huge help to young aspiring batsmen in the Warwickshire area in the years to come. Lovely man is Ian Bell, and a credit to the game. And what a player.
Yeah, said it would be a dream come true to be part of the Warwickshire coaching staff one day. Yeah. Wasn't assuming that he'd walk straight into a job by any means, but it's a really nice chat with Clive he had the other evening. Van der Hoogten then into the right-handed Sam Hain, 20 for 1, 3 ahead, and there's an appeal for a catch behind first ball, not given by umpire Jeff Evans. As there must have been some noise as he pushed forward. Everyone went up, but
I tell you what, Nick,
they were trying to convince the umpire rather than being convinced themselves. I think it might have gone between bat and body. I think
when you see the wicketkeeper, everybody's got his different trait, and I watched Cullen, and he just stood there with his hands up, and I'll develop that a little later.
Here's Van der Hoogten into Hain, who's dabbing that one down on the onside. No run.
No, I remember Alec Stewart, and Alec had 3 different dismissals, as he's tell you. One was when he'll take the ball and stand there and yell, and you knew it wasn't out. It was a hopeful one. Then it was another one where he would sort of wait and throw the ball, and then when he had taken it up, would go the ball. Cullen threw the ball up 4 times in the first innings when he caught those 4 batsmen out. He didn't move then. It was more, I think, in hope than in anger, and a good decision.
As Hayne shoulders arms that one, going through outside off stump. Umpire Evans, of course, in his final first-class match as well. We may well see him in the T20 in the next 5 rounds.
Just going back to that, well, you know as a keeper, once you've got the nick, you run towards the bowler runs towards the keeper, the 4 slips also. They didn't move, they just held their hands up. So that gives you a little clue, as if to say, well, we'll have a shout, but we're not sure. You wicket keepers there.
20 for 1 as Van der Hoogten is in to Hayne, who leaves that one outside off stump. You could always tell with Mark Wallace, custodian of the gloves for many years, if he bounced up and down 3 times, he was absolutely convinced it was out. If it was only 1 or 2 bounces, it was more speculative.
Same thing, isn't it? Yeah. So I would say that's probably a very good decision.
Tom Cullen chatting away to his slip cordon, described by Matthew Maynard as a feisty character, Tom Cullen. As Van der Hoogten is in the bowl. Oh, that one's taken off something and shot just short of slip. I'm not quite sure what that hit on the way through.
Yeah, and Sam Hayne going down and prodding it suspiciously. We're going to hope that the top's not coming off, but I wouldn't have thought that's the case on this ground, because they're always pretty good pitches here.
Oh, it was off the thigh pad of Sam Hayne. That's why it deviated sharply there. Looking at the replay on the monitor. If you're new to us and you want to watch as well as listen, then our commentary is available on the Glamorgan Cricket website on the Match Centre there.
20 for 1 then, and it will be Carey to resume bowling to Rhodes. He's in and now and bowls, and that's a good length ball, which is left and well judged by the Warwickshire captain. Let me remind you that Glamorgan were all out yesterday for 203, a lead of 17, and the 6 that Billy Root hit in the final over not only got his 50 but gained that bonus point, which is a good effort, really. And they've taken a wicket this morning, have the bowlers. It's Carey to the left-handed. Oh, and that's an absolute beauty, left-handed Rhodes. And that he had to play in it, and it just went away at the very last moment.
I was slightly surprised to find Warwickshire coming here for this final match of the season, not only out of the running, but without a victory, two draws, but albeit third in the table. Coming here, I thought they'd be more up there. 3 draws and a loss.
In comes Carey, bowls, and that's clipped away on the onside. There'll be runs here up towards the mid-wicket boundary. He won't get it. It's hauled in and flicked back. And they come back for a third. Rather a Horlicks there, you know, quite what was going on, Nick.
That wasn't the most elegant flick back by Southwest.
I thought he'd
rather
belly
flopped over, and he's holding his stomach rather awkwardly, as if he didn't quite get the full marks for that piece of diving. No artistic merit there.
Yeah, acrobatics were going on there. They managed to steal a 3rd run, so Hayne will have strike, the right-handed Hayne. 23 for 1 with the captain on 14 Rhodes. The field remains the same, 4 slips as in comes Carey, bowls, and that's a delivery that's straight, gun barrel straight, and Hayne goes right forward, smothers any chance of movement and pushes it back up towards mid-off. Got a few messages in the last couple of days. You know, Fred Ruffle, our blind friend up in the north of England there, sends his regards to everybody as in comes Carey and bowls to Hayne wide, very wide, and The wide is signalled. You don't often see it in county cricket. And Cullen had to dive in between first and second slip to take that. So, yes, Fred, very dispirited. There's been no cricket for him to come. And we send our regards to him and all the rest of you who've been denied their favourite game. As Carey bowls, full-length ball, chipped out towards short mid-wicket, and it's fielded, and there is no run. But Fred, of course, being blind, relies on the radio. Other people have got, as Nick was saying, a new stream which has proved very, very popular throughout the country. And you do follow it. I followed it for a couple of Glamorgan away matches. It's extremely good. In comes Carey, bowls to Hayne, and Hayne clips this lovely shot off his legs. It's a long chase up towards the boundary, and I don't think that Hogan's going to get anywhere near it. He doesn't. That was a half volley, pitched on leg stump. Expensive over that, 7 off it, and the score has moved on to 29 for 1. Hayne is on 4, and the other batsman, Rhodes, is on 14. Yates, the man out, brilliantly caught by Selman, diving low at second slip for bowling of Van der Houten for 9.
Yeah, a couple of nicely timed shots there. And Lucas Carey giving the batsman a little bit to work with, and 11 for 1, effectively Warwickshire, having had a first innings deficit of 17, and the visitors battling away. Morning to Andy Ward, welcoming your presence in the commentary, Edward.
Thank you very much.
Also Steve West. As Van der Houten is in, the bowl, and beats the outside edge of Rhodes's bat through to Cullen.
That's the old saying, Nick, isn't it? Every ball has got your name onto it, or the odd ball will have your name on it. And Rhodes just put his hand on his hips then, as if to say, no justice for batsmen these days.
Yes, Graham Smith saying confirmation of why Nick Selman should be first choice in the slips. Well, he's been in there pretty often.
Yes.
As Van der Houten bowls, and forward comes Rhodes defending to mid-off. Second slip is his preferred station, or where they prefer to put him. Anyway, generally, do you think second slip is slightly more vital than first, maybe?
Suppose so, but we've seen him fielding in the outfield once or twice, and lots of Glamorgan's greatest ever fielder, without doubt, was Peter Walker, who'd catch anything around the bat. And I'll just go on afterwards.
Van der Houten in the left-handed Rhodes, who's working on the leg side, no run.
And Peter, midway through an innings, if side were going pretty well, would just wander off to mid-off, mid-on, and if a spinner was bowling, we'd often find him just for a couple of overs down at long on. And I remember asking him why did he do that. He said just to get away from it and relax for a moment, and then go back later. So perhaps, Selman, you don't have to really concentrate so much at mid-off and mid-on as you do at second slip.
Van der Houten to Rhodes, who works slightly airily but safely through mid-wicket. Hogan is off in pursuit. They'll take 2 runs. They'll think not about a third as Hogan's throw comes in. Slightly awkward one for Tom Cullen to deal with, but he mops it up well on the bounce. And Warwickshire making, well, speedier progress really than we've seen the scoring rate at virtually any time in this match.
I think it's a combination of some loose deliveries and also, as I mentioned, this positive intent that they have. It's no good poking around and getting caught on this pitch. You've got to just try and get on with it if you can.
As Rhodes was squared up slightly by that one, looking to work it on the leg side. Ball ran up to mid-off, no run. And of course, Rhodes as the captain is perfectly placed to decide tactics out in the middle. But he's lost his opening partner, Rob Yates. So Rhodes, who spent an entertaining hour on commentary with us last time Glamorgan played Warwickshire at Edgbaston a couple of years back, faces up, and Van der Houten drives back the bowler, who gets a hand to it. No run. And the over, 30 for 1, Warwickshire leading by 17 runs here on BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan cricket website. The wicket to go that of Rob Yates, caught Selman, bowled Van der Hoogten for 9. Will Rhodes is 16 not out and Sam Hain is 4 not out.
Yes, and I think this change is the one that I've been looking for. It'll be Michael Hogan. Or will it? No, I think he's running down the boundary to hurl his cap and sweater. Nick was saying you can't give it to the umpire these days. And he will take over from Carey, who's bowled 3 overs, and he's got the odd one to beat the bat, but he hasn't really hit the spot. And interesting to see that Hogan bowled most of his overs, if not all, from the far end, the river end, in the first innings. And he'll be glad that he's having this virtually a new ball, 7 overs old, and he can then have a crack early on.
Yeah, Lucas Carey's 3 overs costing 16.
Here's Hogan. First ball to bowl to the right-handed Sam Hain. In he comes and bowls to him, and it's right on the spot. He's pushed gently up to mid-on, where the sun-hatted Carey now is fielding. And the score has moved on to 30 for 1, so the lead now is 13. Effectively 13 for 1. Still this field of 4 slips of cover and a mid-off. It's exactly the same mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Michael Hogan from this end comes in, bowls left, and this cry of "oh" from the slips. But you often see that when the batsman pushes forward with a straight bat, hammers it to mid-off, they still say "oh," but even Hogan threw his head up in the air, which suggests it might have nipped back. Is there a drop of drizzle around? Or
looking a bit misty, isn't it? Certainly.
Yeah. Excellent bowling conditions, of course. As Michael Hogan walks back. Now he's turning with this nice high action. Comes in, bowls again, and this is clipped down to fine leg. He gets a single. Score moves on to 31, and Hain himself moves on to 5. Fourth seamer, of course, is Dan Douthwaite, who picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. And we have seen 1 over of spin in the whole game. That was Callum Taylor for an exploratory lunchtime over on the first day. And that's your lot for spin.
Yeah, Warwickshire not using Alex Thompson as well at all.
No. And that was the talk. Oh, we're so glad we're going to have cricket towards the end of August. We'll see the spinners in action. But I'm afraid we haven't. Hogan now then to bowl to the left-handed. Rhodes sees over the wicket and bowls, and this is played nicely off the front foot out to mid-off. Carey fields. Yeah, mist has disappeared now. It's that sort of day, cloudy, misty, quite.
Yeah, I think it must have been
humid.
A tiny little bit of drizzle in the air.
Michael Hogan shining the ball on his flannels as he walks back and prepares to run in now to bowl to the left-handed Rhodes. He's in and bowls to him now, and that's outside the off stump. Goes through to Cullen, and there's no run. What Hogan does is he's so economical that he bores batsmen, if you like, as if to say, come on, try and play an attacking shot.
Yes, Glamorgan could do with a long spell from him today. And Warwickshire, they started off with positive intent. It would be interesting to see if they rein it in at all against the accuracy of Hogan.
Here he is again. Balls to Rhodes. Rhodes is back. Plays in the middle of the bat. Back down the pitch. There's no run. That's the end of Hogan's over. He's supposed to be talking to the nation, Nick. Yes, yep. He is.
So Warwickshire are 31 for 1 after half an hour's play this morning. That's a lead of 14 runs over Glamorgan. The wicket to fall out of opener Rob Yates, who nicked Tim van der Hoogten into the slips, and Nick Selman took an excellent low catch. He was out for 9. This a low-scoring match in all probability. Captain Will Rhodes, 16 not out for Warwickshire, and the visitors 31 for 1, leading Glamorgan by 14 runs.
That Clive is hovering, and I'm sure that all Warwickshire members and everybody else will be delighted that he's going to take my place, and he's coming in to join Nick.
As that first ball from Van der Hoogten is played off a thick edge down into the slips, and there's no run. See you in about an hour's time, Edward, if that's all right. 31 for 1 as Clive has had time to assess play over the first hour. Very good morning, Clive.
Yes, good morning.
First half hour, rather.
Don't think conditions have changed much.
A little bit more attacking intent from Warwickshire maybe this morning, as Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, and Hayne pushes out into a gap on the offside, fielded by Callum Taylor. They take the single. 32 for 1, lead 15.
Well, they actually started quite attackingly, or quite reasonably positively in the first innings, and they got their first 50 of 81 balls, but lost wickets. Just lost the one so far. It's one brilliant catch from Selman. So first thing they had to do was wipe out the 70-run deficit, which they managed to do without losing a wicket, so that was important, but then lost a wicket soon after that.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Rhodes drives gently to mid-off, no run.
So it's going to be a fascinating match, this. They've got to set Glamorgan target. It's actually quite similar, but in reverse, to Warwickshire's match against Gloucestershire at Bristol, where Warwickshire were batting second in that game. Similar, different sort of pitch. It was much slower, but it was still difficult to score runs on, and two modest scores in both first innings. Warwickshire actually did have a small first innings lead on that occasion.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and that's smashed away through the offside by Will Rhodes. Lovely shot, dispatched it imperiously to the extra cover boundary, and Warwickshire move on to 36 for 1, 19 runs in the lead.
And they actually managed to get, I think, a couple of Gloucestershire wickets before the modest first innings deficit was wiped out, but then really struggled to bowl Gloucestershire out in the third innings of the match. Found themselves chasing a target of over 200, which in the end they really got nowhere near. So they'll want to do that in reverse here, try and frustrate Glamorgan in this third innings and set Glamorgan a target that will concern the home team. If they can get it above 200, which is a big ask, but if they can do that, then
yeah, it will be a game on, won't it, in the final innings. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, outside off stump. Rhodes playing no shot.
Rhodes is been Warwickshire's best batter this season. He's not had too many complete failures. The first innings was an exception. He's usually got something on the board, and has now gone past 400 runs for the season. Could get to 500, but it'd be a terrific effort.
He's on 20 not out at the moment as he faces up to Van der Hoogten. That's a wide ball outside off stump, and Rhodes doesn't play a shot in anger. Played a rehearsal almost of a drive, but no serious attempt to hit it. 36 for 1, 19 is the Warwickshire lead, and the good news is that I think we just had a tiny spot of drizzle a few moments ago. It's difficult to make out. It went a bit misty, but only about 6% chance of any rain at any given time during the course of the day, which isn't bad for wherever we are in September, second week in September. Possibly a little bit more around tomorrow morning, but before play is due to start largely. We haven't been doing too badly with the weather. Clive.
No, indeed. So this next one, Hayne plays back to and rolls it out onto the offside, and there's no run. Michael Hogan, who wasn't able to contribute with the bat this time, so he's going to have to do it again with the ball. 36 for 1. Hayne has shown signs of finding a little bit of form at the end of the season. Found it pretty tough going overall. And Hogan comes in with 4 slips in place. Hayne, perhaps Hayne on the pads. Hogan appeals without a huge amount of conviction. The umpire's about to confirm it is a leg by. I think he does indeed. 37 for 1. Second extra of the innings.
Yeah, going down leg side that the replay shows, so no serious appeal. Ian Bell in next, that'll be quite a moment.
Well, yes, it'll be his last first-class innings.
Could be his last innings. Who knows?
In comes Hogan to bowl to Rhodes. And Rhodes pushes that to the offside. There's no run.
On the other hand, he could be taking more runs off Glamorgan on Friday night in the Bears shirt.
Yes, he has been playing in the T20 this season. Missed one match, but he has struggled somewhat in that, although he contributed in one game, and that was against Glamorgan in the game at Cardiff, 28, so he's got his highest scores in both formats against Glamorgan. So it'll be interesting to see whether he does play on Friday. This next one, he's gone past the outside edge as Rhodes dabs at that one. And tentative little prod. It's taken by the wicket-keeper. No obvious contenders really to take his place. When he did miss the one game, young Dan Mosley came in. They might opt to give the youngster a bit more experience. Or they may want to stick with Bell's experience in T20, which is a competition they can still get something out of. Hogan round the wicket, bowls, and that's going down the leg side. Rhodes follows it.
It's amused by Cullen just shoveling it backwards without looking towards the slip cord as he was facing down towards square leg. Just chuck the ball behind him. Go on, wake up you lot. Luckily it was caught.
Just got the one wicket in the first innings, Michael Hogan. That was right at the end. Important one, mind you. It broke up a rather irritating last wicket stand.
Yeah, it's most economical of the bowlers though, and with 2 chances going down, he's probably as good as the others, if not better.
Comes round the wicket to Rhodes, who gets a bit of bat on that to ensure there's no LBW appeal. It's not out of the middle, but he has ambled through for a single. Rhodes on to 21, so he's made a start. 38 for 1, knock off 17 all the time. Or if you want to work out the target, knock off. Yes, knock off 16, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Target. I just got myself into a tangle there. 21's the lead anyway.
Who needs early morning maths on the BBC, eh?
At least Warwickshire have avoided the innings defeat.
I thought I was a pessimist at times. Here is Van der Hoogten coming round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who's batted nicely this morning. He's on 21 not out. 38 off just 10 overs. It's very sprightly progress, judged by the course of the match so far. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and Rhodes drives nicely through mid-on to add to that run tempo. Well, that one's racing away for 4 runs. 42 for 1.
Could be an important man for Glamorgan to get out. As I say, he has been Warwickshire's most valuable batter this season. First season as captain, of course. What a strange first season this has been.
Looking in good nick, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah.
Timed that one nicely. Found the gap. Racing away to the boundary. Little pause for consultations at the far end. Chris Cook just having a little chat with a couple of colleagues and polishing away, keeping Rhodes waiting a little bit. 42 for 1. Lead 25, as that's one deflected nicely down past the slips by Rhodes. He's going to get 4 runs for it, I think. He will, as he just angled the bat on that one and played that one deliberately down through 4th slip, or 5th slip, for another boundary. No real effort, just a careful placing of the ball and using the pace of the ball as it came onto the bat. 46 for 1. Lead 29 runs. Rhodes on to 29 himself. As Joe Cook does a vigorous piece of polishing as it goes back round the offside, and Glamorgan, well, their over rate is +1, so they're okay on that, but just maybe wanting to take a little pause and take the momentum out of the Warwickshire batting, and Rhodes almost waiting and saying, come on, get on with it, boys. Van der Hoogten is ready now, and he's running in and bowling to Will Rhodes, who's on the back foot defending up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Just the 3 slips in now for Rhodes. He's seen off one of the slip, Gordon.
Yeah, it's been 3 or 4 from both sides virtually throughout the match, hasn't it? Only very briefly down to 2 slips in a gully. Morgan, Selman, Root, the trio at the moment. Van der Hoogten bowls to Rhodes, who plays on the onside and takes a single up to Hogan at mid-on, who doesn't feel cleanly as he looks to pick up and throw in the same action, but certainly for him does neither. 47 for 1. 30 runs in profit are Warwickshire, which they'd be delighted with that progress. A run a minute this morning.
Yeah, it's a decent start. Obviously, just lost a wicket, lost Rob Yates, so I think they'll be pretty pleased with this start. They'll give themselves something decent to bowl at. A long way to go still, but a decent start.
Ian Bell is watching on from up in the balcony as that's allowed to go through outside off stump by Hayne. Bell is the next man in.
I wonder what's going through his mind. He says he doesn't think he'll feel sad when he walks out. He doesn't feel sad about the decision. He just feels, I think in some ways, perhaps relieved that he's made the decision, but I feel a bit like John Arlott describing Don Bradman walking out of the middle, without, of course, the great man's eloquence and brilliance. From me, anyway.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and that's hit through the offside by Sam Hayne, punched away off the back foot. Nice shot, 4 runs up to the grandstand side of the ground, and Warwickshire's 50 is up, and that is only at the end of 11 overs, so it's probably the fastest 50 of the match, is it, Clive?
It is, yes. 66 balls. Previous fastest was 81, which Morgan's third 50 and Warwickshire's first in the first innings, both 81 balls. So yeah, the runs are flying off quickly. That will concern Glamorgan a little bit. Soundisation
time. Just the 1 wicket this morning. Yates caught Selman, bowled Van der Hoogten for 9. Yes, Ian Bell has spent, more than half his life as a Warwickshire professional cricketer.
Yeah, I think he made his debut as a 16-year-old, so indeed, he's been with them from an early age. Coventry North Warwickshire he played for in his youth. Steve Grizzovich was there at the time, he was telling me, when Ian Bell first emerged as a kid at Coventry North Warwickshire.
What sort of level cricket did Grizzovich play then?
He played actually got up to minor county standard. I wouldn't be told he probably could have, certainly would have had a chance of having a career as a professional cricketer, I would have thought, if he hadn't chosen football, which, given that he's completed his record appearance maker, appears to have been a reasonable decision.
Oh, what might have been, eh?
Hogan comes in to bowl to Rose. A 3 slips in place, going down the leg side. Rose has a little dab at it. He's a bit cross with himself. And there's no run. Hogan has a word. Breeze blowing. The ground staff have moved away from the hover cover. There's one tiny patch of blue sky which has almost left us. The rest is covered in cloud. And Warwickshire leading now by 34 at 51 for 1.
Yeah, it's slightly worrying for Glamorgan. They've let Warwickshire get away this morning.
Hogan round the wicket to bowl, and Rose just drops a bat on that out into the onside. Lots of shouting and movement, but there's no chance of a run as Chris Cook was very quickly onto the ball.
Yes, hasn't been quite the same discipline from the Glamorgan bowlers as there was in the first innings.
It's over anxious to get the wickets. Everyone knows the third innings in matches like this always seems to be the crucial one. I think that was the case in that game Warwickshire played against Gloucestershire. The third innings of match, Gloucestershire's second, really was what won it for them. That one is a push back to the bowler by Rhodes. There's no run. For 1, 3 slips in place. Glamorgan will at the very least want to slow down the scoring if the wickets aren't coming just yet. I'll hope that in these conditions on this pitch that 1 wicket might be followed by 2 or 3 fairly quickly. Hogan in to bowl, and Rhodes defends that solidly to mid-on to Cook. Rhodes goes on walkabout. The Warwickshire captain took over from Jitan Patel, was supposed to only captain in the 50-over competition in the championship. Obviously the 50-over competition didn't happen, but Chris Green was supposed to be the T20 captain, and he wasn't able to come over in the end for obvious reasons, so Rhodes is captain of that format as well. In comes Hogan to bowl, and Rhodes pushes that to the offside for no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan wouldn't have had Chris Cook available because he'd have been a Phoenix so he wouldn't have been able to play in the One Day Cup, which was originally due to coincide with the 100 franchise tournament, and the event neither taking place. So David Lloyd would have been the Glamorgan captain.
Hogan, number 31 on his back, comes running in red soles of his boots showing as he bowls, and Rhodes pushes it again to Cook at mid-on. Accurate bowling from Hogan, but Rhodes sees it off. Maiden over, 51 for 1. And 12 overs bowls.
So it's been Warwickshire's morning so far, you feel? Despite the loss of Rob Yates at the start of the 5th over. And Glamorgan need to get the brakes on and apply a little bit of pressure, because we've had the feeling that the batsmen have been largely on top despite the probings of Hogan and Van der Hochten. And it looks as though Lucas Carey will be switching ends to have a spell from the River Taff end. Tim Van der Hochten has been through 6 overs so far, and he's bowled them at a cost of 32 runs, which is probably why he's been replaced. Carey was a little expensive as well. Can he do better from the other end? Not first ball as Hayne turns down towards backward square leg. Douthwaite pelting around from fine leg, but they're safely back for 2 runs. 53 for 1. Only in the 13th over of the morning here at Sophia Gardens in this final round of Bob Willis Trophy matches. Neither side in with a chance of qualifying. As Carey bowls, and that's driven back and hits the stumps, so Sam Hain missing out by hitting it quite so straight. No finger on it, I don't think, from Lucas Carey. In the match they'll decide who wins this group. Somerset are 28 for 2 in their second innings. That is a lead of 79 over Worcestershire at New Road. Bizarrely, that Somerset 28 for 2 is in the 26th over.
So playing for a draw. Winners of this game will finish third in the group.
Carey bowls and pushed away on the offside by Hain. No run.
So Glamorgan are currently 6th. But if they win, they will move. Actually, no, I've got that right. Will they actually move above? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They'll move above Warwickshire and also Northampton, Gloucestershire into 3rd place.
Yes, a mini tournament, just the 5 games. Separated between 4th and 5th by 5 T20 matches, rather strangely. As Carey is in to bowl, forced off the back foot, but Carey gets a hand to it and it bounces up to mid-off, so no run for Sam Hain. Yeah, the gap in the schedule between 4th and 5th 4-day games was so that they could incorporate some T20 for telly over bank holiday weekend. Give you a few of the other scores as we go on. Nothing else, of course, in this group, with the abandonment of the match between Gloucestershire and Northants. As Carey is in and bowls, and Hain allows that one to go through outside off stump. In North Group, Derbyshire have recovered somewhat from a dreadful start. They're 152 for 7, though, still 67 runs behind Lancashire. Derbyshire probably need to win that match. Harvey Sain is on 66, not out there, leading that Derbyshire fight back of sorts. Carey is in to bowl, and Hain off the back foot plays that to mid-off. No run, 53 for 1 at the end of the over. The Warwickshire lead is 36. Notts against Durham. Notts are into the lead with 150 from Ben Duckett, and Joe Clark on 97 not out. They're 309 for 3. That's already 15 runs ahead of Durham, who face a fight to save that game. And Yorkshire 78 for 4 in reply to Leicestershire's meagre 124 all out at Headingley. Go through the South Group as well during the course of this over from Michael Hogan. 53 for 1, 36 is the lead. BBC Sport Online, and our commentary also available via the Glamorgan website with the video stream. Hogan into his 4th over, bowling to left-handed Rhodes on a confident 30, and Rhodes plays that one down to cover. Joe Cook does the fielding. There's no run. South Group at Chelmsford. Essex against Middlesex. Well, Essex set for victory there because Middlesex have been bowled out for just 150 in their second innings, and that has set Essex just 53 runs to win, so that one may well be over before lunch at Chelmsford. Canterbury, after this delivery, Hogan is in, bowls, turned on the leg side by Rhodes, no run. Hampshire 140 for 8, another low scoring game in their second innings. That's a lead of 161 against Kent. Harry Podmore, briefly Glamorgan lone player, has 5 for 42. And Darren Stevens 3 for 26 in 16 overs for the veteran. He's been a veteran for a number of years now, but he will go on into next season. Hogan loops in, bowls edged and caught. Selman again at second slip. Rhodes goes for 30. And Glamorgan have the breakthrough they needed, and the fall of wickets continues in this game. Michael Hogan having Will Rhodes just pushing half forward, had to play at it. Played slightly inside it, and Selman snapped up the catch. So 53 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. And Rhodes has gone. Nice positive little knock. He didn't look in a huge amount of difficulty. And he's gone 53 for 2. And for the final time, Ian Bell walks out onto the field to play a professional first-class innings. Applauded all the way to the middle by the Warwickshire players, and now he is being given a guard of honour by Glamorgan. This is quite remarkable. Ian Bell, Warwickshire debut back in 1999, capped in 2001, bowing out in 2020, and clapped all the way to the middle by both teams and officials. Ian Bell gets a tribute for his 22 years of service to Warwickshire's first team. 118 tests, 161 limited overs internationals, 80 T20 internationals as well. Was a regular part and a major contributor to a very fine England lineup in Test cricket. Has done so much for Warwickshire over the years. May well do so again in a professional capacity as a coach in future. And Ian Bell faces up to Michael Hogan, his final first-class innings. Hogan is in to bowl to Bell, who's off the mark first ball, I think. If there was bat in that, it's down to fine leg. No, it's a leg by. Umpire White, obviously not in sentimental mood. Might have given him that one to get off the mark. 54 for 2 Warwickshire, leading by 37 runs. And the way wickets have fallen through the game, you wouldn't bet on this Warwickshire innings necessarily lasting the day, as Hogan bowls and Hayne drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. Warwickshire first innings lasted 66.3 overs. Glamorgan first innings lasted 68.4 overs. Both the first 2 days were interrupted by a sizable rain break in the middle, longer actually yesterday than on day one on Sunday. Hopefully we won't get that today. Hogan to Hayne, and he forces that nicely off the back foot through mid-off. There'll be a couple of runs. It won't go all the way to the boundary, as Van der Hoogten is the man on the chase. Sends his throw in to the wicket-keeper's end, despite being a fair way away from it. Good arm from Van der Hoogten. 54 for 2 now. Lead 56 as that ticks on to the board. Lead is 39 runs, and Sam Hayne is under 14 with those runs. Little punch to the gloves between Sam Hayne and his senior partner Ian Bell. And Bell takes guard. The old routine. Been playing professional cricket for more than half his life. And he's got a 50 in this final first-class game. Can he get a contribution here to a team victory? As Bell faces up and drives out into the offside. Fielded at cover, no run. So Lots of bounce in the Glamorgan infield, of course. A little bit misty now. There's some drizzle driving over the ground. Whether it will be enough to take them off, I'm not sure. Batsman might want to stay on. Carey bowls to Bell, who pushes that one on the onside, and there is no run. This Ian Bell's 312th first-class match, out of which 118 have been test matches. ...318 one-day games, nearly half of those internationals. Carey bowls and Bell drives, so that's a beautiful way to get underway in his final innings. He'll get a couple of runs up to deep extra cover with an elegant shot. Bell to 2, 58 for 2. And Ian Bell also playing 170 20 matches, 8 of which have been internationals. Strike rate of 124. We wait to see whether he will be in the Bears side for the remaining 5 matches, and we'll find out on Friday night what Warwickshire's intentions are, or Birmingham's intentions are, with their other hat on. As Bell plays that one back to Carey, and there is no run. 3 innings in the T20 have fielded so far 28, 13 and 0. But as long as the Bears are in with a chance of going through, they may well want to keep him in the side. As Carey is in to bowl to Bell, who pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. Cautious start from him, having missed the first team season last year through injury. Played just a couple of second team games. And Bell on to facing up to Lucas Carey, young Glamorgan seamer, looking to cause him problems, as that one is edged or maybe off the pads, but didn't carry to slip anyway. Just lobbed up in the air. 58 for 2. The lead is 41 runs over Glamorgan. Batting progress has been quicker today than at any stage in the match, nearly 4 runs and over. And you get the feeling that anything over 200 as a target, Warwickshire might just be favourites for this game. Lead at the moment is 41. Glamorgan maybe thinking they'd want to keep Warwickshire down to 150 lead, somewhere around there. Hogan is in, bowls, oh that's on leg stump, and glanced away through the leg side, through square leg for 4 runs, and Hogan straying onto leg stump, and that one full pitched and rather asking for it. Got the treatment from Sam Hain. Moves on to 18. 62 for 2. Lead is 45 now for Warwickshire. As Hain moves on to 18 not out, and Clive Eakin is back with us.
Yes, sorry to have been away so long. A few technical problems at my end. So Ian Bell walking out to start the innings for the 523rd time in first-class cricket, and last time. As
Hogan is in and bowls, and that's defended by Hain. Yes, well, that's quite a record, isn't it?
Nice to see Glamorgan giving him a good welcome. Obviously the sadness is that there were no spectators to do so, and I'm sure any fan. It would have been a huge crowd, I dare say, but whoever would have been in would have given him.
Might have been a few diehards down from Warwickshire for the occasion, even.
There would have been, I'm sure. But not to be, sadly.
Hogan to bowl to Hayne, and he's squared up slightly. Better delivery from Hogan. Plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. 62 for 2.
It's well poised, the game, isn't it?
Warwickshire have scored quite rapidly this morning, though. It's been against the trend of the match.
Well, they've certainly done better from the first 3 wickets than they did in the first innings, but of course they'll need to find another partnership like the fourth wicket one in the first innings if they're to really be competitive.
Hogan bowls, and that's on target again. Well pitched up, and dribbles up to Van der Hoogten as he blocks it solidly to Sam Hayne.
Rhodes' 30 means that he finishes with 423 runs this season.
Respectable haul off 5 first-class matches.
I think he's at two not out, so
Hogan in to bowl, and there's no shot played. That might be close as it strikes Hayne on the pad. No, a shake of the head from umpire Rob White.
The outside off stump probably not quite doing enough to convince the umpire it was going to come back and hit, and it was tight, mind you. He's close.
I think that one might have been the old TV referral had this game been on television.
Hit him on the back leg, did hit him quite high on the back leg, so height might have been a factor.
I think that was straight enough, yeah. Height might have been a factor. It did come back in a bit, rather more than Sam Hayne expected. Could have been an umpire's call, I suppose. 62 for 2. Hogan bowls, and Hayne defends that one out on the onside. There's no run. One poor ball from Hogan that over was dispatched the square leg boundary, but apart from that it was pretty much on target. 62 for 2. Hayne is 18, Ian Bell is 2, and the man out Robbie Yates for 9 and Will Rhodes for 30.
Well, they were 23 for 3 at one stage in the first innings, so they're certainly making a better start here, Warwickshire. Still under pressure. 3 slips for Ian Bell. He'll be the man to get Ian Bell out last. He's not got a duck, which is nice. And Carey bowls to him, and Bell just plays that back to mid-off.
Yeah, I was saying while you were out doing a bulletin update that umpire White obviously wasn't sentimental because the first ball flicked down to fine leg. And I think had I been the umpire, I'd have been tempted to keep my hands in my pocket to say there's one off the mark.
I thought I saw Bell have a word, maybe say something, have a hard umper. But doesn't matter. Got a 2 with a cover drive. In comes Carey. That's going down the leg side. I saw a tweet from Mike Selvey. People quite rightly go on about Ian Bell's cover drive, but Mike Selvey tweeted saying if Ian Bell was only about the cover drive, then he'd be a James Vince, which is a bit harsh on James Vince, but you know what he's saying. There's much more to his game than that. There's been much more to his game than that over the years.
Well, you don't play professional cricket for 22 years with just one shot, do you?
But for Warwickshire's sake, he needs another innings here. Another half century at least would be nice. And that one he defends out to the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I'm sure Warwickshire folk know the value of Ian Bell. And in the England Test lineup, he was the sort of unheralded member of that lineup, wasn't it? Because everyone talked about the openers, and you had Kevin Peterson blitzing them round in the middle order as well. But Bell was, the man that held it all together and did it day in, day out.
It's a perception that he tended to get the blame. Whenever England were doing badly, people talked about Ian Bell. As Hogan comes into bowl, and he's driven that down the ground, just misses us on. Sam Hain earlier hit the stumps at the other end and got no runs for it. Well, Bell has placed that about a millimetre wide of the stumps, and it's gone through for 4 as a result. So he's on to 66 for 2.
Yeah, Lucas Carey is leaking a little bit. That's 0 for 24 now in his 6th over. He needs to tighten things up. Van der Hoogten went for 32 in his 6. Michael Hogan 5 overs, 1 for 8.
So in comes Hogan, and that's in the air from Bell, but safe. It's gone between mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's going to be another 4. Leaning into that one, clipping it off his toes nicely. 70 for 2. The lead goes beyond 50 now. It's a lead of 53.
Yeah, Carey won't be happy with that one. It's drifting towards leg stump and duly dispatched by Ian Bell. There we are. At least he's into double figures in his final first class innings.
He's saying it's time now that...
yeah, we've seen a couple of nice shots. Yeah, thank you.
Looks like the first match from this round, apart obviously from the Gloucestershire-Northamptonshire game, the first match to finish is going to be at Chelmsford, where Essex are chasing 53 to win and 7 without loss. That's against Middlesex.
It's the quick finish, isn't it? Back to the days of a couple of years ago where Chelmsford was... oh, now this is worrying. Carey has gone off mid-over. Lucas Carey is trudging off towards the pavilion. There's presumably it must be some sort of muscle tweak.
Walking okay, isn't he? But yeah.
Seems to be walking all right, but he's not fit to bowl. And Van der Hoogten takes... Douthwaite takes over.
So Douthwaite now to Bell, off his toes. Nice shot for nothing. It's fielded at mid-on, so just 1 ball for Douthwaite to bowl. I covered Yorkshire for a couple of years, and the Yorkshire scorer got quite cross with Dave Byas when Dave Byas was captain. And a situation like that happened where a bowler pulled up mid-over, and instead of getting one of his bowlers to finish off the over, Byas just bowled it himself. So John Potter said, that means I'm now going to put you down as one of the bowlers for the season, extra column on my stats.
Well, I suppose the rationale would be that you don't want an established bowler who hasn't warmed up to risk tweeting something, but I suppose Douthwaite might have been expecting to bowl reasonably soon anyway.
He was a bit of a no-nonsense man, David Byas. He thought, just get on with it, I'll just bowl a couple of balls and we can get on with it.
Yeah, it's not going to cost more than 2 runs, is it? A couple of runs. Michael Hogan then to Sam Hain on 70 for 2, 53 ahead, Warwickshire. Hogan in to Hain, allows that to go through outside off stump, no run.
This is going to be a fascinating match. Unless we get a lot of rain, it will finish in a result, either a win or a tie, I would think. I don't think it's going to be a draw. Possible, I suppose, but I'd be surprised.
Highly unlikely given the regular fall of wickets so far. Neither first innings lasting up to the 70 over mark. Here's Hogan to Hain, who drives straight, but Van der Hoogten manages to make ground from mid-on to field, and there's no run.
I guess if we hadn't had a bit of rain the first 2 days, we would still be in the final session of the second day now. I haven't quite counted exactly how many overs were lost, but I think we lost probably about 3 hours worth roughly. So we would still be... Well, in fact, we might not even get tea on the second day, might we? And might just be approaching it now.
No, it was about 40 overs worth lost over the 2 days. Might get them added today as Hogan bowls, driven by Hain, but to Van der Hoogten again at mid-on. Again, there is no run, and thankfully the Glamorgan media officer reminded me of the timings for today.
Is it 12:40?
12:40.
Yeah.
3:30 for the tea interval.
And about 7:30 for close of play.
6 o'clock is theoretically the close of play. Hogan bowls, and that's a good leave by Sam Hain, because that one came back, and Hain just surveys the scene, makes sure his off bail is still there, as we'll get a replay on the video stream, which shows a couple of inches in it, and maybe slightly high as well, but you don't leave on length on this pitch.
Hain scored just 22 runs in the first 3 matches of the season, but then he did get a half century against Worcestershire.
Hogan in, bowls, that's on leg stump, and Hogan gets away with it because it's fielded by substitute Charlie Hemphrey at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Hemphrey, the Glamorgan opening bat, who played in the first 3 games of this competition without sadly making an impact, so his future remains to be seen. 70 for 2. Slightly surprised to see him in the squad. I thought they'd have used one of the young guns to be a sub-fielder. As Hogan bowls, and that's nicely tucked through mid-wicket, and it will just about reach the ropes for 4 runs, and Hain latching on to that one, moving on to 22, and even Hogan has delivered a couple on leg stump in the last couple of overs, and Hain managing to take full advantage of that one. 74 for 2, 57 is the Warwickshire lead, and again the momentum of the game starting to tilt back to the visitors.
Yeah, that does take Hain past 100 runs for the competition, for what it's worth. Don't think he'll be raising his bat in celebration.
No.
However, he's managed to get into 3 figures. As I say, has begun on T20 as well. He played particularly well at Taunton against Somerset, finished with an unbeaten half-century. Become Warwickshire's 3rd highest T20 run scorer. No prizes for guessing who's highest. Ian Bell well out ahead.
I haven't given you the Surrey-Sussex score this morning. Surrey 212 for 4, replying to Sussex's 415, so that game bucking the trend and being pretty high scoring. 100 for Rory Burns and 50 for Scott Borthwick. Borthwaite.
Into bowl, so he's carrying on, having bowled 1 ball in his previous over. He's going to make a mess of the bowling figures now, though, isn't he? Because he's constantly going to be 0.1, as that's hit off his toes by Bell.
Yeah, if someone else finishes off the innings eventually, we'll get 3 bowlers with, could have 3 bowlers with point something of an over.
Let's really irritate the statisticians, the scorers. In he comes to bowl. And that's hit off his toes nicely by Bell, but he hasn't managed to get it wide of mid-on this time. Oh, he has.
Misfielded by Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, so you'll get 2 runs for it after all. Bell shouldn't really got any. But maybe Van der Hoogten is just making his offering to Ian Bell.
Member of the fan club, not from the way he's wringing his hand.
Under 12, we don't want him to have a hand injury from a Glamorgan point of view, with Carey already off.
Van der Hoogten looks as though he's got some sort of artwork on his sweater. There's so much red down the front from where he's been polishing it.
So in he comes. Oh, that's gone outside Ian Bell's outside edge. Good delivery from Douthwaite. Bell survives.
Yes, Douthwaite medium pace, but moving on the medium fast side from now and again. He's got a bit of variation in speed. It was nice to see him the other night developing a bit of a slower ball for T20 as well.
This next one from Douthwaite. Bell clips that nicely through mid-wicket. He's going to get 2. They might turn around for a 3rd. They will. So Bell moves on to 15. Just confirmation that Will Rose finished with a batting average of 53 in the Bob Willis Trophy. Admittedly, particularly in such a small competition, it does help when you score 207 in one innings. However, his final average is just shy of 53 when you round it up to the nearest whole run, which is so a decent effort from the captain in this competition. But Ian Bell, who struggled a bit really before this match. He's looking good now. He's on to 15 now. Sam Hayne on strike after that 3. Douthwaite into Hayne, hits that off his toes, almost falls over as he hits it, but it's actually a very good shot to square leg for 4. Tempted Yorker, bowler's convinced it was within millimetres of getting the man out, but Hayne got his bat onto it, gets it away for 4. He's on to 26, and the runs are still coming for Warwickshire. 83 for 2.
Yes, this is concerning for Glamorgan. Even Hogan has strayed a few times onto leg stump. They haven't kept up the discipline that they were able to in the first innings. Warwickshire have profited with Rhodes getting going in his 30, and now Hayne and Bell putting together a useful little partnership. 30 so far.
Douthwaite to bowl, and that's left by Hayne. There's no run, but a 3 to Ian Bell in that over. He's on to 15. A 4 to Sam Hayne, who's on to 26. 87 for 2, which makes the lead 67.
Chris Drew on Twitter asks, would you have any contract news about Glamorgan? Well, there are a substantial number of the squad out of contract, around about 11 or 12, whose future is yet to be announced. I think you can say watch out for announcements in the coming days. Some decisions may have been made, some may be still in the balance, I suppose, as counties assess their finances for next season, which could be very awkward decisions, not just here but in a lot of counties, as to what they'll be able to afford in the way of a professional staff next season, because they don't know what's going to happen in terms of crowds being back in. We all very much hope that crowds will be back in next summer in as large numbers as want to attend, but can't be absolutely guaranteed at this juncture. Hopefully there'll be a vaccine and we'll all be safe by next summer. But who knows. 83 for 2, and the Warwickshire lead is 66 over Glamorgan. I think anything over 150 is going to be challenging for a final innings target. Anything over 200 will be advantage Warwickshire. 250 as a target might be very difficult indeed. Michael Hogan then to continue from this river Taff end after the sanitisation break. Bowling to Ian Bell on 15 not out. Hogan in to bowl to Bell. That's wide of off stump, and Bell has nothing to do with it. Hogan, of course, is Bell's senior in terms of years, if not cricketing years, having not made his first class debut famously until the age of 28, playing for Western Australia, then being brought over by Glamorgan when he was into his 30s. Hogan in to bowl to Ian Bell, who damps that into the gully area. There's no run. And you have to say that if Michael Hogan had probably been 5 years younger when he got into the professional game, if he'd taken the same number of wickets, he probably would have been an Australian international, having been the leading wicket taker over a 5-year period in the Sheffield Shield, Australian first class competition. As Hogan, past umpire White, bowls to Bell, and he drives it gently back to the bowler. No run. Good job Darren Stevens didn't get into the jog late, otherwise he'd have been aiming to go on to 50. Kent all-rounder will be with us again next season in the first class game. 83 for 2. 26 watches on. As Bell faces up to Hogan, and it's played out onto the offside by Bell, and there is no run. Approaching the top of the hour again. And Hogan down beneath us at the Cathedral Road end. Lopes away, bowls to Bell, drives that one to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. There's no run. Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in a few minutes' time. And reminder of the match that will probably decide this group, or will decide this group. Somerset against Worcestershire. Somerset had a 6-point advantage going into the game. They're 57 for 4 in their second innings, but that is 108 ahead. Hogan in, bowls full length, driven nicely by Bell through the covers, may get the boundary here. Fielder is off in pursuit. I think it's the skipper, Chris Cook, dabs it back just inside the ropes, lobs it to Joe Cook to do the fielding, and it is a very comfortable 3 runs for Ian Bell. Moves on to 18 not out, and Warwickshire on to 83 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. Clive Eakin, Nick Webb, and the blast of Edward Bevan hopefully in a few minutes' time. 83 for 2. Hayne 26, Bell 15. The men out, Rob Yates for 9, Will Rhodes for 30. Dan Douthwaite to continue. As the bowl from the River Taff end. In bowls, that's driven nicely by Bell, but no run on that occasion as Van der Hoogten does the fielding. So we'll try and find out the nature of Lucas Carey's injury during the interval. Went off after bowling 5.5 overs. Douthwaite in, bowls, and Bell slightly squared up, but plays safely to Joe Cook at cover. No run. Morgan, opening batsman, will be really desperate to make an impact in the second innings, having had a top score of only 18 in his 3 knocks so far. Douthwaite in, Bell drives to mid-on, no run. It's more of a defensive shot than a drive, that one actually. 86 for 2 then here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website, as Edward Bevan will replace me in about 3 or 4 minutes once we've done our bulletin updates. As Bell driving to mid-on, slightly uppish but nowhere near carrying it to the fielder. 86 for 2. Hayne is 26, Bell is 18 not out, and Edward will have commentated on many more Ian Bell innings than myself over the years, but of course 2018 Bell famously scoring 425 for once out against Glamorgan in the 4-day games. There's a little inspection of the ball now, I think, from umpire Evans. No, is he happy with the state of it? Is having a good old look is Jeff Evans. Clive Clive Eakin is back with me. BBC Radio Wales update still to come, so we'll get that done and pass over to Edward. Warwickshire are 86 for 2. That's a lead of 69 over Glamorgan in this vital third day of the game. Glamorgan have lost one of their bowlers, Lucas Carey, who's gone off through injury. They've claimed 2 wickets this morning as Ian Bell, on his final innings, cuts one down to third man boundary for 4 runs. He moves on to 22. The Glamorgan wicket takers, 1 apiece to Van der Hoogten and Hogan, both caught at slip by Nick Selman. But Warwickshire scored rapidly this morning. Glamorgan need to put the brakes on. Ian Bell, 22 not out in his final innings. Sam Hain is 26. It's 90 for 2. As that one whistled away to the third man ropes, and Clive and Edward will take you through to the lunch interval. Clive.
Thank you very much indeed. Nick, after various jiggery-pokery, plugging things in and out in the current climate. So Ed will be with us very shortly. As Downthwaite bowls to Bell, who's steered that through the covers for 4. Ian Bell on to 26. And looking ominously good in his final first-class innings.
Yeah, I wrote a piece the other day, Clive, I think it was the first day, and I said any stranger walking in here and seeing this man playing and his small stature, and you think, what on earth is he retiring for? He's not carrying any weight, he looks fit. But having explained his reasons to everybody, including yourself, he knows exactly the time is right. That is it. But he's just playing some shots that only he can play, and you think at 38 he could still be playing at 48.
Wow. And he had only scored 44 runs in 6 innings.
But he keeps his runs for Glamorgan.
Yeah. So after scoring those 44 this season, he's now got 76 against Glamorgan.
Yeah.
As I was saying before, his top score in the T20 Blast this season was 28 against Glamorgan. So we're going to see Van der Hoogten. There's a little bit of rain in the air, isn't there?
It's this misty stuff that comes in, stays for about 10 minutes, then goes. So they've thought, quite rightly, the umpires, well, we'll play through it.
Yeah. So Van der Hoogten, a change of ends for him on the pavilion end, and got the first wicket of the innings to fall, got Yates out with the help of a terrific slip catch, but this is a partnership Glamorgan could do with breaking up. He comes into bowler Hain, and he appealing for an LBW. Hain's gone through for a single, took his glove off the bat as if that might have jarred his glove. It is a run, and Hain is on to 27, 95 for 2.
Yes, that just popped up at him from a length, and he played it well actually, got right on top of it. But both sides won't want to see this wicket breaking up. Possibly Warwickshire wouldn't mind, but I think, and we were talking earlier on, something in the region of 200 to 250 won't be an easy proposition for Glamorgan in the last innings if this pitch continues to play like this.
Yeah, umpire Rob White is taking his hat off, perhaps to feel how much rain is coming down on his head. But
well, Jeff will tell him because he never wears anything.
Yeah. He's popping his sunglasses back on, Jeff Evans, so he's happy.
Well, typical Welsh weather for him, you see.
In comes Van der Hoogten to bowl. The Bell who steers that down to third man for 4. And moves on to 30, 99 for 2. Jeff Evans was involved in, I remember, quite a controversial moment at Edgbaston one year when Warwickshire were playing in the 50-over competition or whatever it was. I think it probably was 50 overs. And it was the last group match, and they needed to win to qualify. And we knew there was rain in the air, and in fact it was raining. And Jonathan Trott was back at the time, and he was very careful to make sure at the end of every over he was ahead on Duckworth Lewis. But then the umpire suddenly took them off in mid-over, which
it's always contentious, isn't it?
And they didn't know where they were. It turned out they tied, which wasn't enough. But what I will say is, when I asked Jeff Evans if he'd talked to me about it, he he did. And he gave me an interview, which I thought was a lot of umpires would have steered clear of that.
He's a good lad, Jeff, and a sad day for him. It's his last game as well.
Yeah. I feel for everyone really is retiring this season, whatever umpires and players. It's not been an ideal season for it.
Jeremy Lloyds, of course, has been on the circuit for 26 years, and he didn't have the best of games to finish. Got abandoned after a couple of hours at Bristol.
First and last time he's ever abandoned a game for that reason.
Yeah.
Van der Hutten polishing the ball vigorously on the back of his flannels. Comes into bowl to Bell. 99 for 2 now as Bell leaves that outside off stump. And this partnership, Hayne and Bell, who have been together quite a few times over the years, one of the shorter lettered partnerships on the circuit, have added 46 so far. Had 2 50 partnerships in this match, 1 per innings so far. Can these two advance this partnership to that level? Van der Hutten, short run at Bell, gets a wide one and clips it very nicely square for 4. That does bring up the 50 partnership and the 100 for Warwickshire. 103 for 2, and this will be beginning to concern.
It will.
It'll be concerning Glamorgan, Eddie.
And as well as Bell is playing, of course, Glamorgan seamers, apart from Hogan, haven't bowled particularly well. They started off rather rustily, I thought, especially Carey went for a couple of 4s in his first over. And we've seen in this over 2 short balls. If you bowl that to Ian Bell, you've got no chance. And he's played shots all around the wicket. I see the fielder now is drying the ball, so perhaps that's the reason it's not a good ball. It's not dry, so there's nothing much you can do about that. Perhaps you might just take another slipper out and put it on the 3rd man boundary. Well, that's always a contentious issue as far as I'm concerned. I think there should be a 3rd man throughout the game, but there we are.
Yeah. Warwickshire put one in briefly, didn't they, when Glamorgan were getting a few runs down there. Van der Hutten comes into bowl to Bell, and it's another wide delivery, and Bell has hit it to wide 3rd man for 4. He's just not quite getting the line right here, and Bell's taking full advantage. He's on to 38, 107 for 2.
Yes, again wide outside the off stump, and just helps himself then. If you bowl there, and there goes 3rd slip, wandering back towards that 3rd man boundary to try up and cut that off. But it's the bowler's fault really, because he's not bowling straight enough. And how many overs have we had? Going at it.
20 second, yeah.
5 and over, you see.
Yeah.
And of course they're handicapped by the absence of Carey on a seaming pitch, and Carey bowled pretty well. He took 3 wickets in the first over, so they'll be getting a little bit concerned, as you say.
Lead up to 90 now. Again, giving the ball a right old rubbing on the back of his trousers is Van der Hutten. Desperately trying to get some shine into it and perhaps dry it. Just the 2 slips in now with the 3rd man. That's a more accurate delivery, and Bell defends it. And it is the end of the over. Warwickshire 107 for 2, lead by 90.
Yes, that's a useful lead. What are we, 20 minutes before lunch? And if Warwickshire can bat for most of the day and build up a substantial score at this rate, you're talking about 300, which I think will be too many for Glamorgan, as shown in their batting this season. But you've got to bowl well, and we are going to see spin. Callum Taylor's going to come on at that far end. Only the 2nd over of spin we've seen in this match. Taylor bowled the exploratory lunchtime over on the first day, but other than that it's been seamers all the way. But Glamorgan have to rotate because Hogan has had a fairly long bowl. Carey's off the field. Van der Hutten isn't bowling too well, and looking down this Glamorgan side, you've got Owen Morgan, who bowls a little bit of left arm spin, and you've got Douthwaite, of course. But other than that, it's a case of relying on the 3 main seamers.
100, by the way, came in 130 balls. The second 50, 2 balls quicker than the first, came in 64 balls. That's now the quickest 50 of the match for Warwickshire. getting to 130 balls. To put that into some context, Glamorgan in the first innings got to the 100 off 243, and Warwickshire in their first innings got to the 100 and 209. So it's a far the briskest spell of scoring we've seen in the match.
So it's Callum Taylor to bowl from the river end, and he'll be bowling at Hayne. He is not out 27, 38 to Bell, who's played quite beautifully. And there is a long on, just protecting on that long on boundary. Taylor comes in, bowls, and that's clipped off his toes by him for a single down to deep mid-wicket. In comes the return, and they take a single.
Yes, Warwickshire got a spinner in the team, Alex Thompson, but he's not bowled at all. Didn't bowl at all in that first innings. He just relied on their 4 main seamers. Clearly Ethan Brooks has been picked as a batter who can be a backup bowler if necessary.
Here's Taylor, then right arm over, bowls to Bell, who comes down the pitch and pushes it away again down to deep square leg, where it's fielded and returned by Joe Clark. Joe Clark, Chris Clark, 2 E's, same birthday.
Yeah.
Not interested, I don't blame you. Excuse me. People in cricket, people pick up these little things, don't they?
Almost be twins then.
109 for 2. Taylor, nice high action. Coming in now, and balls to Hayne, and Hayne is forward, plays it away on the onside. You think of a run, but it's intercepted there pretty quickly. Taylor from the River Taff end, coming in towards us, bowls again, and on the back foot this time goes Hayne and pushes it out into the covers. Pitch, well, it's the inaccuracy of some of the Glamorgan bowling, but it seems to be not quite so seamer friendly as it has been on the opening 2 days. As Taylor comes in, bowled a little quicker, then it's pushed in front of him, a couple of runs off the over, and the score now is 109 for 2. And, take 17 runs off that, 82, and that's the lead, and it's an useful lead. And this is a partnership, because if Glamorgan were to break this partnership, they've got Mousley coming in, who is only 19 but played well. And you think then, Clive, you get into the Burgess, they're not going to score 100, I would have thought, and Thompson and co.
No.
But these are the two, like Glamorgan, this is the partnership they want to break as quickly as they can.
Yeah, it's interesting the selection of Ethan Brooks. It does look as if that was a case of trying maybe to add a little bit more to the batting, with Norwell, Sidebottom and Hannon Dolby. None of them are hopeless, but it's still, by modern day standards, a bit of a tale.
Yeah.
So yeah, Glamorgan will still hope that if they can get one, then others may follow quickly. Van der Hutten bowls, that's a good accurate delivery to Bell, who defends. Still 2 slips and a third man in place for Ian Bell, who's on 39.
Wonderful reception, didn't he, when he came into bat? From sadly, the few of us that were here, media boys, went out onto the balcony, and Glamorgan fielders, and the 2 balconies rose to him.
Yeah, good to see that. And in comes Van der Hutten, and again, good online delivery, defended by Bell. I did ask him how he thought he would feel coming out last. He didn't think he'd feel any sadness. He's made the decision, but I suppose he must feel a bit strange, really.
20 years?
Doing this. Yeah, 22, really. I think he started at 16, he made his debut, so 22 years of... So I said before, it's his 523rd first-class innings. He plays out to mid-off, there's no run. Remains to be seen whether he plays the remainder of the T20. He has been playing in the competition this year, so it'll be interesting to see whether...
Did he not play in the last one? I was watching.
He's played in all bar 1 so far
That's
this
right.
season, so he has been in the team, but now that he's made this decision, whether they might turn to someone else, I don't know. As I said before, I can't think of anyone obvious that they can turn to, really, unless they want to give Dan Mosley a bit more experience. Van der Hutten in, and again, 3 deliveries, all in the right spot. Bell's defended them.
Warwickshire got a sniff of the Bears, as we should call them. 2020 got a sniff of qualification?
Yeah, they have. A victory over Somerset, which they almost threw away in the end. Somerset needed 23 off the last over and needed 2 sixes of the last 2 balls to tie and hit the penultimate. Nammerby hit the penultimate ball for 6. But Warwickshire hung on to win that. So they've won 2 and lost 2, not won no result. So yes, they still have...
it all depends on Northampton's position.
Well, that will impact, won't it? That's played back to the bowler. I suppose Northampton have played enough games, have won enough games, so that if they have to field a very different team for the remaining matches, or if they have to concede some games and maybe come back at the end, they might have enough still to qualify. So we shall have to see. I don't think anything's been said yet, though, has it?
No, there's been no statement as yet.
Van der Houten to Bell, and that's a little bit wider this time. It's hit into the ground, beats the dive of points, and it's going to be 2 runs. He might have got something on it, Taylor, because it seemed to slow it down, and so it's a 2, and Bell on to 41, end of the over, 111 for 2.
Yeah, better over, much better over for Van der Houten, just 2 runs off that last over. And to stop Warwickshire getting away, Glamorgan have to keep this accurate bowling. I didn't see what happened to Carey, did you?
No, I didn't know. He walked off. He seemed to be walking off perfectly freely. He wasn't limping, but he pulled up after the 5th ball of the over. But there was nothing obvious. I didn't see him suddenly pull up, but obviously there was something that was troubling him.
Well, it'll be Taylor to continue. Bowled a tidy first over. He'll be bowling to Hayne with just the slip as the close fielder. I'll give you the field after this ball. As he's coming over the wicket from the river end and bowls to Hayne, and Hayne is back in his stamps and clubs it down to long on all along the ground, and they amble through for a single. A slip, and there's a backward point, a deep extra cover, an orthodox cover, and a mid-off, and then on the onside you have long on, short fine leg on the 45. A man who's rather straight at mid-on and a deep mid-wicket. Just about the conventional field you'd expect for an off-spinner. There's Taylor. Comes in and bowls, and Bell just pushes it away for a single, exactly the same as Hayne, and takes a single. What about his hair then, Callum Taylor? What do you reckon about that thing, Clive?
Is that a natural colour, or
no,
has he done that himself? Oh, okay.
No, it's one of these dyed white hairs. Here he is, coming in towards us, and bowls to Hayne, and Hayne is forward, pushes it away, just a few yards to his left. Cullen scampers after it, and there's no run. Score remains 113 for 2.
Do you think it's more aggressive then, perhaps, like that?
Don't know what the young lads do, don't you? There he is again, comes in wide of the crease and bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. Floater, which there is no time to play. Away to our left, we see the hills are more or less covered with mist and drizzle. Let's hope it doesn't come this way. In comes Taylor, and bowls again on the back foot. This is played, but not timed by the batsman. And just dribbles out on the offside. There's no run. 113 for 2. The lead is 96.
Hayne feels he missed out on that one. He's a bit cross with himself.
And he comes again and bowls, and this is for the 3rd time in the over. Pushed down to long on. Fielded and returned. That's the end of a tidy over. And the score now is 114 for 2. And what's in? That's not lunch. It's 10 minutes to go. It's the sanitizer time.
Indeed, yes, 12. Actually, 12:40 lunch today.
The quirks of the cricket timetable.
It's confusing. I remember hearing a conversation between a player and an umpire, which when they were adding extra time on the end of the day, and he was trying to. And there's all sorts of funny rules, aren't there? That if you lose play after 6 o'clock, you don't add it, and all that sort of thing. And the player was sort of. The umpire was explaining to this, and the player says, "So do you have to come in earlier tomorrow?" No, we still start at the same time. It just completely confuses everybody.
Well, you know, the other night on this One Day International, I was watching it had rained. I think it was either against the West Indies or Pakistan. And the umpires, the first thing they had to say, tea will be taken. You've got to have your tea, even though that the ground was perfectly all right. But we will take tea at 20 to 4, then we will start at 4 o'clock. You mustn't get lunch or tea. Got to,
I recall a commentary from Richie Benno when I was quite young, years ago, watching on telly, and I think it was an Ashes test, and it had been raining, and they finally came back on. Van der Houten comes into bowl to Hayne, and that's left outside off stump, and they probably played for about half an hour, and then they went off for tea, and Richie Bennett was saying,
I know, it's ridiculous.
You're waiting for hours to play, and then you're off for a cup of tea and scones for half an hour. You English, you're off for 114 for 2.
Yeah. The players want to play, the umpires want to get out there, but you must stick to the rules. If a foreigner, coming over here, no idea about cricket, even what on earth is going on.
Van der Houten trying to break up this partnership to Sam Hayne. 2 slips for him now as well. He plays that one onto the onside. There's no run. So Glamorgan perhaps just trying to slow the scoring at least, if they can't make the breakthrough just yet. Let's try and make sure Warwickshire don't get too many more before lunch and then start again.
Probably get another over, although with bowl, probably 2 overs, especially the way the Callum Taylor gets through an over.
Van der Houten comes in to bowl, and that's defended by Hayne again. Certainly got his radar back in place now.
Yeah, it's a ropey first over when he came back, but he's hitting the target. Not much deviation now, Clive, and I think pitch is perfectly, he's playing all right. Whereas the old third day syndrome, where you often see on the first 2 days at pitches and it's all over the place, and then it settles down.
In comes Van der Houten again, and that's Hayne. Hits it uppishly onto the leg side for a single, which he's walking, and he moves on to 31, 115 for 2. I'm going to have to leave you for a mo, Eddie, while I go and tell the good folks of Coventry and Warwickshire and West Midlands all about it.
Yes. Yeah, you can tell Nick there's no rush. You can have his lunch. I'll take it through. 115 for 2, and Van der Houten to bowl to Ian Bell, who's approaching another half century. He's on 42. And this partnership is indeed flourishing. 62 they put on for the third wicket. There's Van der Houten now with a fairly defensive field, comes over the wicket and bowls, and this is pushed into the cover region from Bell, and there is no run. Warwickshire losing 2 wickets this morning. Yates quite brilliantly caught by Selman off Van der Houten for 9, low down to his right, and then Rhodes had a really good delivery from Michael Hogan, and he was also caught by Selman, and he was out for 30. Van der Houten then from this Cathedral Road end bowls, and this time Bell is correctly forward. Any young aspiring batsman watching that would have seen the perfect forward defensive push, and the ball hits the middle of the bat. Much better over again by Van der Houten. 116, or was that 115? 115 for 2, yes.
Quite awkward telling the 2 digits apart, isn't it?
98, the lead. Glamorgan want to break this. Warwickshire want to keep going. Warwickshire, at the moment, have their noses very much in front. And he knew some carries, and he didn't seem in any discomfort, as Clive and I were discussing.
No, Nassie's had stomach problems, but you wouldn't have thought he'd gone off in mid-over.
Mid-over, no.
Here's Callum Taylor from the River Taff end to bowl to Sam Hayne, who drives out into the offside, stopped at cover by Hemphrey, the substitute fielder. And there's no run. 115 for 2, the lead almost in 3 figures already for Warwickshire, as Hayne pushes forward defensively. Lunch is at 12:40 today.
Yeah.
Rather than 12:30, because the time lost, well, both previous days really. You can expand the date and by an extra half hour, as that's a full toss from Taylor that's dispatched through the covers by Hayne for 4 runs. That was a bit of a buffet ball. Help yourself. 119 for 2. Hayne to 35.
Big problems here for Glamorgan because Carey's off the field. It's a pitch that is assisting, albeit not quite so much today as the other days, the seamers. And you've got Callum Taylor playing only his second first-class game, and you wouldn't say he's a frontline spinner. He's more of a part-time, I would say. And you've got Owen Morgan, as I mentioned, Nick bowling his little slow left arm, but that shouldn't be much of a threat, but it is something you can turn to, something different.
Yes, Joe Cook has bowled a bit of seam for the second team. Haven't seen him bowl in the first team. There's Callum Taylor with this peroxide hairdo is in and bowls. That's wide outside off stump and cut away by Hayne. Single down to the cover point boundary. And this game really in the last couple of hours has gone Warwickshire's way, albeit they did lose 2 wickets for 53, so it was about even, I suppose, at that point. But certainly this stand has got them on top as Bell works on the leg side for a single down to square leg. It's within a couple of being the largest stand of the game.
Yes, and there's nothing in it for Taylor. He's just got to try and keep him quiet if he can, but he's inexperienced, and you've got one of the finest players, or was one of the finest players in the world at one end.
Hayne allows one to go through outside off stump. That's the end of Callum Taylor's over. Took 1 for 20 at Northampton in 9 overs, so he did a reasonable job there. And Glamorgan have got the hope that he will develop not from being a part-timer, as you say, into a regular contributor, hopefully.
He's got a nice action, actually, and he comes up and uses the crease well, floats the ball. We haven't seen him on a turner. That'll be interesting. But at the moment, he's used very much as a stopgap stock bowler to try and stop this advance by Warwickshire. Van der Houten has bowled 2 good overs. He had a very ropey over. The over that he came back was hit with 2 or 3 fours in the over by Bell, who is now just short, 7 runs short of his second 50 of the match. His previous highest scores, I think, 20 this season. But he knew there was Glamorgan waiting for him.
Yeah, he saved it for Glamorgan
Yes.
yet again.
Van der Houten starts a new over, comes up and bowls to Bell, and Bell drives, and it's very well fielded in that cover region. I think his Cook is fielding there, not the captain, the younger Cook. Did you know, I'm repeating myself again, that the 2 Cooks share the same birthday?
No, I didn't know that, actually.
Well, I was told it. I haven't confirmed it. Joe and Chris both have an E. Typical trivia cricket question, isn't it? Van der Houten, right arm, medium fast, comes in and aborts in mid-run. Didn't get it right. Awful time. It didn't. In fact, it's not Van der Houten now. He's been placed by Dan Douthwaite. So it's Douthwaite's medium pace. Comes in again and bowls, and that's clipped away by Bell up to deep mid-wicket. There's protection on that mid-wicket boundary as it's returned. 122 for 2.
Yeah, that trivia is correct, Edward. You weren't being wound up. Chris Cook, May the 30th. Joe Cook, May the 30th. But 11 years separating them. Chris being 34, Joe being 23.
People thrive in those things, don't they, in cricket?
There we are. That's another one for the
if I was to go in,
trivia quiz.
All the years I've been playing and watching cricket, if I was to go in a cricket quiz, I'd probably get 1 out of 20.
Yes.
Douthwaite ambles up now accelerates, bowls outside the off stump, and a funny sort of. It's the Marnus Labuschagne leave, Nick, isn't it?
Yeah,
where he doesn't sort of
right.
go up as if he's He's going to decapitate somebody with his dagger. Down it comes.
The bat twirls around the trajectory of the ball. You'd think it was potentially quite dangerous in that you could accidentally hit it, but Labuschagne seems to be doing all right, and if the Aussies don't want him, can we have him back for a couple of weeks, please?
Send all next year, please. Down Douthwaite, medium pace, 2 slips waiting, bowls and down the legs. Oh! And that turned Hayne up completely. He tried to play down to fine leg. He went for 4 down through the third man area. Douthwaite is on all 4s, on his haunches, and isn't there no justice? That was a much better delivery.
Well, it seemed to be a sort of leading edge, or maybe even off the back of the bat, because certainly it wasn't anywhere near where he was aiming, but so many leading edges loop up in the air. That one shot through third slip and fine of third man, 126 for 2. Been a really profitable session for the visitors, this.
Yeah, they have been going at about 5 runs and over. That's come down a bit now, but it's still a very, very good rate. And Glamorgan have their problems as Douthwaite is in. And bowls a good-looking ball and is pushed by Hayne up towards extra cover. Talking about Labuschagne, you know that number 2 ground down at the GS Bowl?
Yep.
In a practice game last week, before they started playing against England, he scored 100 of 51 balls. I know it's not a huge ground, it's big enough, that nursery ground. He's graduated now, is up to a one-day international. I suppose the next thing will be 2020. As Douthwaite comes in again, and there's that exaggerated, flamboyant leave by the batsman as it goes through to Cullen. That's the end of the over. It's 126 for 2. 40 now to Sam Hayne, and the majestic Ian Bell is on 44.
Yes, the man who got a guard of honour.
Nice that.
Umpire Jeff Evans also did on the first morning in his final first-class match as well.
Was Jeff due to umpire this year?
Yes.
He was he?
Yes, he was.
I thought it was last year, and they just called him back to do these few games. But
no, he was he's in the list in Playfair, which was printed before the difficulties hit us. So yes, he was due in action. Turned 66 this year. I think if you're 65 at the start of the season, you can
bye
officiate, and then that's your lot.
Taylor coming round the wicket then. Oh, do you, Nick?
The first ball is played out on the offside by Ian Bell. 44 not out. Surely he can't write his own script and get a century in this final game. 50 in the first innings. He's on 44 already. As youngster Callum Taylor is in to bowl, and Bell works that away on the leg side easily for a single. 127 for 2. The lead is 110 for Warwickshire.
This writing stuff I do every day, as you know, Nick. For the first day, every piece I wrote started with Ian Bell.
Yes.
I suspect today will be no exception.
Absolutely. But players of his class and durability don't come across every day. As Hayne dabs one down on the offside.
They turned back into the batsman then from outside off stump, which surprised the batsman. Might have just hit something because nothing else threatened up to then.
Sam Hayne going across for a little bit of agriculture. Pressing down a few imaginary bumps. 127 for 2. Callum Taylor to Hayne, who pushes forward defensively. Just having a look at the spinner before he tries anything too aggressive, maybe. Put away a full toss in Taylor's last over, but that was a risk-free operation as Callum Taylor bowls, and that's worked on the leg side by Hayne. Yeah, looks as though enjoys his bowling. Callum Taylor thrust rather quicker into that role than might have been expected by Glamorgan, as that's driven slightly too full from Taylor, but driven to cover this time. Hayne missing out slightly, and the over. 127 for 2. Hayne is 40. Bell is 45. And, well, I suppose if you look back to last season, Glamorgan didn't often play a specialist spinner with Labuschagne doing the role.
Yeah,
and then
spin.
Patel drafted in for a few matches towards the end of the season.
Yeah, Summit as opposed to Jeetan, of course, who, again, sadly, that's Jeetan Patel, Warwickshire. That's impressive. It's growing by the over.
Yeah, 111 now. Lead on Nelson. Not sure if that's unlucky. Probably not.
I was saying at the start, anything over 200 would be not quite so easy to get on this. But having said that, I don't think the pitch, whether it's Glamorgan not bowling quite so well, there haven't been the demons that we've seen in previous in the previous innings. The third slip has been brought back now for the batsman, Sam Hain, as in comes Douthwaite and bowls, and that's a good looking shot, but straight to cover, where it's fielded by Hogan.
Don't often find him there. Sam Hain's been watching and learning from his batting partner Ian Bell in terms of the cover drive. Yeah, Chris Cook at mid-on. And is it Van der Hoogten at mid-off?
Sprightly Hogan, 39 years of age, still very fit. 3 slips then. Standing back is Tom Cullen as in comes Douthwaite. Bowls again. That's left. Good judgment outside the off stump. Through it goes to Cullen. And very, very much this morning has belonged to Warwickshire. I suppose Glamorgan will be disappointed this morning because at 50 odd for 2, 53
yeah,
for 2.
53 for 2. That was a game back in the balance, but this partnership, biggest of the match.
Douthwaite in. Oh, that's short. Pulled away up between mid-wicket and mid-on, and a scamper there for the fielder on that mid-on, mid-wicket boundary. And they stop the batsman getting 2 runs. 129 for 2.
Yeah, I wonder if Bell's written the script that he gets a 50 before the lunch interval.
Well, he's got, I reckon, 1 or 2 balls left because we're just gone past 20 to 1.
Yeah, this will be the last over. Extra 10 minutes on the session today because they lost time yesterday.
Douthwaite again comes in, bowls, and how many times have we seen that lovely forward push out into the covers and there's no run? Even a defensive shot which doesn't get him any runs looks class, doesn't it?
Certainly textbook technique, isn't it?
3 slips, deep gully, or an orthodox cover if you like, an extra cover and a bit off. That's on the offside as Douthwaite is in. Bowls. Good length ball, pushed away. Off come the gloves of the 2 batsmen. Bell knows it's lunch, he's striding away and he's happy because he's 46 and his partner Hain has played equally well. He's 41. It's 129 for 2, so the lead is 112. Nick?
Yes, Warwickshire's morning, despite losing Rob Yates, caught Selman bowled Van der Hoogten for 9. Will Rhodes with a perky little 30 before he was caught Selman bowled Hogan, but Glamorgan a bowler light with Lucas Carey off the field. And Warwickshire 129 for 2, a lead by 112 runs at the lunch interval. Clive, myself and Edward will be back for the afternoon session starting at 1:20 on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. Warwickshire 129 for 2 at lunch.
Root leads Glamorgan fight back. Ian Bell hit a half-century in his final first-class match before retiring to help Warwickshire to 186 against Glamorgan on day one of their Central Group meeting. With neither side able to qualify for the showpiece at Lords, the home side closed the day on 4 for 1, with both teams chasing a first victory of the tournament. Glamorgan would add just 8 runs to their overnight total before they lost another wicket, as day 2 got off to a bad start. Liam Norwell taking the key wicket of Joe Cook, with both of the hosts' openers departing on single figures. With Norwell's tail up, Tim van der Houten became the next victim to leave Glamorgan languishing on 29 for 3. Bears skipper Will Rhodes was also managing to find swing, and Chris Cook could consider himself lucky, as he'd go on to guide Glamorgan past 50. Rhodes would eventually get his man though, as Cook nibbled at another outswinger, the hosts now 82 for 4 and still trailing Warwickshire by 104. Rhodes had his second just before lunch to clean bowl Owen Morgan, with the morning belonging to Warwickshire, Glamorgan now 83 for 5. The majority of the afternoon session would be lost to rain, but on resumption, Billy Root brought up 100 with a boundary. Callum Taylor hit a debut first-class century in round 4, and he looked comfortable here. But Taylor would go in the very next ball. Danger man Norwell again doing the damage with the outgoing Bell taking the catch at slip, with Glamorgan still trailing by 62 runs. Glamorgan had relied on tail-end heroics of late, but Douthwaite didn't hang around for long, as Ryan Sidebottom claimed a first wicket to send him back for 11. Sidebottom had a second soon after to rip Tom Cullen's middle stump out the ground, to leave the home side 162 for 8. Lucas Carey was enjoying the better of the Warwickshire attack as he guided them past Glamorgan's first innings total of 186. Q Rhodes, a fine delivery sending Carey back for 23, with Glamorgan leading by a slender 7 runs with 1 wicket remaining. Root's patience at the crease would be rewarded as he brought up a half-century with a maximum to take Glamorgan past 200 in the process. But 3 balls later the innings was over as Hogan drove to mid-on to hand Rhodes a 4th scalp as Glamorgan closed day 2 with a slender lead of 17. Warwickshire will take to the crease on day 3, which will see Ian Bell's final first-class innings before retirement, with both sides searching for an elusive win in the tournament.
Warwickshire 129 for 2 at lunch. That's already a lead of 112. And Ian Bell, the England batsman, signing off in style. He's on 46 not out, having had a guard of honour on his way to the middle from the Glamorgan players and the umpires. After 2 days of grind, Warwickshire have got away rather this morning. Only Michael Hogan able to keep the run rates down. A standard 76 between Bell and Sam Hain. Glamorgan also a bowler light with Lucas Carey off with a side problem. Warwickshire 129 for 2. We resume at 1:20.
covers on as well. Run-ups as well, Rob? Run-ups as well?
Very good afternoon and welcome back here on BBC Sport Online with this second session on the third day of Warwickshire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan against Warwickshire, the visitors at the crease in their second innings. They're 129 for 2. That's already a lead of 112 runs. Ian Bell is 46 not out. Sam Hain is 41 not out. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me at the moment is Edward Bevan. Clive Eakin will be back in due course. It's looking as though this game's tipping in the visitors' favour, Edward.
Yes, and if Glamorgan are not careful this afternoon, it'll tip right over, because that's a deficit on this pitch, and of course Bell in prime form and 8 wickets in hand. So this is a defining moment. If Glamorgan lose this session, they will be very much up against it, and hampered of course by the loss of Lucas Carey.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Sam Hain. First ball after lunch from the River Taff end. Carey's injury is vaguely described as a side problem which is being assessed, so
okay,
we don't know whether it's a strain or a tweak or what.
During that interval, because of the paucity of seamers, we saw Joe Cook, who's medium pace, you mentioned him before lunch. Also saw Owen Morgan, left arm slow, having a little trundle. Glamorgan need all the armoury they can get.
Here is Van der Hoogten into bowl, and Hain leaves that one go outside off stump. Well, Cook hasn't bowled in the first team, Joe Cook, so I haven't seen him in action other than the odd video clip for the seconds, but I think he was a regular second 11 bowler in the seam attack last season.
Which is a bit different than bowling to one of the best batsmen that England have produced.
There is that, but you've got to start somewhere. 129 for 2.
Far more defensive feel than we saw this morning, first thing.
Yeah, just 2 slips, which you haven't seen often in this match, as Hain pushes down on the offside, and there's no run.
Question has to be asked also, Nick, is this pitch playing better today? I've got a feeling that it is, because apart from the new ball, which we'll always expect to see moving about first thing in the morning, it hasn't deviated at all, and it looks quite easy pace. That last ball was short, but Hain had all the time in the world. You just go on the back foot and dab it in front of him. Yesterday, it would have gone past his nose and might got an edge.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and forward comes Hain, pushing out on the offside. No run, 129 for 2. Awkward time of year this, isn't it, Edward, with counties around the country having to make decisions, and with the financial squeeze on the game generally, it's going to be even more unpleasant than usual, I suspect.
Yes, it is, and one always feels for players who are released, and I suppose many counties will be releasing players.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, forward comes Hain, defends up to mid-off.
One very encouraging piece of film I saw on social media lunchtime was a 16-year-old left-arm spinner playing for Sussex got his first wicket today. 16, the youngest player ever to play for Sussex.
Gosh.
He enjoyed the moment, as you can imagine.
129 for 2. Sam Hain faces up to Tim van der Hoogten, and that's through outside off stump. Cullen takes end of a maiden over to get us back underway. Glamorgan's youngest player was age 15 back in the 1920s, when it was something of a makeshift setup. I think back in the early days when they went through dozens of players in a season.
I remember James Harris making his debut at Bristol some 10 years ago. I think he was something like 16 and 250 days or whatever. Glamorgan won the match. I think I'm right in saying that James took over 10 wickets in the game.
Yeah, it was a sensational debut, isn't it? Because remember consulting with you and joking that he wasn't officially old enough to have a drink to celebrate.
Hogan is to share the attack, and he's in and bowls to Bell, and Bell goes with the cut as the only false shot we've seen him play. He misses it, and it goes through. That night, actually, Robert Croft, another journalist, James and myself went out for a Chinese meal in the suburbs of Bristol. Isn't it funny how we remember these things? And as we were nearing this turn-off, a fox came across and we nearly decapitated the poor thing. But James sat there and hardly said a word. But here's Hogan again, comes in, bowls, and that time he does time it well. The cut down towards third man, and they'll settle for a single. And he sat there, demure little man, and he'd the end of the first day. And that was my first sort of sighting and meeting of James Harris, who now, of course, is a regular with Middlesex. He's their agent, or whatever they call it, on the PCA. He's representative on the PCA. And he's up in London and enjoying life to the full. Sad, of course, for Glamorgan followers and for Wales that he had to go up there. It's Hogan comes in now and bowls to Hayne, and Hayne is right forward, pushes it away, nudges it away on the outside for a single. 131 for 2. You know, you say the one that got away, but how do you turn down more money and play on the best, if not the best ground in the world?
Well, the thought was that it was more or equally a case of advancing his England prospects, playing for a more fashionable county.
You watched his action these days. In comes Hogan and bowls again, and that's tucked away by Ian Bell for a single. 133 for 2.
No, I haven't seen him this season, James.
No, I've only seen him a little bit on television, but he was a loss.
Yes, of course, he was so nearly the first Welshman to play for England. Numerous Lions appearances, and was in a senior T20 squad.
Yeah.
Didn't quite make it onto the pitch.
Hayne waits as Hogan from this end runs away from us and bowls to him. That's a good delivery. Just came back a little outside the off stump. It's jabbed away into the covers. And Warwickshire have got all the time in the world. They've going around this morning at around 4 runs and over. And at this rate, of course, they might be in the position a possible dicey weather forecast tomorrow. It's been not very nice for 3 days. They might think, right, let's give Glamorgan 7 or 8 overs tonight, or even 10, and see what we can do. So they're very much in the boss seat at the moment as Hogan bowls, and that's hitting him high on the pad, long way outside the line of off stump. Goodish over, 132 for 2, and the lead now is 115.
Yes, it's Warwickshire developing this one nicely. With regard to that long absence of a Welsh-born player to play for England, that could, of course, be over in the one-day international format if Phil Salt, born in Bodlewyddan in North Wales,
hang on, what about the Pakistan boy from Swansea?
Yeah, all right, Welsh-born player to play for England. Imad Wazim.
Might well do.
Imad is a Welshman. Here comes Van der Hoogten into bowl, and Bell forward, watchfully playing it up to mid-off. No run.
You're off to Edgbaston Friday?
I am, yes. Another...
and then back here on Sunday, aren't we, against Northants?
Correct.
Thankfully a 2 o'clock start. And I'll be thinking of you as I get into my bed around 10:30, 11 o'clock on Friday night, and
yes,
you'll be getting into your car.
Just be hitting the road from the Edgbaston car park. Yes, it was best part of 1 o'clock last Friday night, as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Bell is forward defending to mid-off. No run by the time I'd got the equipment packed up, done the post-match interviews, etc., etc., and then, oh joy, the M4 was shut around the Newport area, so I had to go around the back end of Newport, having another 10-15 minutes to my journey at 12:30 in the morning.
I remember those journeys well.
Oh joy. 132 for 2. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Bell, who is playing that one back to the bowler.
Oh, what a wonderful stadium now Edgbaston is. It's they've done so much work, and it's one of the best grounds you can have. It was a shame because it's a great occasion to have a T20 day there. Glamorgan, of course, were there 3 years ago. Fantastic atmosphere, and I wish Glamorgan were in the same division, because there's nothing like 4 days up at Edgbaston to enjoy cricket in those surroundings.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Bell allows that one to go through outside off stump. The last time Glamorgan were at Edgbaston, of course, for a 4-day game was when Ian Bell hit those 2 unbeaten centuries. He got the double century at Colwyn Bay, and Brian Halford pointed out that his previous innings to those 2 unbeaten centuries was a mere 96. Brian, the regular Warwickshire scribe, who's with us.
Right. Yeah, good to see Brian here.
As Van der Hoogten is in and beats Bell with a ball of extra zing and pace and carry through to Tom Cullen.
It's the best ball he's bowled today. Van der Hoogten, he's been a bit loose, but that was a beauty, and both batsmen going, let's see what happened there. It's the odd one that's done anything. I fear that for Glamorgan supporters, they'll be looking at a rear guard action tomorrow unless something startling happens, Nick.
Van der Hoogten, they need to clatter wickets. Warwickshire in the driving seat as Bell defends up to mid-off. Taking things cautiously, getting his eye back in after the lunch interval. We have a further 2 hours of this session through till 3:30 for the tea break. 132 for 2, Warwickshire leading by 115 runs.
Yes, Bell poised for another 50. Hayne not far behind him. Bell is 48 and Hayne is 42. What a way to go out. Either a half century, who knows? A century or even more. Who knows with Ian Bell? Michael Hogan to continue at this end, and he is bowling at Sam Hayne. He's coming in over the wicket now and bowls to Hayne, and hurries him into the shot that pushes away onto the offside. And there's no run. 132 for 2. It's been going along at 4 and over this morning. The scene was set by Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, who was into his stride. In a quick 30 earlier. Yates had gone for 9, both caught by Selman. One a stupendous effort to get rid of Yates. Hogan in, bowls again, and that's dabbed away into the cover region. There's no run, fielded by Callum Taylor. Tosses the ball to Douthwaite, who in turn throws the ball to his captain at mid-off. And by that time Hogan is more or less back to his mark. It's cloudy, the odd little shaft of brightness and blue sky coming through the clouds. The tree is absolutely still. It's that sort of day. One of the papers said we were in for a mini heat wave yesterday and today, but I've yet to see it. As in comes Hogan, bowls, and that's gun barrel straight and pushed away on the onside. Always economical, even if he doesn't always take wickets, is Michael Hogan. Deserved more wickets than he took in the first innings.
Yeah.
But,
2 went down at slip, yeah.
2 at slip and then finished up with I think it's under 2 runs and over.
Yeah.
Wipes his brow as he walks back and turns again at this Cathedral Road end and bowls, and that's left in that unfamiliar fashion by Sam Hayne, who puts his bat up in the air and then comes down as he's about to chop a log, take inside. Reminds me a bit of Jonathan Trott. That's Sam Haynes. I wonder if he's modelled himself on former England batsman.
Yeah.
Not the mannerisms at the crease.
Hopefully not quite so much itching and scratching.
Runs this over as in comes Hogan and bowls. That's played off about middle stump, and a yell from the wicketkeeper Cullen as if to suggest, well, look, if he missed that he would have been absolutely plumb, but he didn't. Hit the top of the bat, or the top of the thigh pad, and there's no run. Both batsmen go down and have a little word together.
Yeah, Sam Hayne, 25 years old, made his Warwickshire debut in 2014, so he would have played several seasons in the same squad as Trott, so might well have picked up one or two of another former England batsman's habits, as well as Ian Bell.
Here's Hogan, comes in and bowls again. This time he does get a run as he clips it away out to deep mid-wicket. And the return comes in. Just the one run off the last ball of the over. Hayne keeps strike. He moves on to 43. His partner Ian Bell in his last first-class innings is 48. And the score is 133 for 2. Remember, there's a T20 final game. It doesn't matter much because England have won the series 2-0 already. And Mr. Butler has gone back to his family, he's been in the bubble for 10 weeks.
Yes, so surprised to read that.
I think I'd have gone a little bit silly by then. Well, a bit silly as it is.
4 days for an away game is quite enough for us, isn't it? As Van der Hoogten bowls and Hayne plays it defensively back to the bowler. Must be bowling pretty straight, Tim Van der Hoogten, because he's had a fair bit of fielding to do off his own bowling.
He must have watched every video that's ever been done, played every one of these games that I've never played, but you can play. And,
I'm not a PlayStation man, Edward. Wrong generation, me. Actually, my kids weren't actually particularly interested in it.
It must have been very, very boring.
There's Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's off a thick edge from Hayne, down to third man for a single. 133 for 2. Hayne onto 43 not out. No problems with the over rate. Glamorgan, it's on 0, despite having had only 4 overs of the spinner.
They bowled better, haven't they, in the post-lunch session, just for the moment. But there's a long day left.
Yes. With Carey off the field and Douthwaite more of an attacking bowler than a containing one. Van der Hoogten bowls and Bell flicks this away towards square leg to move on to 49 not out. So Ian Bell, first class record, hundreds, 57 of them, and 104 50s in addition.
I think it's only Kevin Peterson, and he's very high in the...
Van der Hoogten bowls, and he's turned Hayne absolutely inside out. The Warwickshire batsman losing his balance as he didn't quite get to the pitch of that one, and wanders down for the obligatory prod.
Good ball, that, wasn't it? That happened to him before lunch to Hayne. He tried to flick it down the leg, and he caught the outside edge. Went for 4 down to third man. Much better bowling from Van der Hoogten.
Ian Bell with over 20,000 first-class runs, 20,300 coming into this game. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Hayne pushes forward defensively. Out to cover, no run. Joe Cook is the cover fielder. Callum Taylor in the key position.
Well, we got almost 12 man. I haven't spotted him yet.
It was Hemphrey this morning. Take it still is. There's Van der Hoogten in brighter sunlight, runs in, bowls, and Hayne leaves with that whippy leave where the bat flourishes above the trajectory of the ball. End of the over. 135 for 2. The lead is 118. It's interesting that Jeff Evans seems to be lingering at the stumps at the end of each over. He doesn't move off terribly quickly before he takes up his position at square leg.
Maybe he's just tired.
Just making the most of every moment, maybe, the Welsh official.
I think he's telling me he's going to do some second 11 games next year. And keep it at it, because in the old days, umpires used to go on till they were about 70 odd. But, you know, we remember Peter Willey and George Sharp when they took the case more or less to court. As Hogan starts another over and bowls, and this is driven beautifully by Bell. That's his 50. going up to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. Beautifully timed. He just pushed into it. My, how are we going to miss? How are the Warwickshire supporters are going to miss him, especially seeing and raises his bat to the pavilion yet again. He's done that a few times in his career, and just push it through extra cover, and he moves on to 53.
8 boundaries, 63 balls only. Well batted, Ian Bell. Only Root has made 50 in this match apart from him, and he's twice now.
Hogan again comes in, bowls to Bell. Bell chops down to third man. There's a man there though on the boundary. And they go through for a single, 140 for 2. 123 the lead. So if it continues like this, it'll be probably defending the game tomorrow rather than going for any sort of win. Because I suspect at this rate that Glamorgan could well be chasing 350.
Yes, it's strange, isn't it? I mean, they haven't bowled as well as the bowlers of either side did, and this partnership have taken the game away from them. It's now worth 87, this stand, the highest of the match.
Sun is trying his best to come out here as Hogan turns. He comes in again and bowls down the leg side, and Hayne favours that shot. It just whips it out towards mid-wicket. Isn't greatly timed, but he gets a single, and he moves on to 46. And this partnership, a prolific partnership now, what's it?
88.
88.
Yeah, they came together in the 14th over. We're now in the 36th, so they've been rattling along at 4 runs and over. It's been less than 3 for most of the match.
Mid on comes just a little straighter. Joey Humphrey. That ball just moves off the seam a little, but Bell is right behind it and just nudges it away. There's no run. Whisper it gently, but the footy season starts on Saturday.
Yes. Well, it started, hasn't it? So they played some cup games last weekend. How did the Swans get on, Edward?
Can we just concentrate on
how did
cricket?
Swansea City get on against League 2 Newport County?
Just concentrate on this ball. We're watching cricket now. We're not discussing football. As in comes Hogan and bowls, and lovely shot, but it's half stopped by Cook, who looks where the ball is. Yes, we know they lost 2-0. Cardiff lost 3-0. But I'm sure it was just a blip. My good friend Clive's behind us. He's at duty. Bristol City playing the promoted Coventry. And I shall be watching away match, Preston North End, where Swansea. I shan't be driving up there. I shall be watching it on the stream. So everything stops for football. 142 for 2. Here is Hogan, comes in, bowls again, and that beats him outside the off stump, a defensive prod. And Hogan then just walks away, never demonstrative. I think he's calling for either his sweater or something. He'll probably have a rest. He's been bowling, for 25 minutes. Or is this the call for sanitizer?
Oh yes, the 6 overs since the lunch interval, and Warwickshire taking the score on to 142 for 2, leading by 127 runs. It's probably
time for Clive to come back, and I'm sure that he's looking forward to Coventry and Bristol City. And will you tell your co-commentator not to keep on about Swansea's defeat?
So, yes, Edward Bevan leaves in a huff, having pointed out Newport County's victory over Swansea City in the Tuppence Halfpenny Cup at the weekend. Welcome back, Clive. Oops, if I press the right button.
Coventry won the cup game, so...
There we are. Valuable competition then.
Exactly.
Not even sure what the sponsor does. Is it some sort of drink?
I'm not too sure. I think so, yes. I think the EFL Trophy starts there. It's not a competition that's going to bother Coventry this season. I guess Newport must have a game in it at some point, which is tonight.
Yes, I'm a bit sketchy on my football details sometimes. More of a rugby man myself. There's Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end plugging away. He's bowled pretty well since lunch. And Bell dabs that one down to Gully, Taylor Fields. And there's no run. So you're back with us on Friday night, Clive, from Edgbaston, Birmingham Bears against Glamorgan.
Yeah.
And Saturday? Where are you on Saturday?
Bristol, as
Bristol.
they were saying, yeah, Bristol City against Coventry City.
Oh, you're allowed into the ground as well, gosh.
Yeah.
As Van der Hoogten in bowls are forced off the back foot by Bell, but straight to Joe Cook and cover. No run. Are you commentating or presenting?
Commentating. Me and Steve Iglisevich will be there. And then I'm at Wasps on Sunday.
Wow.
And the Bears are playing Sunday, but obviously I can't be in two places at once, so... Yes, I think I've got that moment around. Yeah. I'll check my diary later.
Van der Hoogten in bowls and Bell off the back foot, plays gently up to mid-off. I thought I was a busy man with two sports, but you've got the three there.
Yes, Eddie was saying, I suppose the one potential result we didn't really consider, the draw, does start coming into the equation as longer the Warwickshire innings goes on for.
Well, yes, if they bat into tomorrow, which they may well do, given the chances. Bell sees one go past his outside edge. Might just have pulled out of the defensive shot at the last minute, but it looked like a miss to me.
And with a good effort, the Warwickshire will want to win this game. I mean, I would think they would make a reasonably adventurous... I mean, we're miles away from being there yet, but if they get in a position where times does start becoming pressing, they'll be quite adventurous with their declaration, I would think, because I think they want to finish with a win.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Bell leaves outside off stump. You would have thought that a 300 lead would be enough to declare.
Yeah, and nothing to lose. I mean, obviously they don't want to lose either, but it's not losing would see them go from third to fourth. But I mean, the positions will count for nothing this year other than top place. I'm not quite sure what the prize money situation is actually, but so I'd like to finish on a win.
Well, there's no sponsorship this year. There's Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's slightly airily through mid-on from Bell, but safe. Chris Cook chases and gets the ball back to the bowler with encouragement from his teammates. I think there's a degree of Mickey taking going on of Chris Cook in the field, given that it's the first match for several seasons that he's played but not kept wicket.
Well, I think it's not quite moving freely. He said in the first innings that he felt his groin a bit, and I noticed at one point,
yes,
last session, he did seem to stretch, and he turned down what would normally, I think, have been a very gettable second run there. So I'm not sure that he's running all that freely between the wickets. Just helps to remind him why he's retiring. Hogan will bowl. Is this a new over? I'm
yep.
lost. Yeah, sorry. Hogan comes in to bowl the Bell, leaves that one outside off stop. There's no run. Didn't get up much, that one. Yeah, so let's talk about Warwickshire. And the only thing is, if Bell's still batting, they probably might be reluctant to declare. Might be still out there in his final first-class innings.
Well, you do well if he is. But I mean, Glamorgan haven't bowled quite as well. Warwickshire have batted well, and the pitch isn't doing quite as much, you feel, today.
Well, you should see how it plays when Glamorgan come to bat eventually. Hogan bowls, that's an accurate delivery. And it is defended by Ian Bell. And the score remains 143 for 2, so 90 added now to the third wicket by some way now the biggest partnership of the match. Bell's score at the moment, the biggest individual score of the match as he nibbles at that one as it drifted away. That did do a bit, drifted away outside off stump. And Bell sheepishly holds his bat behind his back after having a little push at that one and not making contact. Actually, looking at the replay, missed it by quite a bit. The lead is 126. Hogan to Bell again leaves that outside off stump. Warwickshire, in fairness, although it's been a bit of a struggle in this competition, have actually only lost one. That was against Gloucestershire at Bristol. They were on top for half the match against Northants and then held up chronically. For a draw, they were saved by the weather against Somerset at Edgbaston, but that's ended in a draw. And then the Worcestershire game, a mixture of a weather and a turgid pitch, saw that one drawn as well. Bell drives to that one onto the offside. There's no run. So just that defeat against Gloucestershire at Bristol. No victories. This competition last season was a struggle in the Championship. They were very grateful to Nottinghamshire for being rubbish in Division 1 last year. Hogan comes in to bowl to Bell, who plays it off his pads and dabs that for a single. He moves on to 57.
Yes, Glamorgan haven't recaptured the form of their Labuschagne days in the Championship last year, where he not only scored piles of runs but seemed to, well, as happens I suppose, if you're scoring piles of runs then you take the pressure off everyone else batting around you, and their averages can go up and did. As Glamorgan enjoyed a fine start to last season before losing 3 towards the back end of it, once Labuschagne, well, lost 1 with Labuschagne and 2 without him, and did manage to pick up another victory against Leicestershire, but had to win up in Durham to stand a chance of going up, and it rained for most of the week in Chester Street, which is strange because I'm told it never rains there. Well, that's what
I know
Marty
someone will
tells us.
tell you exactly how many overs have been lost there in the last probably ever.
Here comes Callum Taylor bowling to Ian Bell. Number 4 to number 4. Mere 16 years between them in age. Bell defending the first ball. Taylor making sure he's got his fielders exactly where he wants them. Mid-wicket is pretty deep on the rope towards the pavilion. As Bell drives onto the onside, and it's fielded by Van der Hoogten at mid-on. No run. 144 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website from BBC Sport Wales and BBC CWR. 144 for 2. Might even get me idents right on Friday night for Clive. As that one sees Bell back on his stumps and nurdling it gently away on the leg side to move to 58. Total to 145 for 2. Are you just on the one radio station or on 2 on the radio?
Well, only on one radio station, but BBC WM are very much involved
Yeah.
in the online coverage.
So that action from 6:30 on Friday night. 145 for 2. Taylor round the wicket to Sam Hain, and it's on leg stump and pushed away gently down to square leg. He gets a single in turn. Hain 46, 146 for 2. And well, lead already 129, unless anything really dramatic happens it'll be over 200, so I think Warwickshire virtually from this juncture are favourites for the game. as Taylor bowls, and Bell turns on the leg side. Thinks about a single, but smart piece of enthusiastic fielding by Billy Root prevents them.
Ian Bell and Sam Hain shared one century partnership in 2018. Of course, Bell didn't play last year because of injury. They shared one in 2018. Have a guess who that was against.
Taylor bowls, Bell drives out into the offside. Fielded at cover, no run.
It's at Colwyn Bay against Glamorgan, actually for the 5th wicket on that occasion, 111. Bell scored 5 championship centuries that season, 3 of them against Glamorgan. So.
And Brian pointed out that he got a 96 the previous season, apparently, or the previous time that they'd met.
Strange how sometimes a player just fancies a particular county, and there's been a few players that seem to, every time I see them play against Warwickshire, they seem to do something spectacular. Hogan to continue. It's bowling to Sam Hain. Hain pushes that back to the bowler, and there's no run. Looking for half centuries in consecutive games. Last match against Worcestershire. Currently on 46. So he'll wish the 5th game of the season wasn't the last. He seems to be coming into a bit of form. Hogan running away from us at the pavilion end. It's a ball, and Hain, that doesn't come out of the middle of the bat. He'll get a run down to 3rd man. And a bit of a streaky shot, takes him to 47, 147 for 2. No news on Lucas Carey?
It was described as discomfort in the side, which could mean anything, really.
Hogan bowls, and that's paddled deliberately down to 3rd man by Bell. And ambles through for his 59th run. 148 for 2. All ticking along here, really.
Nothing much to disturb Warwickshire's equilibrium after lunch.
No. That one is left by Hain. Not sure prepared to just accumulate the runs.
They'll be happy to accumulate, won't they?
This next one is left. Good leave by Hain, just shaping away from off stump. So Essex first winners in this round of matches, beating Middlesex by 9 runs. That pretty much, I think, puts Essex in the final. Looks like the North group is the group that's going to miss out.
Yes, that's only 53 to win, weren't they, Essex? So galloping home, 9 wickets.
Somerset 110 for 6. Interesting game. Lead by 161, which is usually enough for Somerset. Hogan bowls. That's a punch down the ground by Haynes. Cut off. There's no run.
Yeah, substitute Charlie Humphrey making a good diving stop there. Yeah, Somerset really have had a powerful seam bowling attack this season, haven't they?
Indeed. So Worcestershire could still win that game, but if they don't, then it's going to be a Somerset-Essex final by my calculations. Two counties whose supporters are very shy and undemonstrative.
Yeah, they'll be marching on Lords if spectators are allowed.
Yes, let's hope so. It'd be nice.
It's been suggestions that the UK government would allow crowds in England in October. 148 for 2 as Callum Taylor bowls to Ian Bell, who again works it on the leg side, as he seems to have done with great ease in the couple of overs from the spinner so far. Maybe Morgan could just experiment with a short leg in there to pose a little bit of pressure, try and get in the batsmen's heads. But Owen Morgan at slip is the only attacking fielder at the moment as Taylor bowls, and he pushes forward rather uncertainly. Bowl runs out to cover. Hemphrey fields, no run. 149 for 2. Taylor bowls, and there's almost a mix-up over the run. There's a shot at the stumps from Hogan, and he hits, but Hayne was home at the non-striker's end. Good fielding from Michael Hogan. There's just a little bit of hesitation between the pair as to whether there was a single there, as Hayne played it down towards umpire White at square leg, and umpire Evans has to rearrange the furniture as Hayne nurdled his away. There's just a little hesitation before they both went. Hogan struck the stumps in vain. Bell pushes forward to mid-wicket, fielded by Root, and there's no run. 150 for 2. Bell on 60 not out. Turns this one down to short fine leg. Hogan with the fielding. No run. These two coming together with the score on 53. So partnership with 97 so far. And it would be, if they had another 3, the first century partnership of the match. As Bell steps back and just works it away on the offside. Out towards the cover point's boundary. Single taken. 151 for 2. Bell retains the strike on 61 not out. He really is writing his own script, it seems, here at Sophia Gardens. 50 in the first innings. Will he finish it off with a century? Could he be dismissed by the only player on the pitch older than him? Michael Hogan. 600 first-class wickets going into this game. Added 2 more since, and Bell drives nicely off the middle of the bat up to Cook at mid-off. There's no run. Clouds still fairly high overhead. Just had the covers on as a precaution in the lunch interval. Just the hover cover protecting the pitch itself without any of the sheeting that rolls out of the sides. In comes Hogan and bowls. That's wristily worked away by Bell down towards backward square. Joe Cook, the fielder, a single taken. 152 for 2. Bell is on 62 not out. Hayne on 48 not out, and Morgan look a little bit dejected in the field. It's not quite the same level. There's a few shouts echoing round the bowl of the Sophia Gardens Stadium. There's Hogan in, bowls, and Hayne leaves that one outside off stump, and there's no run. So the one result of today, Essex defeating Middlesex by 9 wickets. 152 for 2. Remember, only 2 of the 3 group winners go through to the final because of the short nature of the season. 152 for 2 are Warwickshire in their second innings. That's a lead of 135 runs, and the England batsman Ian Bell, retiring from first-class cricket, is writing his own script, it seems. 50 in the first innings, he's 62 not out in the second. The partnership with Sam Hain is now worth 99 runs, and Glamorgan facing a very big final innings task, it seems. Warwickshire 152 for 2, lead by 135. As Hogan is in to bowl, and exclamation from behind the stumps. They thought that one had wrapped Hain on the pads, but there was bat involved as the ball shot off to square leg. And again they go through for a single, and that is the century stand between Sam Hain and Ian Bell with that single. 153 for 2. As I managed to switch Clive on with the right button for once.
First Century Championship match, only Warwickshire's 4th of the competition this season. First time they've done it for the 3rd wicket.
Hogan in bowls, and Bell leaves outside off stump.
Sam Hain involved in one of the other 3. That was the biggest partnership they've managed in the competition this season. 165 for the 2nd wicket against Worcestershire, the last game at New Road. And we have a sanitation break. But one thing Glamorgan have done since lunch is slowed the run scoring down quite appreciably. It's 24 added in 12 overs since lunch.
So that few, gosh, I realise that. But it's been fairly comfortable, hasn't it? They've just been able to milk Callum Taylor for a couple of singles and over, haven't they? Without needing to go for big shots.
Yeah, indeed. She will want to press a little bit of urgency as the session goes on. Give themselves plenty of time to potentially win the game.
129 for 2 was a useful score, wasn't it, at the at the lunch interval?
And Bell now on 62. Yes, obviously Glamorgan might not agree, but it's good to see Bell finishing on a high note. Having struggled in recent matches, it would have been disappointing if he'd sort of scratched around and got out for single figures both innings, but whatever happens now, he's finished on a pretty good note.
Callum Taylor then from the River Taff end to bowl to Hain, who's back on his stumps. Statement from Cricket Wales with regard to the increased local lockdown measures due to be put in place today. They continue to liaise with Sport Wales and the Welsh Sports Association. As Taylor bowls and forward stretches Hain, they ask the question as the ball trickles back down the wicket. Umpire Evans is not interested. They're going to be in touch with all the clubs affected, are Cricket Wales, but they won't be able to play this week, that's for sure. As Hain turns one down to fine leg for a single, and that will be his half century, as Sam Hain becomes only the 3rd batsman in the match to reach that landmark, with applause from the Warwickshire balcony.
50s in consecutive matches then for Sam Hain. 31st time in first-class cricket that he's reached that landmark. Gone on to make centuries on 10 occasions. 7
4s in his 50. Bell allows the next ball to go through outside off stump, and there's no run. Deliveries just over the 100. There's Taylor to Bell, who drives up to mid-on. No run. 154 for 2, the lead 137. Morgan a bowler light with Lucas Carey off the field with a side problem. Taylor bowls, and Bell back on his stumps, working on the leg side and jogging through for a smartly taken single. There was a throw at the stumps from Root, but it wasn't particularly close. And through they went. 106 balls, I believe, for the Hayne 50.
Just to give an indication of how Glamorgan have slowed the scoring down, 150 came out, made it in 246 balls, which means the third 50 took 116, the first took 66, the second 64, but the third 116, so they have slowed down quite a bit, but they didn't lose any wickets for that third 50.
Yeah, the Caerphilly area, basically, clubs and people living inside the area are not meant to leave the area, and those outside are not meant to travel into it. So there we are. Caerphilly Borough clubs will be out of action for the imminent future anyway, as Edward Bevan is coming in to replace me at the Cathedral Road end. So Dan Douthwaite into the attack, and Glamorgan in severe need of a breakthrough.
They are. Warwickshire want to try and pick things up a little bit. It's 102 added. Douthwaite comes into bowl. To Bell, who drives that straight to a fielder. There's no run. Switch yourself on there, Eddie. I think it's A. Is it? I was told. Oh, are you? Why am I not hearing you? I can't hear you, no. Anyway, let's have a look. Yeah. In comes Douthwaite to bowl to Bell, and that's dug out. Is it plugged in?
Once you see that,
Yeah.
I talk to you now. Should be able to hear it.
No, hang on, let me have a look at this. Where are we? Where's the mic socket on this? As Douthwaite comes into bowl, and Bell slashes that away down to third man for a single.
You get in the
That's
moment.
better. We got you. That's better.
As it was in the.
It's. I tell you what's happening. It's cutting out. It's cutting out. I wonder if there's a loose connection there. I'm not hearing you at the moment. There is clearly a loose connection there.
Right, and I can't use anybody
no, I
else.
can hear you now. You can't. Although I might come up with a contingency plan if it persists, which would be safe enough. Douthwaite's bowling to Hayne, and Hayne plays that into the offside for no run.
He likes to play on the onside, doesn't he? Sam Hayne walks across his stumps a lot. Does he get a lot of LBW decisions?
He always looks likely to, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say necessarily. He looks a candidate for it, but he usually manages to avoid it. He's quite similar in his mannerisms to Jonathan Trott.
I mentioned that earlier on.
Yeah.
There is. Yeah.
Douthwaite comes in to bowl to him, and that's played back, and there's no run. He's down on one knee. They used to joke about it in similar mannerisms, sometimes holding the game up. Jonathan Trott, when he shared a partnership with him, once complained that Hayne was slowing things down for him. 155 for 2.
Pot and blood.
Yeah, it was tongue in cheek. But,
Yes, I bet. Yeah, I mentioned that to Nick when you were in the other room.
Yeah. He'll be pleased to have got some runs at the end of the season. That one's left, there's no run. 155 for 2. I did mention also to Nick the last time that these two shared a century partnership was at Colwyn Bay in 2018, but on 111 for the 5th wicket on that occasion.
So obviously both of them very fond of the Glamorgan bowlers. What did you say Ian Bell had scored before?
So somebody
this season
against Glamorgan.
This season.
Oh, this season he scored 44 in 6 innings in the Bob Willis Trophy. Yeah. He scored 114 in this game.
Exactly.
So there we are. Glamorgan's luck, I suppose, to get him just after he's announced he's retiring, because I think he's looking a bit more relaxed perhaps than he was early in the season.
Yeah, that's a good point. It'll be Callum Taylor from the River Taff end to bowl. Comes around the wicket and bowls, and Bell gets the one that just goes through with the arm and dabs it away to backward point where Selman fields. Selman out of the slips where he's taken 2 very good catches today. Just the solitary slip at Owen Morgan. Wicketkeeper standing up to the off-break bowling of Taylor, who bowls again. This is clipped on the onside, straight to short with deep mid-wicket. Hogan fields, returns, and they take a leisurely single and takes the score up to 157 for 2, a lead of 140. So it's been a very good partnership this between these two. Came together at 53 for 2. As Taylor comes in and bowls to Hayne just has a little think about it and lifts the bat and says, no, I'm not going to bother this time, and goes through to the keeper.
54 overs left in the day. If they carry on ticking along.
Yes, they could possibly declare tonight. As Taylor comes in and bowls again, and this is pushed forward onto the onside.
Well, without a big acceleration, you're looking at a lead, I guess, of potentially 300 by the end of the day. I think.
Yes, I think that would be give themselves plenty of time to bowl Glamorgan out tomorrow, especially if there's this weather around. Taylor in, bowls again, and Hayne gets a good length ball. Just gets down on it at the last moment, pushes it out to short mid-on, and there's no run.
And clearly Glamorgan will still hope that if they can make a breakthrough, then they can get on a roll again, but at the moment they're struggling to get through.
Taylor filling in well at that far end, bowls again, and again it's pushed forward. Taylor's figures there, that was his 8th over. I don't think he's been very I can't remember him being hit for 4.
No, and I was mentioning, I think the scoring has been pretty slow since lunch. He's obviously been a factor in that. Let's see if I can bring up his figures. So it will be something like none for 21 off 8.
That's under 3, you see, which is very, very good. I think he's just bowling a little bit in the one-day mode, because he's got 3 on the onside, 1 protecting, and a sweeper, but never, and a long on. So it's a one-day field, but nevertheless he's containing. Didn't expect a bowl probably, but this injury to Carey.
Douthwaite had bowled the last ball of Carey's over when Carey went off bowls, and it's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. So his figures are always going to be slightly untied. He's always going to have a 0.1 at the end of every over.
Yes.
His name.
Last game for lots of these players. I suspect Hogan won't play in the T20s, especially as Glamorgan are more or less out of it by now. And Graham Wagg might play. You just don't know with this Northants business, because they'll be jumbling around and all of a sudden you get contenders from everywhere.
Yeah. Douthwaite bowls, that's left. There's no run, 157 for 2. Yes, still no indication of what's going to happen with that Northants.
You see, the rugby players and the football players are playing because they get tested.
Yes, and there are no.
And it's quite expensive.
Yeah.
But I suppose the ECB would have to chip in, I would have thought, and pay for it. Or they might say, well, it's not our fault, it's your fault, Northants.
Douthwaite bowls, and that's carved away through the offside for 4. Nice shot from Bell, who moves on to 69. Start wondering whether there'll be a bit of a story here, wanting to tempt fate, but
the way he's playing, I suspect there possibly could be, and it would be a remarkable achievement, because there's a lot on his shoulders. Even though it's his last game, Warwickshire weren't in the best of positions when he came in, and he wanted to get some score to bow out, and at the moment he doesn't look like getting out. I hope that's not the commentator's curse.
Well, Douthwaite will hope it is as he comes into bowl. It's short. Bell's pulled that. Oh, he could be out here. Oh, he's just dropped short of the field instantly. He didn't run.
I tell you what, if he'd middled that might have been into his hands.
Indeed. Bounced just short of square leg.
I better keep quiet, I think.
Well, I did mention earlier, I'm not sure Bell's running all that freely because he didn't go for the single there, which he'd easily have had normally. But
do you think he thought, oh heck, I've put it down mid-wicket throat?
There may be an element of that, but he turned down another run earlier, and I did see him he did say after the first innings that he felt his groin a bit. Just in case he was thinking of changing his mind, his body was telling him, no, don't do that. So I'm not sure he's running entirely freely between the wickets. That's he's going to amble that single, inside edge to square leg, and he jogs through for one. But got away with that one. It's no ball, that, by the way, so 3 onto the total, but he got away with that one, pulling it. There was a fielder out there on the square leg boundary, short delivery, they set a trap, and he nearly fell into it.
Yes, may we see Bell playing on one leg. That's sort of good enough player. Shades of Gordon Greenwich back in the 1970s or early 80s when David Gower set the West Indies 340 to win at Lord's. And Greenwich, literally on one leg, was 160 not out at the end. Got it for one.
Douthwaite bowls, and that's pushed. There's no run. Perhaps he'll retire gracefully at 100 not out.
Yes.
164 for 2.
Retired hurt 100. Thanks for coming.
Took a couple of slip catches as well, including that extraordinary one of Norwell where he ended up flat on his back.
Seen some slip catches in this game, I must say.
Selman's one for the first wicket for Yates.
I've seen him do that
terrific
before.
take. Douthwaite to Hayne. Leaves that one outside off stump. Ones have dried up a little bit for Sam Hayne, but he's still there crucially. He's on 50. Partnership's now worth 111, 164 for 2.
I think credit also, Clive, to the Glamorgan bowlers because they didn't bowl particularly well except for Hogan before lunch. Since then, both Hogan and Van der Gooten bowled quite well. Douthwaite is keeping it quite tight, and of course Callum Taylor's going for under 3 and over, which is testament to his accuracy. And he will continue to bowl his 9th over at the far end. And Taylor developing into an all-rounder because he bats at 6. And another string to his bow is that he's able to bowl some off-spin. He's bowling to Ian Bell. He starts another over and bowls to him, and Bell gets a thick inside edge, and he's going to get 4 runs down to the 3rd man boundary. He's just going to beat Douthwaite, and it was Byes. Jeff Evans holds his hand up and tells us it was Byes. Went through Owen Morgan at first slip. Another 4, 168 for 2. Lee now 151, mounting all the time. Callum Taylor keeps the shine on for the bowler at the other end as he comes in again around the wicket, bowls to Bell. Bell is forward, plays nice leisurely sort of shot, just pushes into the ball, goes out to mid-off, and there's no run. 4 men on the onside and 5 on the offside. There's Taylor, nice action, comes in, bowls quicker ball, much quicker ball outside the off stump, a floater, and doesn't tempt the batsman at all. Bell asks umpire White how many balls left. I suspect it's 1 or 2 as he bowls again, and this is driven up towards mid-off. Didn't really time it. Cook fields, the captain, and mid-off, and there's no run. 70 to Bell. Can he get the last 30 runs to make this such a memorable day for him? 50 to his partner, Sam Hayne, who doesn't look quite as secure as Bell, but has certainly played his part. In comes Taylor, bowls whipped away with a lot of bottom hand in that shot, out to deep mid-wicket, and here comes the return. Who is that feeling out there at deep mid-wicket? Number 15. In comes possibly the last ball, and that's driven. Lovely shot, 4 runs there by Hayden. Got to the pitch of it. Taylor kicks the ground in disgust because I think that's the first boundary that's been struck with him. It was a half volley and struck for 4. And beginning to accelerate at Warwickshire again, 173 for 2. And the lead now is 155. 156, rather, or something like that.
Yeah, 17 is a bit of an annoying lead, isn't it, in that sense?
Yeah, if it was 20 or
yeah, it'd be
50,
much easier.
Sort of add or subtract 20, take 3 off. I get rather confused there.
I think it's wearing number 35, that fielder, so is that James McElroy? 12th man, presumably, for
well, if he is
Lucas
35.
Carey.
Yeah, he threw in left-handed in his left-arm seamer, so that's him, yeah. James McElroy, that's a famous name, Clive.
Yes.
Soccer, Jimmy McElroy, remember him?
Yeah, Sammy McElroy.
Sammy McElroy,
a
yeah.
bit younger than you, Eddie, so Sammy's the one I remember. And there's Rory, of course.
The golfer?
Yeah, I nearly went to the same school that he went to. Not at the same time. I would have done if we'd not left Northern Ireland before I got there, but he went to the same school as my brothers went to. Sort of an upper. This one is played back to the bowler. There's no run. Obviously, rather later than us. But
you could have been a billionaire golfer now.
Well,
you see,
yeah,
Clive,
I'm not sure going to the school would have made me a great golfer, sadly. Yeah. 173 for 2 here.
I woke up to the stories this morning talking about football of the naughty boys of England.
Yes. They're terribly apologetic.
Well, I should think young and frivolous and rather stupid.
In comes Healthwaite to bowl, and that goes down the leg side. I'm going to have to leave you, so I'll leave you to put the youth to rights, Eddie, for a few moments while I go and do a couple of reports.
Yes. It's 173 for 2, and Dan Douthwaite is bowling from this end. And he's into his 8th over, hasn't bowled too badly since lunch. Bowled a couple of overs before lunch. Clouds coming over, it's a little bit dark at the moment. The lights aren't on, so must be positive. Bell waits on 71 as Douthwaite comes in, bowls to him. An appeal for LBW and not out, says umpire White. He's not going to spoil the party today. And he's looking a little bit discomfort, is Ian Bell. He's bending and moving rather gingerly. There's a big shout, but I suspect that might have been just outside the line. I have the replay here. There's a good ball jogging back in. Yeah, it was drifting down the leg side. Good decision by Rob White. Douthwaite, who dismissed Bell in the first innings, he nibbled at an outswinger and feathered it to the wicketkeeper. Brisk pace he builds up to Dan Douthwaite as he comes in again and bowls to Bell. Bell is down on that at the very last moment. His movements, he's struggling just a little bit. We noticed after that ball he had to get down rather quickly, as if the body wouldn't allow him to get there quicker. So he's maybe struggling just a little bit, Bell. I don't mean that with his batting, but his health. Douthwaite is in, bowls again, well pitched up ball, driven to the substitute fielder. We've got 2 substitutes on now. We've got Charlie Hemphry and McElroy, the left arm seamer. Nick is back, having had a little break.
Yes, just catching up with correspondence from Cricket Wales and so on. No players or clubs allowed to travel into or out of the Caerphilly Borough area for the foreseeable future.
Full toss, driven, 4 runs. Yeah, Douthwaite knows it was a bad ball. He kicks the ground again, and quick as a flash, that was 4 runs. And Bell now has moved on to 75, 25 needed for this landmark. It's quite astonishing, having scored, Nick, as you probably know, 44 in his 6 innings this season.
Yes,
I bet he's been saying, yes,
Glamorgan
to finish. And we've been extolling the virtues here, well, I have in any case, of the off spin. And Callum Taylor was, a few moments ago, was going for under threes, which is not bad going because he's a short boundary behind him. And you've got a world-class batsman, one of the batsmen there. What are the 2 umpires? Are they looking to the heavens? Seems all right.
It's getting a bit murky again, isn't it? Just had the covers on as a precaution.
But the ground staff, they're quite happy they're nowhere near to be seen.
Yes, that's always a good sign, isn't it? That,
I mean, do you foresee any changes in Glamorgan's 2020 side? Go to play same opposition on Friday?
Well, they made a couple of changes in the batting order last time, didn't they? So they usually give them 2 or 3 matches to settle. We had Nick Selman coming in, who played a strange sort of innings, really, because he did well during the power play, but then the scoring rate dropped after that with 40 in the next 6 overs. So they got sort of past the tactical equation right. He came in to open the batting, and Owen Morgan batted at 5, I think it was.
Yeah.
And he hit 1-6 and was out for 13.
Thought they might have sent Graham Wagon at that stage, or DeLange.
Yeah, DeLange was at 8. He's been a bit of a movable feast, hasn't he, DeLange, in the T20. He did bat as high as 5 in one game.
While you were away, we were discussing the North Hants business and whether, of course, they will have points, or not have points deducted, obviously, but will just not have any more points, full stop, if they have to be quarantined for 14 days, or whether they can put another side in the field. But I suspect that all the squad will have been affected.
Taylor is in to bowl to Hayne, who plays on the leg side. There's no runners. Root does the. I think we'd have heard by now if their forthcoming fixtures were to be called off. We just had that statement from the 2 clubs, Gloucestershire and North Hants, as Taylor bowls and Hayne comes forward.
I suppose if both sides are tested,
yes.
But did the results come the same day? They'd probably ask for them to come, please, straight away.
As Taylor drags that one down a little bit, and Hayne plays it comfortably away out to Hogan at deep mid-wicket. Single taken. You would have thought that they'd, with the game being called off on Sunday and Northant's next game being on the Friday, you would have thought that that would have been enough time for a professional sporting body to arrange the requisite testing and get the results. Yeah. Taylor's in, bowls, and it's clipped on the leg side by Ian Bell. Take a single down to backwards square. Douthwaite with the fielding, 179 for 2. The lead 162. But
yeah, we just have to wait and see and take it from there, basically. It would be a shame for Northants, who are top of the group, won every game.
Yeah, you would hope that they would be able to carry on, especially since the player involved wasn't in the squad for that championship game. As Taylor bowls and Hayne leaves outside off stump. No run, so hopefully we will see Northants visiting here on a Sunday afternoon.
Yes.
As Taylor bowls again, and Hayne is pushing forward very carefully indeed, making sure to kill any possible spin.
Sun makes an appearance, and I don't know what you think, Nick, but this pitch is nowhere near what it was on the first and second days. How often you see in championship cricket a side bowled out on the smooth first morning for about 85, And the other side, the end of the day, was 60 for 7. And then, towards the last couple of days, it's as flat as can be. And this appears still a little bit in it, but don't you think it's nowhere near what it was, certainly on the first or second day?
I haven't noticed the ball deviating.
No, there's plenty of time
seam
for the batsman to play the ball. As Douthwaite then starts a new over from this end, the Cathedral Road end, comes in, bowls to Bell, who plays an effortless drive, and it's a scamper for Charlie Humphrey. And again, he hurt himself. We were saying that, excuse me, that Bell has got some sort of injury.
Yes, he said he
because he didn't go
tweaked a muscle, didn't he?
He nearly holed out on mid-wicket and didn't run. That was an easy one there. And then he didn't run to that.
Yes, wants to obviously get to 3 figures to really have a stylish finale.
Then he can retire.
Yeah.
Here's Douthwaite in and bowls to Bell. Bell leaves. Must have been well judged because it looks very, very close to the off stump. Douthwaite stares and holds his head with his hand as if to say, well, surely that's cricket, young man. And here we are, we have no, it just went straight through, and it was what, half a metre away.
Enough for an ooh and an ah, trying to deceive the batsman.
You know what's going to happen in this game, Nick, don't you? The scenario, Ian Bell is going to get 100, and then he's going to bowl his little seamers. He used to bowl
wicket.
And get the last wicket. As in comes Douthwaite and bowls to Bell, who leaves again outside the off stump. I remember him bowling in test matches. Little seamers there, wobbling them about.
Yeah, it looks as though Glamorgan are going to face a final day grind to try to save themselves from a 3rd defeat in 5 games.
Yes, it's not been good this season, I must say. There's Douthwaite bowls and Bell pushes out the short extra cover. No, and they have some very... Well, Big Crow perhaps will read out their T20 record, because 10 games last year, they won 1 in the 2020 competition. And to date, they've had 5. 1, of course, is rained off. And they've lost 3 of them. I think people might have to sit down in the winter and think about things. Short is the next ball. Pulled away. Will it bisect? It does. Bisects mid-wicket and fine leg. And 4 more to Ian Bell, which takes him up to 80.
Yes, well, they had that consultation a couple of years ago where the board sat down and decided they had to bring a couple of batsmen in. Charlie Humphrey and Billy Root were those batsmen. Root has made a difference. Humphrey did well last season but hasn't produced this year.
So in comes Douthwaite, bowls again. This is played off his hip up towards deep mid-wicket for a single. And he retains a strike. That is the end of the over. 184 for 2, and this lead now is 166.
David Lloyd, of course, has missed the season so far through injury, and with the restrictions as they are on our movement within the ground, which has to be the case to limit contact with the players to the distanced interview. I haven't had the chance to speak to David Lloyd, and
yeah, I see he's here today.
Yes, I have seen him here. So
the worrying thing for me, Nick, is
been seen running in training.
The thing is that as soon as Marnus Lamashane left last year, apart from that last game against a very weak Leicestershire side, Glamorgan just couldn't get any runs and didn't win a game.
As Bell back on his stumps, turns one down to fine leg. There's no run. No, this is
it's a worrying trend, that
concern for Glamorgan, and the uncertainty as to how much they'll have of Labuschagne over the next couple of years.
Exactly.
Taylor is in, bowls, and Bell turns on the leg side. This time he does fancy a single, deciding it's not going to extend that protesting muscle too much. Jog through. 185 for 2. Bell 82. the David Lloyd's return would reinforce things to some extent, obviously. As Taylor bowls outside off stump, Hayne lets it go through.
What we've got to realise as well is that other counties, 17 other counties have had their overseas players, nearly all of them, missing.
As that's overpitched by Taylor, and Hayne turns it into a full toss and hits it comfortably through wide mid on for 4 runs. He moves to 59, 189 for 2. They've already, with that blow, overtaken their score all out in the first innings, Warwickshire.
Absolutely, and a combination of very good batting, not too good bowling, and a slowish pitch, which is like it was the first 2 days, has enabled Warwickshire to get what will be a 300 plus, much more than 300 plus lead. And the way they're going, Nick, it could be a declaration this evening and an awkward 7 or 8 overs for Glamorgan.
What do we got? About 50 minutes to go to tea.
48 overs remaining. They're going at nearly 4s, you see.
Yes,
they're
possible.
Pull in tonight, I think.
You reckon they'll have 4 or 5 overs at Glamorgan tonight?
If not more. It all depends how the innings goes, of course.
Taylor to Hayne, working it away on the leg side. Single taken. 190 for 2. It is very simple, it seems, for these Warwickshire batsmen just to turn Taylor away for singles with the spin on the leg side.
It's such an easy pace pitch now. Notice how he's changed colour in the last couple of days.
Back on his stumps.
And all the time he had then, he went right back and just put his bat on it as if to say, yeah, I'll wait for the ball to come.
190 for 2 at the end of the over. Hayne is 60, Bell is 82. This by far the biggest stand of the match. It's now worth 137. It's in fact almost doubled the previous best, which was 70 between Bell and Mosley in the first innings.
Yes, it's worrying for Glamorgan, and they'll just have to keep plugging on, get a defensive field. They've still got the 2 slips in attendance, and just wait for a mistake if it comes.
Don't seem to be putting much pressure on the Warwickshire batsmen at the moment. These two playing very well.
Douthwaite to continue from this end, in past umpire White for his first ball, and bowls, and it's played out into the covers by Hayne. There's no run. Yes, I think there'll be a lot of thinking and possibly some movement, hopefully into the club during the winter months, because although they finished 4th last year, the graph has gone down. Do you agree?
Yeah, we can't argue with that. It's 4 wins and 3 defeats last year. No wins and 2 defeats this year.
Next ball is left outside the off stump. Quite a quick ball that from Douthwaite. Stood with the keeper.
Nice to see some images of Ian Bell batting stylishly again today.
He will take the headlines again today and tomorrow.
Yes.
One would have thought. As Douthwaite comes in and bowls to Hayne. Hayne cuts down towards 3rd man. That might beat the field. Is it? No, it's a slide-in stop on the boundary's edge, and they'll take 2 runs.
Yeah, so not hugely good at headlines on online reports. I might rely on my colleagues to tweak them up a little bit on the BBC website.
It's Bell yet again! Exclamation mark. 192.42 then, 82 to Bell. Hayne is on 62. It's down Douthwaite. It runs away, comes in, bowls, and this is pushed away by Hayne. Straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. I came here this morning thinking, yeah, this is going to be another war of attrition between bat and ball, mostly ball. It's turned out completely the other way.
Yeah, it's been batsman completely on top.
Douthwaite in and bowls. But Douthwaite is jumping about in his arms, and it was played quite confidently by Hayne in the middle of the bat.
Well, he's quite excitable, isn't he, Dan Dowsway? Yeah. You notice the same about Marchant de Langeren's every follow through with his arm in the air as if he's almost got one through. But there we are. You want players to have confidence.
Here's Douthwaite again in. Bowls wide of the off stump, driven backward and square by the Hayne. He'll get a single. And Michael Hogan back on the field. Is that him?
Hogan,
yes,
is
it
there,
is. Yes, he's come back on and just went off for a bit of treatment.
Change of boots.
Cup of tea. Yeah, we'll talk next year of a different competition. I doubt it if we do manage to play a full season. I think it will be 14 games, and they might look at it differently the year after. Because if we do play, as I speak, it'll be Owen Morgan's left arm twirlers coming on at the far end. If we do play, it'll be helter-skelter, Nick, because you're going to have the Championship, you're going to have T20, and you're going to have the Royal London 50 over, and the other one. Which will be interesting.
Yes, this financial saviour of the game, allegedly, the 100 competition. Owen Morgan then to bowl his left arm spin from the River Taff end.
Yes, here we go then.
Slip as the only attacking fielder, and Hayne glances his first ball down to fine leg, and there's no run.
By his field, I think he's just going to attack defensive mode, bowl at midland leg or leg stump, because he hasn't got anybody back.
Trying to frustrate the batsman out. Can fire them in, Owen Morgan. That's given a bit of flight and driven by Hayne up to mid-on, who's far enough back to permit the single to be taken.
When do we take tea today? I've lost complete track of it.
15:30 hours, precisely.
15:30.
3:30, doesn't matter on the overs.
Got to have tea, haven't we?
There's Morgan in and Bell defending back down the wicket. Well, in normal times, a vast range of array of cakes would be provided for us, but these are not normal times. Possibly better for my waistline anyway. Bell stretches forward and defends.
Well, if you fancy one, I walked in to a garage this morning to get some fuel, and I saw some cakes there, so I grabbed them. Muffins.
Woof. As Bell stretches forward, pushes out on the leg side. No run.
I think Owen Morgan thought he'd be bowling on the first day here.
Forward stretches Bell again, defending out on the offside. Ian Bell having a good look at Owen Morgan, showing his bowling respect. Probably wouldn't have faced him before.
I think he did up at
did Morgan bowl in that game?
I think he did, yes.
He hasn't bowled much the last couple of years, Owen Morgan.
Simply because there was, remember, 100 in both innings. I may be wrong, but I thought he did bowl at him.
No, Morgan was top order batsman in that game. But
the run rate has gone down under 4, which is credit to the bowlers, because it was walloping on at about 4.5 to 5 before lunch. As Douthwaite, he is about to start his 11th over, and he is going to bowl at Hayne, who is not out. 64 at the other end. Leaning on his bat is Bell on 82. Douthwaite bowls very wide of the off stump, and no stroke offered. So what do we got, Nick? We got Edgbaston Friday night. Then Saturday's a day off. Sunday is here. And where we go from there, I don't know.
Sunday, Wednesday, Friday are all in Cardiff for the T20 Blast. We welcome BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners along with the news that Warwickshire 194 for 2, a lead of 177, and Ian Bell in his final first-class match is 82 not out.
In comes Douthwaite and bowls to Hayne. Hayne pushes forward onto the onside. There's a man there, under Gooten, and there's no run. Cloudy sort of days been all day long. Little flurries of drizzle which pass through. And Warwickshire very much in the ascendancy here. They played extremely well, these two. And they came together at 53, so they've got 141. As in comes Douthwaite, bowls down the leg side, and it's clipped away towards mid-wicket. They go through for a single as Cook's return comes in.
And to give some context to that partnership, for listeners who are just joining us for the first time, the previous best stand in the match in the two first innings was 70 between Bell and the youngster Dan Mosley in the first innings. So Bell and Hayne have more than doubled the previous best partnership of the match.
Bell on 82, waits, composed, just waiting for Douthwaite to bowl to him down the leg side, and he flicks at it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
So Warwickshire looking at setting Glamorgan a formidable target, either late tonight or early in the final session.
Yes, and they won't be so naive as the Worcestershire captain did. Do you remember? I mean, Worcester, when he threw away a win by going on and on and on, and then had Glamorgan struggling at about 120 for 7. And here's Douthwaite, comes in, bowls up the way up to deep extra cover. You know, he just leant on that, Nick, and it went like a rocket out to deep extra because Hogan had to move quickly to stop it going to the boundary. His timing is quite impeccable.
Latest from the Central Group match. They'll decide the winners of this group. Somerset 183 for 8.
Should be a good game there.
Leading Worcestershire now by 234 runs at New Road. Lammonby 103 not out.
In comes the next delivery, and that caught at the wicket. It is. So Douthwaite gets his wicket, he dismisses Hayne, and all you Warwickshire supporters, don't worry, I wasn't going to say Bell, but Hayne goes for 65. He nibbled at an outswinger from Douthwaite. Good diving catch low down to his right by the wicket-keeper. And that is the end of an excellent partnership and a very good innings. Cullen taking the catch is 195 for 3.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be would have been desperate for that wicket. An excellent innings by Sam Hayne. It's the highest in this match by anyone not going under the name of Ian Bell. 196 for 3, so the partnership was worth 142. 143, I believe.
143, you're right, yeah.
And that occupied around about 40 overs, went from the 14th to the 54th over. So Warwickshire effectively 179 for 3, which is
formidable.
Obviously on top at this stage in the game. Glamorgan might be battling for a draw, but be a lot of people around the UK who'll be enjoying watching Ian Bell and listening to his innings as well.
Absolutely.
Last time.
And do you know what pleased me then? And I've seen it with the Warwickshire batsmen, young or not so young in the case of Bell, and now the not so young in Hayne, as he nicked that, looked behind him, and as soon as the appeal went, he was on his way. Do you know, that's come back into the game, and as an old-fashioned cricket watcher for many years, I am so glad to see now batsmen making umpires' lives just a little bit easier. Of course, you have those, and quite rightly say, look, that's his job that he's paid for, to make the decision. But that has come back a lot into the game. I saw Josh Butler once this season, just nicked it, off he went. The other thing is I'd like to see the opposition applaud a 50, which you always used to get, but never now. For some reason. 100, yes. And if Mr. Bell does get his 100, I'm sure you'll see every Glamorgan player applauding.
Yes, we'll work Clive Eakin back onto commentary after the 3 o'clock news, so that...
Should we keep him out and annoy him?
Oh, some chap's got 100. So Owen Morgan will start a new over. Be bowling to the spell at the start of it. And you're bowling with just the 1 slip. There are 4 who are definitely saving the single. I'm not sure if mid-on and mid-off are actually saving the single.
They walk in, they will, I think.
Morgan bowls to Ian Bell, who drives towards mid-on.
There's your answer.
No single on that occasion, but Underhooked at mid-wicket might have fielded it. So
McIlroy, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
Like
Substitute fielder, another one. As Bell steps back and makes time, makes room, and plays it through the covers. Well, he just eyed up the gap there and played that between cover and mid-off for 4. 200 up for Warwickshire, and Bell moves on to 87. Just had so much time to play that shot, didn't he?
Yeah.
Placed the ball.
Just stepped away and caressed it to the boundary. No, Clive is. He's probably doing a bulletin.
Bulletin at 3, so he'll be back with us after that.
Well,
so Bell doesn't go berserk and get there before he arrives here. Plays a defensive shot on the onside.
I'm expecting Bell to just take 1 step down and push Morgan. I don't wish it on Morgan. Push him over long on for 6 effortless shots. Might do it after he gets his 100.
Morgan bowls and Bell drives out towards mid-off again, but doesn't take the single.
No, it was a big one there, wasn't it? So he's obviously been impeded by this injury.
But he's going to stick it out in this final first-class innings. Dan Mosley is the new batsman, the 19-year-old. At the far end, hasn't faced yet.
200 is up.
Put on 70 in the first innings as Bell stretches forward, pushes out on the offside. No run. Callum Taylor with the fielding. Owen Morgan, left arm spin, just walks in front of the umpire, bowls, and Bell defends that one out gently towards cover. No run. Taylor with the fielding. 200 for 3, 183 Warwickshire lead with 7 wickets standing.
Yes, formidable position, Warwickshire. And interesting to see how young Mosley played well in the first innings. Came in at 23 for 3 and put that partnership on with Ian Bell. Ian Bell has a little look at the scoreboard, just caught his eye. They all do it. And it'll be interesting now to see how Mosley can shape up.
Am I nearly there yet?
Yeah. Immediately there's a change in the field and a more attacking field. The 3rd slip is coming into attendance. And you've got an arc of 3 on the offside. So whether this is Glamorgan saying, well, we've got to take wickets, or the pitch is perhaps so straightforward as we think. As in comes Douthwaite, starts a new over and bowls a bouncer. At Mosley, he ducks and lets it go through to Cullen. On that onside there's a fine leg and a mid-on and a very straight sort of mid-wicket. So it's a 6-3 field with the line of attack obviously on that off stump coming from down Douthwaite. Douthwaite playing every game this season, isn't he?
Yep.
He's gone round the wicket to the left-hander. In he comes, bowls to Mosley, and he's off the mark, chips it away down towards fine leg. It might just beat the fielder. Oh, he's going to stop it just inside. Michael Hogan making ground there, like a young thoroughbred.
So yeah, Douthwaite and Chris Cook are the only 2 players to have played in every game, which is obviously 5 4-day games and 4 T20 games have actually been played. There was no play at all in the first.
202 for 3. Douthwaite to the left-handed Mousley and bowls to him. Oh, it's a Yorker, nearly got through, but the batsman got down very quick on it. And as is his wont, he stays, looks, analyses Douthwaite. But it was very well played in the end. It was a perfect Yorker. Just got down on him. Tom Cullen was dancing like a ballerina behind the stumps.
Possibly the first time this has been compared to ballerina. It's a bit too stocky for that, I think.
In comes Douthwaite, gathering speed now, and bowls a good delivery, which is pushed forward by the batsman. There's no run.
Listening to BBC Sport Online with BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, also available on the Glamorgan website. One result in the Bob Willis Trophy today. Essex defeating Middlesex by 9 wickets at Chelmsford, reaching 53 for 1 after bowling Middlesex all out for 150 in their second innings. 4 wickets for Beard.
That's them in the final then. Douthwaite comes in and bowls again, and that's left outside the off stump. Gathering speed now is Douthwaite, conscious of the fact that you've got a new batsman at the crease. And Glamorgan, of course, desperately need wickets. And Mr. Bell is still there on 87.
Well, it's Essex winning their group, but only 2 out of the 3 going through. They still have to hope that Derbyshire don't get maximum.
I don't think they will, because they bowl over 190.
Yes, they were short about 1 points, weren't they?
Here is Douthwaite again. Comes in and bowls to Mousley outside the off stump. He's having fits out there, is Douthwaite. That was left outside the off stump. He throws his arms up in the air. End of the over. 202 for 3. 87 to Ian Bell.
Yeah, right. Derbyshire struggling really. They only got the 3 bowling points in their match against Lancashire. Lancashire led by 24 on first innings, and Lancashire are now 108 without loss, with Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis putting together a century partnership dominated by Davis in the second innings. Yorkshire 237 for 6. They're going well. The North Group contender. 113 runs ahead of Leicestershire already.
It's been a good little competition, this. I've enjoyed it. Bob Willis Trophy. It's brought young players in too, and they perform well, most of them.
They have indeed. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come fairly shortly, as Owen Morgan to bowl to Ian Bell, who pushes forward. Out into the offside, fielding by Callum Taylor, and there's no run. 202 for 3. Morgan in, bowls to Bell, who drives gently on the offside, and there's no run again. Bell so far has hit 12 boundaries. Hayne hit 9 in his 65. Morgan in, bowls, and Bell pushes forward defensively, back to the bowler. No run. Morgan's been reasonably tight so far.
Oh well, he's pushed his mid off back, has he?
Just in case Bell is tempted for the big one. Nudges that one away on the leg side, and
I think you're watching a man who is intent on getting 100 in his last innings.
Well, what a way to go out it would be.
Very, very watchfully, very carefully.
Morgan in again, bowls. Bell turns it into a full toss, comes down the wicket, but will only pick up a single as he clips it out to deep mid wicket. Hogan with the fielding, finds Cullen with his throw, and they take a single. Bell to 88, 203 for 3.
Short leg then.
Put a bit of pressure on the new batsman, Dan Mosley.
I can tell you there's 1 ball left in this over, because I heard Jeff Evans shout 1 ball left.
Here comes Morgan into Mosley, who pushes forward. That is indeed the end of the over. Umpire Evans, as he has so many times in this game, lingers slightly at the stumps in his final first-class match. 203 for 3. Mosley is 2. Bell is 88. I'll have to nick the strike from you, Edward, because we're due a BBC Radio Wales update very shortly. 203 for 3 are Warwickshire in their second innings, and Ian Bell, the retiring England batsman, writing his own script. He's on 88 not out. Glamorgan have just claimed 1 wicket since lunch, that of Sam Hain, who is caught behind off Dan Douthwaite for 65, but a partnership of 143 with Bell has put Warwickshire in the driving seat. The visitors on 203 for 3, leading by 186 runs.
As Douthwaite prepares to bowl to continue, it's been an useful spell. He's into his 13th over and bowls to Bell. Bell cuts straight at the man in deep gully. It's just as well it went straight to him, because that would have taken him into the 90s. He's 88 not out.
Yeah, Douthwaite's going at 4 and over. Glamorgan not able to really turn the screw, apart from Hogan's going for 2.3 and over. The spinners have been better. Taylor 11 overs for 33, Morgan 3 overs for 6 so far.
I'll just go through this over, and if he does get anywhere near 100, I shall summon Mr. Eakin immediately. Here's Douthwaite in, bowls to Bell. Bell's forward, and to hit him on the toe or on the leg, or the old boy is having a little bit of a discomfort there, not in his batting, but around the body. Hopping about there.
Yes, it seemed a regulation strike on the pad.
Yeah.
Just below the knee roll, maybe. Look as though it got past the pad.
Pressure on Bell, because he wants it so much. As in comes Douthwaite, and bowls to him. There's a thick inside edge down towards fine leg, and don't know whether Dan Douthwaite has been attending any drama schools or such like, because he's throwing his hands in the air at the slightest little false shot.
You think of the Wales rugby fly half Dan Bigger, who I think did study drama as a teenager and has possibly shown it now and again on the
it's the name,
field,
isn't it? The Dans.
Yeah.
This brings Mosley to face big, to face bigger, to face Douthwaite.
Sorry, got you confused.
He's not a bad cricketer, actually, Dan.
Really?
No.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
A little stutter at the start of his run as he passes the umpire now and bowls. Mosley watches that, goes through with a fair lick into Tom Cullen's gloves.
There's been a few Welsh rugby players of recent vintage have enjoyed their cricket as well.
And there's been, before professionalism, a number of Welsh rugby players, as they were English players, of course, who got caps at rugby and at cricket.
Glamorgan Chief Executive Hugh Morris played fly half for Aberavon.
Before you get too excited, he didn't play for Wales.
No.
I think of Alan Rees in the 60s, he played for Wales. As in comes that next ball, and it's clipped away, and that's going to beat fine leg, and it's 4 runs. Nice shot, drifting on the leg side, clipped it on its way, and that's 4 runs to Mosley. He moves on to 6. Of course, that's to be talking about Warwickshire. Mike Smith, MJK, the great MJK. Played outside half for England back in the 60s. Partnered, of course, by Onlloyn Brace, the former head of sport here at the late Onlloyn Brace at BBC Wales. But of course now the seasons overlap and you've got no chance. As Douthwaite comes in and bowls again. That's nicked away, 4 runs to the vacant third man area.
Yeah, that was wide of slip, to be fair. It wouldn't have carried anyway. Off an angled bat, and away it went as Edward departs, and we'll do a little shuffle around, and Clive Eakin will come in to talk us through to Ian Bell's 3 figures or dismissal, whichever comes first. 212 for 3, I think, with only 11 to go. Even the most hard-hearted of Glamorgan's supporters probably wouldn't begrudge Bell 11 more runs, as long as he promises to call it a day then and doesn't go on for the 200.
It wouldn't entirely surprise me if he did retire, Alan, because he is struggling out there physically, not struggling with his batting, but he's not running really now. Anyway, he's defended that next one down the pitch for no run. And Morgan down the wicket to him, and he's cut at that one, and he will have to run there. He's got one again. No chance of a second. He's not running that quickly, but he gets a single. He's on to 90, 213 for 3.
Yes, it was obviously struggling with this injury that he referred to when you talked to him at the end of the first day. Well, at this rate, you're going to have to interview him tonight and tomorrow as well, if he's up to it.
Yeah,
might have to get someone else to sing his praises on one of the days.
He doesn't do ice baths now at this stage of his career. Doesn't have to. So over the wicket comes Morgan to Mosley, gets a false shot out of him. It squirts along the ground to backward point for no run. Warwickshire, that really has changed fairly dramatically. Warwickshire already well past both teams' first innings score. And Mosley hits that one, an attacking shot in the air, and it's gone over mid-on. It's a well-placed shot from Mosley with long on up, and he just flicks it over his head for 4. Mosley, he batted really well with Bell in the first innings. He moves on to 14, 217 for 3.
He obviously enjoys the company of the man double his age at the other end.
This is his last chance. So this one he just dabs at. Well, these two put on 70 in the first wicket, which seemed a big partnership at the time, but 143 added for the third wicket between Bell and Hayne. That one again is very correctly defended, playing forward to that Mosley. End of the over. At least the lead is quite easy to calculate now, with Warwickshire 217 for 3, leading by 200.
And you're listening to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, as well as BBC Sport Online, and also via the Glamorgan website as well.
Why have they come to us? Is something happening there?
10 runs Ian Bell needs to sign off his first-class career in style. I wonder if it might be his last appearance on a professional cricket field, depending on selection in the T20.
Tell you what, the Bears have got an awful lot to do, but if they did get to finals day, you might find it difficult to keep him out. He played in the one finals day where the Bears won, didn't really contribute in the final, but he was there. That's the important thing.
57 centuries, 104 50s for Ian Bell, make that 105 now. As I'll let you get back take full-time commentary when he gets within 6 of the landmark, just in case he gets there with a 6. As Van der Hoogten is back in the attack from Cathedral Road, and he's bowled him! And that is the end of Ian Bell on 90. His final first-class innings comes to an end, and Ian Bell cannot quite write his own script, despite a masterpiece of a performance in this match for Warwickshire against Glamorgan. He has put his side thoroughly in the ascendancy, and he has bowed out in style with innings of 50 and 90.
Well, it's a shame he didn't quite make the story in the end, but terrific innings, of course, from Ian Bell, and so he walks off for the very last time, removes his helmet, and it's quite a long walk here at Cardiff, so he's just getting over the boundary rope now, raises his bat. Sadly, no crowd here, who now, particularly the Warwickshire supporters, but the Glamorgan supporters as well, I suspect, would be giving him probably quite an emotional reception. The Glamorgan players are all clapping from where they are as Bell walks now into the stand and up the steps for the very last time for a first-class innings. His first-class career has ended with an innings of 90, and he ends up with about 20,440 first-class runs to his name.
Say something like, it's exactly that.
Yeah.
20,300 coming into this, and that one came back in a little bit from Van der Hoogten and possibly took a little bit of an inside edge as well. Possibly just the inside edge onto the top of off. It'd be interesting to see a replay from the other end to confirm that. 200 the lead though for Warwickshire, and Bell has done more than anyone to put his side in that commanding position. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and the new batsman Burgess plays it away on the offside. So Haynes 65 has been the nearest score to Bell's 90. There have been 4 first-class half centuries in this match or more, as Bell got the highest score of the match before seeing that one get through from Van der Hoogten and rearrange his stumps. 217 for 4. 200 is the lead, and Burgess leaves that one go through outside off stump.
My calculation is he's done just enough, Ian Bell, to add one more run to his career average if you round it to the nearest run. So he came in his match with an average of 43.46. You'd have to round that down to 42. He's finished it with 43.58, so you round that up to 44. So a career average of 44 in first-class cricket for Ian Bell.
Here endeth the maths lesson. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Burgess, who drives and misses through to Cullen. So Ian Bell just 10 runs short of ending with the absolute perfection of a century, but he was limping a little bit along the way, and if you offered him 140 runs in the match, I think he'd probably have taken it before this. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and the inside edge from Burgess gets him off the mark as he takes one down to backward square. Joe Cook with the fielding. 218 for 4, the lead's 201. As all the fielders swap round. There's been a lot of coming and going between right and left-handers in this match, and you see everyone on the move and you think, end the over, but it isn't.
I think Warwickshire fans might be blaming 5 Live Sports Extra now for coming. I wouldn't do that because I'm a rational human being. That would have had no influence at all, but there you are. But, well, at least they got the end of Ian Bell's first-class career, his last moments at the crease.
I wonder whether we'll see him in the field with that injury. Possibly not for the entire innings, I suspect. Van der Hoogten to the left-handed Mosley, who leaves that one go through outside off stump.
I think I should give him a bowl. He used to bowl a bit, but eventually his back persuaded him to stop.
Yes, it's interesting. He's got a decent, respectable first-class bowling average, 34, 35, something like that, and also in one-day cricket, I see.
Yeah, he did bowl when 2020 started. He was still bowling. I think the first year or two he bowled a couple of overs in that. He hasn't bowled for a long time now. But, well, sort of game back on then. 2 wickets in moderately quick succession. 21 added for the 4th wicket. So Glamorgan still, at the moment, if they could start making inroads, could still set themselves something that might be gettable. It's already a tall order.
Bell's final stats: 148 deliveries faced and 12 fours. Strike rate was 60.
Michael Burgess, who has a slightly strange approach to the first innings. He tried to hit everything for 4. He managed a couple, but always looked likely to get out pretty quickly, and did for 13. This time he plays that pretty respectfully to mid-off. We've got a change of bowling with another old man in cricketing terms. Michael Hogan coming on in the River Taff end.
Yeah, celebrated his 600th first-class wicket up at Northampton in the final game, and made it clear that he wanted to continue his career with Glamorgan, hopefully, he said.
Three slips in place for him. And Glamorgan start picking things up again from their point of view. That's nicely placed by Burgess. Does seem to be already approaching this innings somewhat differently. Play that onto the leg side for a single. And Warwickshire will be mindful that, having gotten to this position, they need to make sure now that they maintain their dominance in the game. 202 ahead, 6 wickets left. They'll want to be setting 300 from here.
Worcestershire will need 245 runs to beat Somerset and top this central group. Worcestershire were 200, Somerset were 200 all out rather in their second innings, and Tom Labenby 107 not out opening the batting, so he carried his bat as Ed Barnard took 4 wickets.
Labenby produced a terrific innings against the Bears in the T20 at Taunton. I mean, the game looked long lost for Somerset. That's hit by Mosley onto the leg side. There's no run. They looked to have had no chance, but Labenby just about kept them in it. Went into the last over, needing 23 to win. We got 10 after the first 4 balls, so he needed 2 sixes off the last 2 balls for a tie, and he hit the first one for 6, which did make the Bears somewhat nervous. Couldn't dispatch the second one, but very good innings from him. Looks to be a decent player. Round the wicket comes Hogan to Mosley, who defends that out to mid-off and no run. He's on 14 now, Dan Mosley. He's batted well since he's come into the Bob Willis Trophy side. He's not made huge scores, but he's looked good and made contributions. Scored 47 against Worcestershire. His first innings, second innings, he got 31 in this match. He's on 14 here. Hogan round the wicket, and Mosley doesn't time that, but he's going to get runs off a bit of the inside of the bat, and he's going to run back for 2. That's a bit of good news for Dan Mosley. He might get the odd extra run now. Ian Bell, who was struggling to run between the wickets, is no longer his batting partner, and Michael Burgess, who was running to the danger end, was easy came out for the second run. 221 for 4, Mosley onto 16. It is really hard to pronounce Mosley, by the way, in case you look at the page thinking surely that's Mousley, but I understand it is Mosley.
As in the rugby club.
Indeed. Round the wicket, that's left, outside off stump. I think they're called Birmingham Mosley now.
Are they?
Yeah. No longer play at the Readings. 2-2-1 for 4. Reading's quite close to Edgerton Cricket Ground.
I did see them against London Welsh about 5 years ago. That's about the most recent time I've seen Mosley. Maybe even longer than that ago. Used to be regular visitors to South Wales on Easter bank holiday weekend, did Mosley. Red and black shirts. I remember them turning up at Newport for a number of years. On the Easter Saturday, I think it was. Van der Hoogten at 221 for 4. Bowls to Michael Burgess, who drives pleasantly out into the offside, but it's a good sprawling stop at cover by the captain, Chris Cook, who's been enjoying himself in the field.
I think Mike Taylor was first to claim the line when a T20 match had to hit the ball out into the deep of the leg side. He's hit that to Moseley, and I'm not referring to the town 2 miles away.
Very good. Van der Hoogten, rather brightening a little, bowls to Burgess, who works that on the leg side. Joe Cook does the fielding, and there's no run.
So 204 the lead. We've got 37 overs left today, including this one. So Warwickshire could get to that 300 mark, particularly if they are able to accelerate. They might get to the 300 lead before the close today, if they think that's enough. Could conceivably have Glamorgan in before the close if they're not bowled out.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and it's allowed to go through outside off stump, no run. Yes, depends how adventurous Will Rhodes feels. Really.
I think they'll be quite adventurous because they haven't really got anything to lose. There's not really, I know they drop a place in the table, but there's not really a huge difference between defeat and a draw for Warwickshire in the context of this match. And they are without a win in the competition, so I think they would very much like to get one if they can.
Van der Hoogten to Burgess, allowed to go through outside off stump. Yes, I think Glamorgan victory is already behind Warwickshire victory and draw in the odds. As we've got probably 1 over after this one from Van der Hoogten, I would imagine, to go until the tea interval. After an afternoon session dominated by bell, style and nostalgia. Van der Hoogten and bowls. Burgess drives back to the bowler. And no run. Van der Hoogten has had to do quite a lot of fielding off his own bowling in the course of this match. Is looking a little bit more expensive in the second innings, going at 3.5 runs and over, but 2 for 52. Lucas Carey, the Glamorgan seamer, off the field since the first session, as that's cut down hard into the ground by Burgess. Didn't quite time that. 221 for 4 Warwickshire here on BBC Sport Online, with Moseley on 16, Burgess on 2 of the men out in the afternoon session, Ian Bell for 90 and Sam Hain for 65.
I know it's supposed to be way over now, but I actually have to go and update.
Okay, see you to the side of tea. Clive Eakin of BBC CWR alongside myself, Nick Webb, and Edward Bevan you'll hear from in the last session of play as well. 221 for 4. Warwickshire leading by 204. It will be Michael Hogan to bowl from the River Taff end, and Hogan is in, bowls, and worked away on the leg side by Moseley. Single 2 mid-wicket. Double Nelson on the board, 222 for 4. Fielders trying to gee up Michael Hogan for this last effort before the tea interval, which is a fixed point today since we've had overs added. It'll be 35 overs to be bowled in the final session by the look of it. 36 on the board at the moment as Hogan bowls, and that's on leg stump and flicked away, dispatched comfortably by Michael Burgess. Great delivery from Hogan. It's strayed once or twice onto leg stump. Actually, that was probably more middle and leg, looking at the replay, and Burgess smashed it away confidently. 226 for 4. Lead is 209. Glamorgan in bowls, and Burgess drives hard to mid-off, no run. Hemphrey is the man who gets behind it. 12th man for Glamorgan, Charlie Hemphrey, opening batsman on in the absence of Seema Lucas Carey. Bit of polishing on his already stained and muddy flannels for Charlie Hemphrey before he passes it back to Hogan. Hogan in towards us, bowling to Burgess, who's forcing off the back foot, and this time he will take a single to mid-off. Hemphrey's throw misses the stumps at the non-striker's end. Burgess would probably have been home anyway. 227 for 4. Lead 210. Morgan might be looking to bowl defensively in the final session to prevent Warwickshire lead from accelerating too much and giving them a nasty little session to face tonight. It looks at the moment, surprisingly, as though Will Rhodes will have that option. Hogan bowls and Mosley leaves that one through outside off stump. 227 for 4. It was 129 for 2 at lunch. Warwickshire started in circumspect style after the interval, but Sam Hain and Ian Bell accelerated, particularly Bell. Hain was caught behind off Douthwaite for 65, and then bowled by Van der Hoogten for 90. As Mosley pushes on the leg side, Burgess wanted a single, but decided against it eventually, and that is indeed the last ball before tea. With Dan Mosley on 17 not out, Michael Burgess on 7 not out, and Warwickshire 227 for 4. They lead Glamorgan by 210 runs, which looks a fairly decisive advantage, but we'll see what the final session has to offer. BBC Sport Online and Glamorgan Cricket back with you in just under 20 minutes at 10 to 4.
A cup of coffee fell off the thing. Sorry, a cup of coffee fell off the chair. Oh, did it? Oh, okay.
is Sean and I'm the secretary at Skewing Cricket Club. Without a doubt, one of the most successful things that we've done at Skewing Cricket Club in the last 5 years is to set up All-Stars in Skewing. It's just been amazing. We have successfully run All-Stars for 2 seasons. 2020 would have been our 3rd year, and we were planning on setting up the Dynamos for our graduated All-Stars. But that wasn't to be. One of our All-Stars was chosen by the ECB to go up to Lords and to meet Starry at his home ground. It was a fantastic experience. She had a brilliant day. We love it at Skewing Cricket Club when Stevie Sparkles, as we've named him, comes to visit, and I think our seniors love him just as much as our All-Stars. We're looking forward to 2021, seeing our All-Stars out of the field, doing their star shapes, playing the All-Stars games, and of course visits from Sparkle.
You're listening to BBC Sport Online and the Glamorgan cricket website with the final session of this third day of the Bob Willis Trophy match here in Cardiff between Glamorgan and Warwickshire. The visitors Warwickshire 227 for 4 going into this final session of the third day. That's already a lead of 210 runs. And the question is whether they can press on and declare tonight, whether Glamorgan can peg them back and take some wickets. Will Glamorgan be batting this evening? Need at least another 90 runs, you would have thought, to make it safe to declare. I mean, 210 as things stand might be a difficult target, but in the afternoon it was the end of the Ian Bell show. Out for 90, Sam Hain made 65, and it's a pretty imposing position for the team already, Clive Eakin.
It is. Here's Dan Mosey, perhaps in 20 years' time will be describing his last first-class innings after an illustrious career. It's actually Burgess on strike, Van der Kutten bowls, he plays out to mid-off, there's no run. So yes, lead of 210. I'm sure they'll have talked, probably for the first time really, would have talked about it during the tea interval, about 35 overs to go today. Do we look to just bat on and get them in sometime tomorrow, or do we look to push on and gamble a bit and see if we can get a chance to bowl at Glamorgan before the close today? 3 slips in for Burgess, who leaves that one, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper.
In the end, it was only 98 runs scored in the afternoon session for the loss of the 2 wickets, which was a little bit of a cautious restart after lunch.
Yes, that's, the third 50 was by far the slowest of the innings. Picked it up a little bit after that. I do think. I mean, it's ironic. Ian Bell might have got his century actually if he'd not been impeded. I think he was struggling out there, so they probably missed a few runs. That's a play and a miss outside off stump from Burgess. Good delivery from Van der Kutten as he drove. But I think there were some runs that they could have run in normal circumstances, but Bell was clearly struggling out there. Whether he could have run another 10 to get him to 100, we'll never know. But
yeah, what did he say? It was a groin.
Well, I think he said he tweaked his groin when I interviewed him. I have to listen back to the interview to get exact. Whether it was a recurrence of that or whether just other aches and pains, I don't know. But in comes Van der Kutten to bowl, and that's played back to him. I noticed the Wisden Twitter feed is asking whether he might reconsider. Well, I think if they'd seen him hobbling around towards the end of the innings, the answer would have been a pretty firm no. 227 for 4.
Also, if they'd listened to your chat with him after the first innings 50, he sounded like a content man, didn't he?
He did.
He'd got his 20,000 runs and 100-odd test appearances, and that's enough for any man.
Yeah. Van der Kutten to bowl, and that's left. I mean, he had intended to play next season, but as he said, he couldn't know what it was going to be like when he came back after. You've got to remember, he missed the whole of last season through injury, and I think he's just found it just a little bit too difficult since coming back, and you know, he's honest enough to say if he did come back next year, then it starts getting a bit difficult. Do they, you know, if he is struggling for form, do they leave him out? Is he keeping a young player out of the team?
Yeah, you want to sign off on your own terms,
exactly,
don't you?
Yeah. And the Kutten comes in to bowl, and Burgess plays back to that. That's a nice shot. He squeezed that through a couple of fielders. It will be pulled in. They will settle for 2. They turn to look for the third, but it's well fielded. Throw itself wasn't brilliant, but it came nice and early, so that's discouraged them from taking an extra run. And they settle for 2. It's 229 for 4.
Yeah, Bell 10 short of what would have been a really fairy tale ending to his career, but I think 50 and 90, given, as you say, those injury struggles last season and the lack of big runs this season, it's a pretty decent ending.
It is, yeah.
229 for 4. Owen Morgan to continue with his left arm spin that he's probably seen a bit too little of in the last few seasons. And he'll be bowling from the River Taff end. Not so much breeze around as yesterday, as Mosley works his first ball up to long on for a single. 230 for 4. Trees at the River Taff end, turning gradually from green to brown, but not nearly so much movement as there was at this point yesterday, when it did get quite breezy in the closing session. 230 for 4, lead 213. Morgan in bowls. Burgess steps back and hits it up to long off for a single.
I should have identified the fielder, by the way, that chased that down and got the throw, and it's your 12th man, Charlie Humphrey, who did the good work there.
Yeah, Humphrey on for Lucas Carey, who is off with some sort of side problem, as Morgan bowls. Down the wicket comes Mosley and drives up to long on again for the single. Humphrey fielding at slip at the moment. He has been patrolling covers and mid-off and various areas around there. 232 for 4. Morgan bowls and steps back, does Burgess, hits it hard up towards long off. It's a good sliding stop by Michael Hogan, who gets his throw into the bowler very quickly indeed, and no doubt about Michael Hogan's hunger to continue at the age of 39. 233 for 4. Morgan bowls, and it's played away nicely on the offside by Mosley for a single out to the cover point boundary. All the singles are coming almost at will at the moment. Dowthwaite is bouncing up and down enthusiastically as if he thinks he's going to be in the attack soon. Morgan bowls and a big swing, and has that taken the edge on the way through? Yes, it has. Burgess has gone for 11. Owen Morgan has his first wicket of the season, and it's 235 for 5. And as in the first innings, Michael Burgess's adventurous approach doesn't quite pay off.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, he was being a bit more circumspect for the most part in the second innings, but that was a bit of a swash, wasn't it? It one which just span away, and sharp take by Cullen. Oh, I should just got to be a little careful they don't throw away this advantage too quickly. They're 217 ahead. They want to get that well beyond 250 at the very least. But Burgess going for the big shot, doesn't connect. And 5 wickets down. Glamorgan will still hope they can bowl Warwickshire out and give themselves a target, which will be difficult, but
yeah, I think it would improve morale in the Glamorgan dressing room if it were to be an all-out rather than a declaration. At least they've set their own terms to some extent then. But they'll still have to bat really, really well in the 4th innings. As Burgess trudges off towards the pavilion, presumably will be replaced by Alex Thompson, who made just 6 in the first innings before he was caught behind off the bowling of Tim van der Hoogten. 234 for 5. Dan Mosley is not out 20. A punch of gloves between the batsmen. If you're just joining us for the first time today, the wickets to fall. Warwickshire starting 17 arrears in arrears on first innings. Polished that off before Robbie Yates was caught. Selman bowled van der Hoogten for 9, 20 for 1. Will Rhodes made a firmly struck 30 before he was caught. Selman bowled Hogan for 30. Then that big stand, 146, more than twice as many as the next best stand. As van der Hoogten prepares to start a new over. I'll try and get the headphones reasonably untangled for Edward Bevan to come in through the attack and join me. Van der Hoogten's first ball played by Mosley up to Hemphrey at mid-on, and there's no run. Welcome back in, Edward.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, I haven't seen you since Mr. Bell departed, rather an anti-climax for everyone around the country. And I'm told by the lads that do the streaming that it went down dramatically once Bell left.
Oh well, it was nice to have the extra viewers and listeners while it lasted. Back to the aficionados now, as a ball from Van der Hochten goes through outside off stump, and Mosley has nothing to do with it. Did Bell get a little bit of inside edge
yes,
on
he
that
did.
ball?
He played on.
Yeah, thought it.
I think he was
dropped
impeded by this injury.
Yes, well, Clive was saying maybe if he hadn't had the injury, he might have run an extra 10 runs in the meantime, because he was turning down a few relatively simple looking runs. 234 for 5, lead 217 for Warwickshire. Mosley faces up and defends to mid-off, no run.
Wouldn't mind ending my first-class career with 90 and an average of around 44, would you? First-class average?
Looking back on his average in the last 6 innings against Glamorgan, I make it, well, it's over 150, I believe. 661 for 4 times out, as that's on leg stump from Van der Hochten, worked away on the leg side by Mosley for a single. 661 divided by 4, 170 odd.
And he's got 44 runs before this game and 6 innings this season. It's manageable just at the moment, isn't it? Half the side gone, 218 lead. But Glamorgan don't want another big stand, while you would think Warwickshire will want another 100 runs and they'll be very happy.
As Van der Hochten into bowl and beats the new batsman Alex Thompson with one that goes through to Tom Cullen.
He's bowled well, then he's bowled not so well, and he's bowled well again. It's Van der Hochten.
185 Bell's average over 6 innings.
Is it really?
Against Glamorgan.
Yeah, the two not outs helped.
Yes, 2 unbeaten centuries at Edgbaston in 2018. As Van der Hochten in, bowls, allowed to go through outside off stump by Thompson. Cardiff University product, the former Crimson cap, 235 for a 5.
You want at 4 o'clock with your update? Or?
I believe so. This is Clive next door. Yeah.
Oh, and Morgan's bowled tightly, isn't he?
Yes, I've always been thought he was a little bit underused.
Wasn't the greatest of shots for the second time in this game by Mr. Burgess, but there we are. Morgan then from that far end, the River Taff end, for those of you who know this test arena, is coming in now and bows to Mosley. Mosley drives wide of mid-off and they go through for a sharp but quite easy single, which brings the right-handed Thompson, who has yet to score, to the receiving end. I like the look of Dan Mosley, I like the look of him in the first innings. And they've got high hopes of him at Warwickshire apparently. He's only 19, or just turned 19. Morgan is going around the wicket to the right-hander, and he prepares to come in now and bowls, and Thompson is forward.
236 for 5 are Warwickshire. The afternoon was the Ian Bell show. He was out for 90 in his final first-class innings, bowled by Tim Van der Hochten. Since T. Glamorgan have claimed the extra wicket of Michael Burgess, caught behind off Owen Morgan for 11, but Warwickshire still pretty much on top in this game. 236 for 5. The visitors lead by 219 runs. Edward.
Yes, Morgan bowling quite tidily, bowls again to Thompson. He's beaten him once outside the off stump and lunges forward at that and pushes it out to mid-wicket. Just a single so far of this 67th over of the innings. Morgan in, and Bowles tosses this one up. And, again, he's driven up to mid-on. Not afraid to give the ball some air. Just takes 2 steps, one little running step, and that's it. That should be do your bowling from there. Here he comes again, Morgan from the river end, and bowls to the right-handed Thompson, who drives pleasantly on the offside. He's fielded at extra cover. That's the end of the good over. 235 for 5. Batsman out today, Rhodes for 30, Yates for 9, Haynes 65, Bell 90. Burgess, the last man out since tea, he was out for 11. There are 31 overs remaining today, and had they not lost Hayne and Bell, they would have thought some declaration. But I can't see that coming tonight somehow.
No.
Unless, of course, somebody like the batsman in now, Mosley.
If they get 80 in the next 20 overs, they might think of having a little pop at Glamorgan this evening.
No.
Van der Hoogten to left-handed Mosley, who plays that to Taylor at point, and there's no run.
Yes, Carey bowling, Lucas Carey bowling, just 5 overs and 5 balls. That was a big loss. He's got some sort of a side injury. We never know. Sides can be
Could be anything
serious.
from minor to very serious, couldn't it?
What do they call that side injury now when you go into you're out for a long, long time. I forget what it's called.
Pentecostal?
Pentecostal. the medical term.
Not really.
Not really, no. Pentecostal.
Van der Hoogten's next ball is played away through mid-wicket for 2 runs by Dan Mosley. To be honest, the medical terms get so complicated when you're talking to professional sports people. It's usually these days a series of initials, and you have to, is that knee or shoulder? Yeah, just tell us the right part of the body, not the technical term.
And the game now with trainers, and I'll go on to that in a moment.
Van der Hoogten runs away from us at Cathedral Road end, bowls to Mosley, who plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Remember when I was playing rugby for the village team many, many years ago, and it was quite hard with all the steel workers and miners in our valleys. It was hard. And the trainer would literally be a man with a flat cap on. He would have his sponge. People say, oh, yes, the old sponge in the bucket of water. And that's exactly, it was any injury you got, he'd bring the sponge on. And there'd be no gloves in his hand, obviously.
Van der Hoogten bowls to Mosley, who plays it straight back to him, no run again.
And even at this standard that the village play at, everybody's more or less qualified physios. They're qualified with their blue gloves on, and they know exactly. But the old ones, I can tell you, you better come off. That's all they used to say. Or you're all right.
238.
I promise that was it.
Well, yes, when we started watching rugby, there were no replacements, so you didn't come off unless you had a leg hanging off. 238 for 5, lead 2-2-1. Van der Hoogten bowls, worked by Mosley to mid-on, fielded by Seb Hemphrey. And there is no run.
I wasn't here that day, but the former, and Warwickshire were involved here, the former Glamorgan all-rounder Roger Davis, this very ground, in the early years of this ground, Neil Aberley, incidentally, who coached Ian Bell, Leighton Neil Aberley, very, very good opening batsman.
Van der Hoogten, right arm around the wicket to bowl to Mosley on 24 not out, and is beaten by that one, stretching for it through to Cullen.
239 for 5. Anyhow, Neil Aberley was batting. They just started their second innings here, Warwickshire. Malcolm Nash bowled him a half volley, which he just clipped off his legs. And Roger was fielding a very close short leg. And obviously, you've probably heard the story, and it hit him in the temple. And momentarily, he died on the pitch. And desperately, they called, and a doctor was there, fortunately, came on and did what he could and saved his life. And it was just fortunate as when Morgan starts in the over, which beats Thompson outside the off stump. That must have turned a little. It just shows how medical people have. It was frightening.
Yes, there's a programme looking at that on the BBC Sounds app at the moment. Yeah.
Here's the next ball. Down the pitch he comes and hammers him straight at the field, and that might have just hurt. Callum Taylor, yeah, he's wringing his hands. He went down the pitch. Thompson trying to get off the mark and hammered it. Yes, he's wringing it. In comes Morgan, bowls again, flatter delivery, cut away down to deep extra. He gets his single to get off the mark, and the score moves on to 240.
Yeah, I believe it's a programme with fine journalist Peter Jackson.
Okay,
it's
that'll come into it.
Broadcast a few days ago, so available on the BBC Sounds app, no doubt.
Back comes Morgan to over the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, and bowls a ball that comes into the batsman. He's in his 7th over, and but a very tidy spell is Owen Morgan. It's got a long on just to protect that lofted drive, and the scoring rate has decreased quite a lot now. Morgan bowls down the pitch, comes Mosley and drives to that man at long on, and then just take a single. It's just the 2 runs off the over so far.
Yes, I did run out Roger Davis once.
You?
Trouble is, I was batting with him at the time.
Fine cricketer. Round the wicket comes Thompson, drives, Morgan fields, and there's no run. Yeah, member of the Glamorgan 1969 championship side was Roger.
Yes, this was about 25 years later, I hasten to add.
The batting with Alan Jones, the great Alan Jones.
Wasn't far from here on one of the Parks pitches down the way. 240 for 5. Mosley 25. Thompson 1. Lead 2-2-3 for the Bears.
Plenty of cricket left this evening. 29 overs, and we've had 69.
Yes, we got the extra 8 today, so scheduled for a 5:30 finish originally,
be about 6
which
o'clock.
becomes 6 o'clock to 6:15ish.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten, right arm round to Mosley, drives to Cook.
Likes the way he gets down the pitch and plays into the ball and through the ball. Young Mosley, left-hander, young player, 19 years of age, just walked into that. Lots of good players around these days. Fine young players. Told you the story about that 16-year-old taking the wicket for Sussex.
There's Van der Hoogten, and Mosley defends to mid-off. Chris Cook again does the fielding and a bit of polishing. With the soft surface, plenty of mud around, and players have to doing extra polishing these days. There's going to be some filthy kit at the end of this.
Yeah, not like a Sussex player, allegedly has been suspended. Well, not allegedly suspended.
For allegedly using hand sanitizer.
Sanitizer.
Van der Hoogten bowls. That's played nicely by Mosley through the offside. Callum Taylor is off in pursuit. He'll just about ball it up in front of the boundary ropes. And it's 2 runs to Mosley. Good chase that by Callum Taylor.
He's a good fielder. He's a good little cricketer. High hopes of him, I think.
Century on first-class debut in remarkable style, reaching it with a 6 against Northants. But teenager Mosley looking absolutely at home in this match. 31 first innings, 27 not out in this. Van der Hoogten into Mosley, who plays that off an inside edge out on the leg side. And there is no run. This the final in the final round of Bob Willis Trophy, the 4-day games. 5 T20 matches for each side to come, unless of course they get through to the quarterfinals.
Yes.
Either side, Warwickshire better placed with 2 wins, Glamorgan with 1 out of their first 5, only 3 points, Warwickshire with 5. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's off the pad, I think, down to fine leg. It'll be 4 runs on the Warwickshire total. No leg by indicated by umpire Rob White, so I did Mosley a disservice, and he moves on to 31 not out, 246 for 5.
Then you've got the delights of Babar Azam and Tom Banton here in the 2020. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, Banton got runs against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens last year in fairly rapid style.
Glamorgan, I think, got around 180, didn't they?
And
Jeremy Lawler got a quick 40, and Glamorgan started off well, but that's the first time I'd seen him. Banton,
he had 64 off 34 did Banton in that game. He was keeping wicket as well. And I think I interviewed him after that game, and barely heard of him going into the match, to be honest.
I hadn't heard of him. And of course, I don't think he's playing in the One Day International, is he? I wouldn't have thought so.
Will he be released from the bubble in time?
When do we play? When do we watch, rather? I know it's Birmingham Friday, Northants Sunday.
I believe Somerset might be the
Friday?
Wednesday, I think, and then Gloucestershire on the Friday.
Okay.
That, off the top of my head, as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Mosley plays out on the leg side, and there's no run. I've got a list of them somewhere. Northants 13th, that's the Sunday, Somerset the Wednesday, Gloucestershire the Friday, and then Worcestershire away on the Sunday.
And that could be a non-event in terms of, because Worcestershire haven't won a game, have they?
To conclude the season. Yes, our thanks to colleagues on Twitter commenting on my Van der Hoogten impersonation, pronunciation.
First ball by Morgan there is pushed up to mid-on, there's no run. He is in his 8th consecutive over. Mid-long off has been brought up now for the right-handed Thompson as he bowls him down the pitch. He comes and plays it firmly, but is intercepted there by Callum Taylor at cover.
I'm told by a Dutchman on Twitter that I need to hit the first H sound of Hoogten a bit harder.
That looks out. Is it out? No. Well, he just pushed half forward. Might just push outside the leg stump. But
be interesting to see a replay of that one if there's time between deliveries or at the end of the over.
Here it comes, yes. Might have been just in front. It's difficult to say because we...
Straight.
We haven't got a camera this end. This next ball is played out into the covers, intercepted again by Taylor. There's no run. Haven't they got cameras this?
They have, yes. We should...
not on the replay, is it?
Probably get another view. They're working hard in the truck downstairs.
Here's the next ball. Cut away. Was it dropped?
No, it's off the bottom edge down into the ground.
I'd like to see that again. A lot of umpires give them out lunging forward on the front foot. Here's Morgan. Doesn't take long to bowl it over. He's coming around the wicket. Bowls to Thompson. Thompson goes back and cuts out towards the deep extra cover boundary where it's fielded. And there's just a single. At least you've got somebody bowling spin. I'm only being selfish. That means we finish a bit early.
Yeah, 247 for 5. Glamorgan have had 11 overs from the off-spinner Callum Taylor, 8 overs now from the left-arm spinner Owen Morgan, so that's 19 overs out of the 71. Of course, we could, in this innings, get to a new ball for the first time in this match, because the two first innings of the sides, as video stream...
Let's look at that.
That's a replay from front on of the LBW decision, and I'm a little surprised that Jeff Evans didn't give that one.
Yeah, if you notice, Thompson moved his front leg quickly to the left. Which I don't blame him, but that looked rather adjacent.
Should have appealed in Welsh.
Yes.
Mass. Out.
Yeah. Well, both of them, the umpire and the bowler, do speak Welsh.
247 for 5, 230 as the Warwickshire lead here on BBC Sport Online.
Well, Nick does most of it. He tries to do interviews after every game, and Nick and I have been hoping perhaps that it might include Owen Morgan in lots of games, because he's the only Welsh speaker in the team, and it's just
if you've got a few more runs in the first innings, we might have got, but 28 wasn't quite enough to merit an interview, I don't think. But he's got a wicket here. Maybe a couple more might get him an interview at the close of play. Van der Hoogten in bowls, edged, and
I don't think it carried.
Didn't quite carry. No, there wasn't quite the impetus to catch it as it bounced up in the air, I think, off Selman's hand, and flew behind first slip from second. Yeah. No, Selman did well to block it, and Morgan then scurried back to prevent the run.
71 overs bowled and still 3 slips.
Yeah, it's been an attacking.
So they need wickets, don't they?
Most of the time, yeah. Glamorgan need to try and play this game on their own terms and bowl Warwickshire out. As it's a good play and a miss from Thompson there.
Yeah, she doesn't look comfortable so far, Alex Thompson.
Just 2 to his name. Might have been a bit disappointed in not getting into action with the ball with his off spin, the Cardiff product. As Van der Hoogten waits for an extra bit of polishing from Charlie Hemphrey.
Hemphrey just informed listeners on instead of Lucas Carey, who's injured.
Van der Hoogten bowls, that's short and swiped away in welcome style by Alex Thompson, down to the square leg boundary. 4 runs, and you'll feel a little bit better for that, will Alex Thompson, as Van der Hoogten just dropping a little bit short. 251 for 5, 250 up for Warwickshire, 234 the lead, already looking ominous for the home side. I suspect they're going to have to dig in.
We thought it would be a low scoring game.
Van der Hoogten, still the 3 slips into Thompson, who's forward defensively, bat and pad very close together. Ball rolls out onto the offside. Cue more polishing from Hemphrey at mid-off. It seemed that way, didn't it? 2 days of slowish scoring, under 3 runs and over. Batting looked a real grind, and all of a sudden...
Well, Bell, of course, was a masterclass.
Different gravy. 251 for 5. As on the back foot goes Thompson, defending to Cook at mid-on. Quite sure where the saying different gravy comes from.
No, perhaps it's the way you cook it. All sorts of ways. Not that I'm anywhere near a cook. There are different ways of getting gravy ready.
Really? I
you add stuff onto it, and you put a bit of beef juice into it, and all sorts of things. So I'm told.
251 for 5. Van der Hoogten bowls, driven to mid-on by Thompson. No run. And that is the end of Van der Hoogten's over. He's having to bear a bit more of the workload in this innings after the exit of Lucas Carey after 5.5 overs. Van der Hoogten is now through 20 overs, 2 for 67. Owen Morgan, 8 overs, 1 for 20.
Very respectable, and he's going to carry on. He's going to bowl at the left-handed Mousley with a long on back and a deep mid-wicket on the onside, that short-ish boundary. And he's coming over the wicket to Mousley. And he comes now, just the 1 slip near the bat, and down the pitch comes Mousley, pushes it back down to Morgan, who feels there's no run.
Michael Hogan, 15 overs, 1 for 40. Lucas Carey was 0 for 28 in his 5.5.
As Morgan comes past umpire Evans and bowls, and this time it's played firmly down towards long on. It's picked up and returned by Hogan. and a good bit of fielding from him. The pitch we're looking directly down, Nick, could well be the pitch for the 2020 on Sunday against Northants, couldn't it?
Let's hope so. It's nice and straight for us in the commentary box.
Here's the next ball, a bit quicker. Just jabs down a bit. He might get a couple of runs. They've crossed for a single. Let's stick at that. And
feels like he might have squirted through that one, didn't it?
Yeah.
Thompson hit it quite a fair way in the end, but looked as though he just got down in the last moment.
Here's Morgan again from the River Taff and in towards us. Bowls drives down towards long on. Morgan just trots in. Just accumulation now is the name of the game for Warwickshire to try and get as near 300, 320 tonight if they can, and I think they'll probably pull in tomorrow morning. Morgan round the wicket, comes in to the right-handed Thompson. Thompson's forward and just pushes it away on the offside.
Thomas Cooper communicates from Ireland to
Tommy Cooper,
saying, always great to hear the great Edward Bevan on commentary.
Good Lord.
So
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Edward.
I'll send the money later. This is driven up and they do go for a quick single. And Hogan, shall I, shan't I, shall I? No. Why am I throw my arm out? It doesn't bother in the end, and they scamper home. 255 for 5 at the end of that over, 33 to Mosley. And 2 to the other batsman, who is Alex Thompson. And it's getting a little bit darker. I'm surprised the lights are not on, because it was not as dark as this yesterday. They were full on. Well, as somebody muttered in the media area, leaving those lights on, that could have played for a new player.
Was that you, Edward?
Not me, no. I hadn't noticed they were on.
It did get quite dark in the morning session,
Yeah.
and once they're on, they tend to stay on, don't they? They don't like turning them off during the course of a session. 3 slips for Van der Hochten to bowl to Alex Thompson. 255 for 5 in this evening session here at Sophia Gardens, and that's defended back down the pitch. Ball rolling to Cook at mid-on. Thompson 8, Mosley 33. The men out today: Yates 9, Rhodes 30, Haynes 65, Ian Bell for 90, and Burgess for 11.
They'll miss Ian Bell next year. My word.
Wants to go into coaching.
Yeah.
As that was defended by Thompson to point, and said it would be a dream to coach Warwickshire one day.
Got 2 grandsons who play cricket. I think I'll take them up to Birmingham in the winter and say, Mr. Bell, could you teach these 2 to play as well as you can?
255.
Or just look as well as you play your shots. That'll do me.
There's Van der Hochten to Alex Thompson, and that is worked away on the leg side. A bit of a chase there for Chris Cook, and they'll make an easy couple of runs. Something of a new pastime for Chris Cook, fielding in the outfield since
out to graze, as they say.
He took over the gloves from Mark Wallace. Has kept wicket every time he's played since.
Sadly, you can say he's the only batsman that's flourished in this mini series in both competitions.
Yes, he's led the way more often than not, as it's played off the back foot by Thompson on the offside. He's on 10, 257 for 5.
Consistency, you know, I know it was a very good innings by Callum Taylor in his first game at Northampton. And when you look for consistency, goodness knows what Glamorgan who've been out, if he's been out cheaply a few times.
Absolutely, saved a couple of games. He was second in the PCA's vote for most
Got my
valuable
vote.
player of August. 257 for 5. Van der Hochten to Thompson, who plays it into the covers, calls for a single as a shy at the stumps. He's safely home at the non-striker's end. Chris Cook backs up. Callum Taylor it was with the fielding. 258 for 5. Thompson gesturing for something from the dressing room. She hasn't been out there that long. Can't be a drink yet, surely. Jeff Evans proceeding in stately fashion from square leg.
I've always found that very odd. If there's not a fielder in front of you, why do you have to change for right and left? It's absolutely shattered, poor umpires.
There's a fielder round about the point area, just backward, I suppose it would be, of the umpire. Left-hander Mosley faces up to the Dutch Aussie. Van der Hochten bowls a short ball that he ducks underneath. Gosh, we haven't seen many of those in this game.
No, good bouncer. Where's that man? Oh, he's gone to talk to the nation, I think.
He's addressing the Midlands, Mr. Egan. I'm sure he'll be back with us soon.
Listen to his mellifluous tones. Talking about umpires, there was a great character called Bill Alley in Australia, a very brazen, fine cricketer, big Australian man, and you wouldn't say anything to him if you were given out, very much like Peter Will used to treat them. And he was fielding at square leg, and they said, "You change an umpire because I'm in the field here." And Bill said, "You not. You move to the left. I'm staying here." Morgan is to continue. He's going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Thompson and bowls now. And this is pushed away back down the pitch. And there's no run. Just the one slip backward point. Deep extra cover, orthodox short cover, a deepish mid-off on the offside. In he comes and bowls again. And this is clipped round the corner down to the man there who was handing good. And it comes a very sharp throw. And they scamper through for a single. He's on the 45. There's often men positioned there in 2020 cricket for the reverse sweep, of course. Now it's the left-handed Mosley on 33 as the next ball is played firmly. That's what I like about Mosley. Once he gets to the pitch of the ball, he hits it firmly and assuredly. And I haven't seen him play and miss as yet. Morgan trundling away in his 10th over. Perfectly acceptable figures to his name. Round the wicket now to the right-hander, bowls to him. And this time he's driven back down the pitch and there's no run. To rattle through the overs, I'm delighted to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, a little hop, skip and a jump, and he bowls and down the pitch it's gone. That's gone very, very far. It has cleared everything and gone into the River Taff for a bath. New balls, please. Big 6 there by Thompson. Down the pitch he came, and I think that would have been 6 on any ground, possibly in the world. He just kept sailing over the stanchion, over everything.
Well, we haven't seen many big blows in this match, have we? But they won't bother looking for that one.
Only the second 6, I think. Saw Billy Root yesterday.
As umpire Evans has a look at the selection in a box marked spares. There'll be a ball about every 10 overs in age. 10, 20, 30, 40, etc. As he selects one that looks approximately 74 overs old. 74 years old.
Lead mounts to 148 in real money for 5. 34. So Mosley on 34. Thompson's on 18. Toss up the same delivery to see if he does it again. I often see slow left armers doing that as he comes round the wicket and bowls. It's driven. No run.
Yeah, just a little shorter to prevent any repetition. 266 for 5. Warwickshire leading by 249 runs. Is it sanitisation time already, or is it just a little drink here and there.
And the overs are pretty good at the moment. There's 23 left. What's the forecast for tomorrow?
I think it's reasonable. Last time I looked, although often change on the day. As Glamorgan will face something of a struggle, you feel, to save this game. It is a sanitisation and drinks break, with all the players these days having their own named drinks bottles. Weather for tomorrow, it's a little bit warmer than today in the Welsh capital, or it's meant to be. Might be a shower around at breakfast time, should have cleared by the time play starts, and we might be fairly safe to go through if we start on time.
With that news, Clive is back from talking to the millions up in the Midlands, and here he's coming back to join Nick.
Edward, thank you very much indeed. Edward Bevan sharing commentary with Clive Eakin and myself, Nick Webb, today on this day which marks the end of Ian Bell's career as a professional batsman. We should see him in the field if that slight groin strain permits tomorrow.
To take the winning catch at
winning wicket.
Time it is.
There's a little bit of rain in the air. Just looks...
Looks like Warwickshire beginning to try and get on with it. They probably do have in mind maybe trying to get at Glamorgan today. Mind you, if it starts getting gloomy and damp.
Edward was wondering why the lights weren't on.
Yes.
When they were yesterday.
Glamorgan conspiracy. Yeah, I imagine they'll put them on. May have to put them on if it doesn't brighten up. I like the look of Dan Mosley. I mean, even if he's out next ball now, it won't matter. He's really looked good out in the middle. Had a difficult debut at Chelmsford against Essex last season, in difficult conditions against a strong bowling attack. But he's out there now as Hogan comes round. The wicket bowls a bouncer at him, which Mosley's able to avoid without really moving very much. It's just going down the leg side. 266 for 5 then, so if the last 5 wickets were to go on the next 5 balls, the target would be exactly 250. Already, that's, I think at the start of the innings you'd have said if they set them 250, that will take some getting.
Formidable. You wonder whether Glamorgan might be into looking for the draw territory.
Yeah, Hogan comes into bowl. It's a relatively attacking field out there with 2 slips in place. That's turned round by Mosley for 2. He's coming back for the second quickly. He's on to 36. And it's 268 for 5. Those 2 slips still waiting. Hogan round the wicket, and that's driven. That's a lovely looking shot from Mosley. It's been chased by a couple of fielders, but it will just be pulled in. That's a very good effort by Chris Cook to race all the way and pull it in and restrict Mosley to 3.
Yeah, he used to be a gun boundary fielder in T20, did Chris Cook in his early days in the Glamorgan side before he was took over the gloves from Mark Wallace. He was one of those who'd be put in the firing line for the catches on the boundary.
That's 3 slips in for Thompson, 271 for 5. Maybe they think he might edge going for an expansive shot. He's on to 39 by that 3. Thompson plays that one safely along the ground to the offside, playing back to it. And the floodlights are coming on. Eddie's obviously gone around, 50p in the meter.
Well, you know, Edward controls things round here. He's been here longer than anyone else. A couple of years ago, the floodlights at Edgbaston, there was a bulb that wouldn't go out. It was on permanently.
lasted for 2 or 3 days. And this one is played to mid-on, there's no run, and they try switching them off and back on again, and couldn't get that bulb to go out for some reason. And it's not just an easy I don't know how you get up to those bulbs.
It's a blooming big cherry picker, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know how they resolved it in the end, but eventually it was out.
I'm not sticking my hand up for that job. The head would be spinning.
You can see the lights make a difference already, so that suggests it is pretty dark out there. You can see the effect of the floodlights, but it hasn't stopped Alex Thompson whipping the ball away through the offside for 4. Good shot from Thompson, who's a naturally aggressive batter. He's on to 22, and Warwickshire 275 for 5. At the moment, holding all the cards, you'd feel.
Yeah, Glamorgan would look to bowl Warwickshire out and have something to chase on their own terms, but 22 overs left tonight in the relative murk. Though it was a bit breezy yesterday. Billy Root said it wasn't too cold when I asked him about it. Having been out there for a fair while yesterday.
Moeen Ali might be captain in England today. There's an injury doubt over the other Owen Morgan.
Yeah,
it's of course Josh Butler's away.
6 o'clock start at Southampton. That game available via the usual BBC radio and online channels. 5 Live Sport Extra, BBC Online with the video clips and TV highlights later on. Check the listings for details, as they say. 275 for 5, and Morgan, in his longest bowl for several years in the first team, sees Mosley come down the pitch. Owen Morgan, who was more of a bowler than a batsman when he got into the Glamorgan first team squad. And bowls, and that's played away nicely for a single by Mosley out to extra cover. 276 for 5. 259 is Warwickshire's advantage, and batting has looked easier today, or Ian Bell's made it look easier anyway. As Morgan bowls, and back on his stumps goes Thompson, punches it back past the bowler and up to Chris Cook on the far boundary. 277 for 5. I suppose if you took Bell's 90 out of it, the rest of the score wouldn't look that much different, although a bit better than the first 2 days, certainly. Down the wicket comes Mosley, and the ball squirts out to deep point, which is not where he was looking to play it, I don't think. Single gathered, though.
So Morgan has been getting some turns. I think we might see a bit more of Alex Thompson in the second innings, unless Morgan are blown away quickly by the seamers. But if they put up resistance, we may well see Thompson have a go.
Morgan bowls, and that's gone through Alex Thompson, beating the bat. There are some visible footmarks around on a softish pitch as Morgan bowls and forward stretches Thompson.
And I suppose this happens every match. We've got number 29 bowling to number 29.
Yeah, we had a 4 versus 4, didn't we?
Yes.
And Taylor's a bell. There ought to be some sort of cricket snap, shouldn't there? There we are. There's one for the Anorak. Bowler and batsman with the same number.
Particularly when it's a big number, it's
yeah,
striking. But anyway,
we had some 90s the other day with DeLanger and someone else.
278 for 5. I wonder what the biggest score is, bowler bowling to batter, in terms of numbers.
Well, Chris Gale had a didn't he have a 3-figure number?
Did
At one point.
Hogan round the wicket bowls, and that's dabbed to point by Mosley.
I think Murali, the Sri Lankan spinner, at one point in his career sported some ridiculously large number. Gayle, I seem to remember off the top of my head, and this may be completely false recollection, wearing 3-3-3. Mind you, he was a big chap, so there's plenty of room to fit in 3 numbers.
Like, here's Dan Moses just adjusting his, tying his bootlace, or sticking the Velcro down, whatever he's got. Putting his gloves back on, he's on to 41, so... Going along nicely, so he got 47 against Worcestershire in the last game. This one he runs down to 3rd man for a single. It's his 3rd first-class match, so he hasn't got a 50 yet, the 19-year-old. It's 279 for 5, Warwickshire. Bowled out for 186 in their first innings. Glamorgan going to the scoreboard but dismissed for 3-0-3. They're missing the 2. It was actually for 203. Hogan comes in to bowl. That's gone through Thompson, the pass the outside edge to the wicket keeper. So yeah, Glamorgan bowled out for 203, giving Warwickshire a first innings deficit of 17, which they wiped out before a wicket fell. Then they did lose their first wicket soon after that. That was Rob Yates, the victim of a splendid slip catch by Selman off Van der Houten for 9, 20 for 1. In comes Hogan, and that's clipped off around his pads by Thompson. He's going to get 4 for that. He moves on to 27, 283 for 5. Will Rose did enough to ensure his final average in the Bob Willis Trophy this season is above 50. He made 30 before also going to a Selman catch, this time off Michael Hogan for 30. That was 53 for 2. But then that big stand which really changed the match, a stand of 143 between Sam Hain and Ian Bell, before Bell was caught behind off Douthwaite for 65. Good catch from from Cullen, and Ian Bell bowled by Van der Houten. Seemed to play on to go for 90. That was 217 for 4. Michael Burgess caught behind, going for a big shot off Owen Morgan for 11. Those are the men out. Hogan to Thompson. He leaves that. Thompson, who's had little cameo so far this season. He's got a 46 against Northants, a 26 against Somerset.
Yeah, looking at the Glamorgan economy rates, Dan Douthwaite's been a little bit expensive, going for 4.68 runs and over. Curie was 4.8 in his brief spell on the field. Van der Houten 2 for 70 and 21. Hogan going for just over 3 at the moment.
So pushed out to mid-off, there's no run.
Spinners, Callum Taylor 11 overs for 33, which is 3 runs and over when I was at school, and Owen Morgan 11 overs, 1 for 35. Struck for that one maximum by Alex Thompson. 283 for 5, 266 ahead in the Cardiff gloom.
It's like Callum Taylor's handed his sweater to the 12th man, and Owen Morgan's collected his, so looks like the spin's going to come from Taylor now.
As yes, no doubt about that haircut, which is somewhat brighter in hue than when I interviewed him a few weeks ago. Lemon juice, time in the sunshine and all that. 283 for 5. Taylor, the blonde bombshell of an off-spinner into the attack. And bowls, and there's an appeal, and Taylor thought he had him as Cullen took the ball. Mosley stepping back, trying to cut. Umpire Evans was completely unmoved by that.
dare any Glamorgan fielder to say. Perhaps if you take your sunglasses off, Hump, you might be able to see. Yeah, they obviously thought there was a noise, but...
Not given some sort of noise. Not bat on ball, said Mr. Evans. Next ball driven short mid-wicket by Mosley and throw fired back at it. In case Mosley had overbalanced and fallen out of his ground. 283 for 5.
Warwickshire should go for about 4 and over for 10 overs. That would get the lead up to 300 with 8 overs to go today. They might be tempted then to
pull in.
Get themselves 8 overs to bowl at Glamorgan today.
Yeah, 300 you'd think would be a winning advantage, or at least not a losing advantage, as down the pitch comes Mosley. Maybe has that in mind, slams it over mid-wicket, and the ball rolling over to the boundary for 4 runs. 291 for 5 as Mosley moves through. I thought he reached 50 there. The 4 must have been up very quickly indeed. His own 46. 287 for 5. Mosley using his feet to attack the off-spinner, Callum Taylor. And that time content to watch the ball onto the bat and defend it back down the wicket. 287 for 5, 270 ahead. Yes, I've got the feeling as well that a declaration is coming tonight, given a few big blows in recent overs. As Mosley steps back and cuts that one hard, he'll pick up 4 more down to backward point, and that is his half century. Well batted to Dan Mosley, the teenager who acknowledges the applause from the dressing room balcony. Bat upraised, punches gloves with his partner, and Mosley getting to 50 in some style with the blow through mid-wicket, and then the hard hit shot through backward point.
So on a day when Ian Bell passed 50 for the 162nd and last time of his career, Dan Mosley has now got his maiden first-class 50.
It came off 62 balls, which is 1 quicker than Ian Bell's 50.
Better player already.
292 for 5, lead 275. Declaration, possibly.
The other advantage of setting something like 300 is if Glamorgan start well, then they would be presumably interested in going for it if they get themselves, they get off to a good start.
Yeah.
Which, of course, if they're still going for it, it keeps Warwickshire potentially in the game.
Yeah.
Whereas if they set them a target which is just impossible, then Glamorgan will only have thoughts of saving the game rather than trying to win it. Hogan bowls, that's left by Mosley. There's no run. As I said, I think Warwickshire will be keen to win. So the consequences of a defeat is they drop 1 place to 4th in the final table. But the consequence of not winning is that they've gone through the competition without a win, which it's only a 5-game competition, of course, but that will still be disappointing. They had high ambitions at the start of the competition. They could go all the way to the final. For the first 2 days of it, they looked as if they'd be capable of doing that. Hogan comes in to bowl, but after the first 2 days, it very quickly unravelled, and it's going to be Essex and I think probably Somerset, but still outside chance of it being Worcestershire, who will be playing in the final at Lord's.
Have you ruled out the North Group then? Have you done the?
I think so. I'll need to double check with the consequences of Worcestershire winning. That one is played to mid-off. I had confirmation that Essex are definitely through as group winners of their group. Let's have a look then. So if Worcestershire win, they will be on 90 points. Well, if Derbyshire win, which doesn't look terribly likely at the moment, but I suppose is possible, then they could end up with the same number of points as Worcestershire. So I don't think I can completely rule out the North Group, but I think it's highly unlikely. That one is going down to fine leg, I think, off a thigh pad of Mosley. Did he get a little nibble on the way? Yes, he did. So he'll get those 4 runs on his account. And the runs come in, 296 for 5. Do Warwickshire have a time or a figure in mind, or are they going to bat till the close? We will, I dare say, find out over the next half hour or so.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they gave themselves 8 overs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. By that time, they should be 300 ahead. Unless they suffer a collapse, of course. This next one's a bouncer, which Mosley ducks under.
Morgan might be tempted to try and hide the ball for the next half hour or so, with a lot of short balls and wide-ish deliveries. It should be difficult to get away.
Kent have beaten Hampshire today. Neither of those teams are going through. Kent victorious by 7 wickets. In comes Hogan, that's ducked under. Whisper it quietly, but Surrey might yet get a win, despite conceding a big first innings, because Sussex are 55 for 5 at the Oval, leading by 82.
Blimey.
295 for 5 here, Warwickshire leading by... Is it 296, isn't it? 296, which means they are leading by 279. 17 was an annoying number to have as a lead.
It was rather. Leads should be rounded up or down to the nearest 10.
Yes.
To make life easier for the fellows in the commentary box.
At one stage, it might be tied at the end of the first innings, which would have been perfect.
Yeah, you're getting very excited about that, weren't you? And the fact there's never been a first-class match where both sides were tied on in both innings.
Yes, I say very nearly happened. It quite nearly happened at a Warwickshire game. I forget which one, to be honest, a couple of years ago. The first half of the equation happened, and the second was possible until pretty much the last ball. This game could slant in a time. It would take a good effort by Glamorgan with the bat. But a good day for Warwickshire today then. Started their innings, of course, today. Glamorgan lost their last wicket. Just too late for Warwickshire to have to bat yesterday. So they started today and knocked off 296 runs already in 18 overs less than a day. So it's been a pretty decent effort.
Yeah, Ian Bell finishing last half dozen innings against Glamorgan in the red ball format, 661 for 4. Ludicrous.
Well, I suppose Glamorgan fought back a bit in this match. Got them out twice for a total of 140. But, yeah. As I say, I think Glamorgan were perhaps a little unlucky that they got him after he'd announced.
Well, Matthew Maynard will be celebrating Ian Bell's retirement, I think. Having seen his side suffer.
Yes, my colleague, I've got to go in a second, but I'll just make this comment. My spell colleague Richard Wilford is doubting whether they would declare while Mosley is in, and I sort of see his point.
Callum Taylor is in to bowl, and that's driven on the bounce by Thompson to cover, and there's no run. Yes, I suppose there might be time for the youngster to potentially get 100 if he opens out. Thompson drives through the covers, takes a single. 297 for 5. This has not been a great day with the ball for Glamorgan. They've just looked a little bit end of seasonish. Seam attack 1 short, obviously not helping. Callum Taylor in bowls. Mosley pushes forwards, and that's beaten everything. It's beaten Cullen as well. I think these may be byes. It's run down to the boundary. It is 4 byes to bring up the Warwickshire 300. And that won't improve tempers at all anywhere in the Glamorgan ranks. Just bounced a little bit more maybe than Cullen expected. Went straight over the top of the stumps. And Taylor left ruining that bounce, otherwise he'd have his first wicket of the innings. Into his 13th over. 301 for 5. Taylor working hard on the ball. In bowls, and forward comes Mosley driving on the offside to cover, and there's no run. Still a little bit of chatter in the Glamorgan field. As that one is cut away by Mosley on the offside, but hit it down into the ground, and Hemphrey at cover manages to save the single. 301 for 5, leads 284 now for Warwickshire, which could be a winning advantage. Glamorgan will have to bat really well in the 4th innings as Mosley shoulders arms, allows that one from Taylor to turn away from the left-hander's off stump. A little bit of chat between the two batsmen. And these two have now added 67 for the 6th wicket. Mosley 55, Thompson 28. It's the 19-year-old Mosley dominating the partnership. 301 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. With the lights on, the trees turning, it does look pretty end of season-ish out there at the moment. Michael Hogan striving as always. He's his first ball off a thick inside edge from Thompson, just trickled down to the wicketkeeper. So he looked to work on the leg side. Ball transferred back via the offside field. Hogan receiving encouragement from the troops in the field as he's in. Bowls, and Thompson has to chop down on that. Good full length delivery from Hogan, played out onto the offside. Hemphrey with the fielding, no run. 301 for 5. Story of the day, well, it's got to be all about Ian Bell with 90. 65 from Sam Hain, and now his first half century for Dan Mosley, marking a changing of the guard as Hogan is in to bowl and played on the leg side to Chris Cook. No run. Edwards Bevan is back with us.
The lead mounts, and if I was Warwickshire, I'm thinking of a declaration, but you know, it's you never know with the weather this time of year, and I think once they get, say, 320 ahead, that's surely it's a competitive score.
Thompson faces up to Hogan again. Hit on the pad, looks a bit high. Not sure if anyone was hugely convinced by that appeal. Least of all umpire Rob White.
We've found in the past that, and we found this season, that captains can be very defensive when they think of declarations, but there's nothing on this game really. And if you give your bowlers acres of time, Glamorgan are not batting at all well this season, you'd back yourself to win. And I think I'd probably come in, what, 10 overs? 8 overs?
Yeah,
I don't think they will, but there we are.
Thompson defends to mid-off. Really, I think they'll declare with 10 overs left on the board, in other words 8 overs to bowl at Glamorgan.
Possibly. And that would be a good declaration. 20 wickets on the first 2 days, 5 on the third. It really has flattened out though, hasn't it?
Well, Glamorgan will be hoping it's flattened out and it doesn't find a bit of final day life again. Hogan into bowls, strikes Thompson on the pad. They'll go through for I think will be a leg by as the ball trickles out towards square leg. Umpire White turns. No, a bit of inside edge on there.
Hogan's not happy. Bowlers never are.
302 for 5. Warwickshire lead by 285.
Yes, and these two going along nicely. Two young players. Nick Thompson, former student here in Cardiff, MCCU. He's on 29. One huge 6 that went into the River Taff. And Mosley, 55, his first half-century in championship cricket, having watched one of the great Warwickshire players depart after 22 years in first-class cricket. Taylor to continue from the far end, bowls to Thompson, and Thompson is hit on the pad and rolls out onto the onside. We'll have some musical chairs here, Nick.
Yeah, I'll shift off and hopefully Clive can steer us through.
Here's another big shot coming. That's gone far, high and wide. But first bounce this time into the long off boundary, and it does look now as if there's some acceleration coming. Whether the message is being sent out. It's getting darker, the lights are on, and the score moves on to 306 for 5. This partnership now is worth 72. There's Taylor again, bowls. This is an attempted sweep which just dribbles down to backward square, and there is no run. Clive is back inside me. Just had a word off mic with Clive about a possible declaration. We'll talk about that in a moment. As Taylor around the wicket, bowls to Thompson, forces him on the back foot. He clips it around the corner. They go for a quick single, and there's a wayward throw from Hogan comes in.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling was they would look. He's now 290. They would look to get Glamorgan before the close. They have got Dan Mosley out there, a teenager, 19 years old, and it's already his first class 50. And I suppose the longer he's out, the longer he's scoring runs, the more that will build him. So,
but the team comes first.
The team does come first, but I suppose the team for next year comes first as well.
And also,
thinking
there isn't much on this game. Neither side are going
to
be in contention for the top two, are they?
No.
It looks nicer if you do have a win, as in comes the next ball, and Mosley is forward, plays into the shot, down towards where mid-on would have been, but he's out on the boundary, and they get a single.
Warwickshire are playing for 3rd and 4th place for what it's worth, and actually, as long as they don't lose, they will finish 3rd. So only if they lose, that Glamorgan will leap from 6th to 3rd and push Warwickshire down to 4th.
Testing target for Glamorgan on that last day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Survival would be the name of the game. As Taylor bowls and another firm shot down to long off, and they go through for a single. That is the end of the over. 310 for 5. There are 14 overs left, and it's just as well we've had plenty of spin, as the light is not great at the moment.
Yeah, I suppose if Mosley does continue to go well, he could be close to 3 figures within about an hour tomorrow.
Surely they won't go on tomorrow.
Well,
Morgan, of course, will hope they do.
Yeah, well, indeed, that there is that.
Morgan keeps on bowling. He's about to bowl his 20th over from this Cathedral Road end.
So 309 for 5. See Thompson in the runs as well. Feel a little bit for Thompson this season because the fact that Warwickshire have missed Jitan Patel has stood out a mile. That's not Thompson's fault as the replacement spinner specifically. Hogan comes in to bowl. That's played out the offside and has scampered through for a quick single. But there have been a couple against the first one in particular against Northamptonshire when they've struggled to bowl teams out. You just felt if Jitan Patel was there, they probably would have done it. But they're going to have to get used to it because he is another one who's retiring at the end of the season.
You're losing 3 good players, aren't you? Jitan Patel, Tim
Ambrose and Ian Bell. So there was a little bit of a changing of the guard. They sort of had one a couple of years ago, and now they're having another one. Hogan round the wickets, and that's a little bit of a leading edge, but it's racing through the offside. He's going to get a couple of runs here, Mosley, to move on to 58. 312 for 5. Birmingham born, young Dan Mosley. Nice.
Notice how the pitch has changed colour since the start of the game. It was very green, if you remember, Clive.
Yeah.
Now it's gone. It's browner. A little bit of turn, but minimal. I don't think it's going to bother anybody.
Here's Hogan, and that's play to mid-off. There's no run.
It's the batsman, as you notice with Mosley, it's a true, you can push into the ball without any fear of getting an edge, can't you? Hogan having this longish bowl, knowing that he's got 6 months now to put his feet up. Well, not put his feet up if COVID-19 decided to vanish.
He's had 6 months to put his feet up.
Yeah, that's true enough. But they have been running around, and training.
It's been difficult. In comes Hogan, and that one needs to play back to the bowler. There's no run. Mosley has a little look at his bat, see if it can come out true. But he's getting to work with some legends in the game. Dan Mosley made his championship debut at Chelmsford last season when Alistair Cook was in the opposition team, and quite a big deal was made of, and Alistair Cook was talking to him, and he also did catch him twice in the slips, did Cook. And now, of course, he's batted twice now in this match alongside Ian Bell. Big partnership in the first innings, and for a while also in the second innings, and he was there when Bell was out for the last time. He's pushed that one to mid-on for the single, and he moves on to 59, 313 for 5.
Very much a front foot player. I haven't seen much of him cutting and pulling. He's into the ball and looks an attractive young player. But then left-handers always look better. 4 runs short then of a 300 lead. Who would have said that at the start of today?
Yeah, still 15 overs left in the day, so that one is played back. So even if they are thinking of getting Glamorgan before the close, they've still got time to build up that lead quite a bit more. 313 for 5. Mosley 59, Thompson 36. Remember, Glamorgan have been a bowler light for most of this innings. Lucas Carey pulled up, but then Warwickshire did suffer that against Northamptonshire when the 6th wicket pair batted for about, well, as I said before, they would still be batting now if the match hadn't finished, and they were a bowler down then when Ollie Stone was injured.
Who does get his injuries.
Yeah, but he's looking good now. I mean, I think he's just been wrapped up in cotton wool as far as this game's concerned, but he has been looking good in the T20, which is nice to see.
Yeah, we saw him down here, didn't we? And play Glamorgan. When it was, I can't remember because the games and the weeks fly by. It must have been a fortnight ago.
Back on Friday at Edgbaston.
Yes. It'll be Callum Taylor to continue, and he is going to be bowling from that far end and down the pitch. He didn't time it at all, did Mosley. The way that they're playing makes you think, Clive, that possibly there is a declaration in mind, doesn't it? Thompson has hit 1-6 and 1-4 and sort of showed positive intent.
Yes, I mean, he is that sort of player anyway, but yes, I agree. Yeah. It has that look to it.
15th over for Taylor as he bowls now. Quicker ball. That's gone down towards long on. Now that could be caught and is caught. That shot surely told us that the chase is on. 36, then he goes caught on the long on boundary. 314 for 6.
Yes, didn't hit that quite as straight as the one that he hit for 6, which was going to make it difficult for him to clear the field. Sacrificing his wicket there, and the cause, Alex Thompson, but a useful little 36 for him.
Yeah, played some nice shots, forcing shots anyhow.
It was a good catch. Fielder had to move around Cook out there? No, who's that? It's
Let's have a look.
it's gone now. Oh, Van der Hutten, I think it took it. And took it well.
Yes, he positioned himself quite well.
Looks like Thompson will finish the competition as Warwickshire's biggest six-hitter in the Bob Willis Trophy. His six was his third. They've hit 7 sixes in total in the competition this year. They've conceded 10, so he's ahead now on 3.
This is Ethan Brooks coming in.
Ethan Brooks, so
Bowler, isn't he?
well, he's an all-rounder and looks like he's in this team predominantly to strengthen the batting and maybe have an extra bowling option if needed, because he wasn't used at all with the ball in the first innings. They used the 4 frontline seamers, including the captain Will Rhodes.
I have a bowl in the second innings, and both of them, Thompson and him.
Right, yeah.
There is a lot of talking going on between the new batsmen.
Yes.
Which prompts us perhaps, Clyde, to think, well, this is the plan.
Yeah.
We have a slog for 20 minutes and then we'll have a bowl.
Yeah.
Which would be some good captaincy, I feel. So the batsman crossed when the ball was for some considerable time in the air. Long conversation going on there between umpire Evans and somebody.
Chris Cook is chatting too.
Yeah. I wonder if he's saying, look, if I bring the quicker bowlers on, will you stay on?
Yeah.
Bosley is on 60 and he has now reinforced that offside field. It looks as if his line of attack will be on or around off stump. As mid-off again is sent back to the boundary. And here is Callum Taylor. Comes in, bowls, and Bosley goes back on his stumps. And thought for a minute there wasn't a run there, but it was a big run. They went out to deep extra cover. And they crossed for a single. Ethan Brooks, who was out for 6 in the first innings.
6 more than he got in his first game.
315 for 6. The lead is 298. And Callum Taylor's picked up a wicket. Again, they have been shared. Slip and a short leg, is it? Salmon coming with a short leg? No, he's going a bit deeper than short. On the drive at mid-on. That's the field for the new batsman. As Taylor decides to go over the wicket. Here he comes. Ball the first ball to Brooks. Balls to him now. And Brooks plays it out to mid-off. No run. So Ethan Brooks coming in at number 8. And we got 9-10 Jack to come. Norwell and Dalby. And side bottom. In comes Taylor. Ball is down the pitch. Comes, oh my word, he's trying his best to run his partner out there. He just nudged it away to short mid-wicket and he thought he wanted a run. His partner would have been run out by about 10 yards if he had. Nervous, trying to get off the mark. He's coming round the wicket, turning and changing his line of attack, and Brooks is defensively forward. End of the over, 3-1-5 for 6.
It was quite a partnership. It was quite a partnership between Thompson and Mosley. They added 80 runs in 20 overs.
Exactly 4 runs and over.
Decent effort from 2 of Warwickshire's younger players.
13 overs remaining this evening. If they were to declare, which they certainly won't in the next over, Glamorgan would have 11. I think it'll probably leave Glamorgan about 6 overs tonight. That's my guess, but what do I know?
Well, Michael Hogan to bowl. So Warwickshire almost on the 300 lead now. Hogan with 2 slips in place, bowls to Mosley. And Mosley tries to flick it onto the leg side, doesn't get hold of it. There's no run. The fielders trying to keep each other encouraged. They've kept a couple of slips in throughout. They haven't gone full defensive at any point.
Oh, no. Probably just a little bit. We haven't seen a deviation of it for a long, long time from the quicker bowlers as we did yesterday and certainly the first day.
In comes Hogan, and he's swished that away through mid-wicket for 4. Picked that up beautifully, Mosley. And he moves on to 65 and takes the lead to beyond 300. 319 for 6. Warwickshire lead by 302.
Van de Gooten out there lost it momentarily. Had he picked it up and got there a bit quicker, he might have caught it. But again, he's moving him now, 20 yards. Well, I think he's had the message from that shot, don't you?
Yeah. Maybe the message is if you want your century, you're going to have to get it in double quick time.
Get on with it.
Hogan comes into bowl, and he's hit that
shot
down the ground, and there's no one there. Long on, that is a lovely shot for 4.
Yeah.
He moves on to 69.
I think Hogan needs 2 slips at the moment. He might as well bring one out and put one on the onside.
That is the thing, I suppose. If Will Rose was thinking of declaring about 8 overs to go, and suddenly he gets in, he sees that Mosley's on 85 or something, then he might have to think again.
Yeah. Well, you just tell him, as Atherton told Graham Hick years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, did he? That was the thing. Did he tell him? I came in at 98, wasn't it? Or something to remember.
99, I think it was. I think Atherton has since admitted that that was a mistake.
Oh. And Hick wasn't nicest people you could ever meet. Didn't say anything.
In comes Hogan to bowl. Oh, and that's edge, but bounces short of slip. Mosley moving forward to that. I think it came off the bat. Certainly came off something and bounced short of slip.
Yeah, he favours the onside, and I think that he tried to whip it away again and turned his bat and caught the edge. Yeah.
Well, might have been the 5 pad anyway. It doesn't matter because it didn't carry.
Getting it rather dark at the moment, but we've got the lights on and hopefully we can carry on. Here's Hogan. Oh, it's Joe.
That's all right. He comes into bowl. It's short and it's just paddled by Mosley, who's conscious as the man on the square leg boundary, so he rolls the ball to him rather than hits it aerially to him, and moves on to 70. 324 for 6.
Nine off this over, and Hogan an opportunity now to bowl at Brooks, who's only just come in and wanted to get off the mark, but it would have been a suicidal single, which he would never have got.
Yes, he'll be a bit nervous, I'm sure. But doesn't want a blob. So 2 slips for him. And he comes in, Hogan, over the wicket, and it's pushed through. We'll get off the mark quite nicely there. Brooks plays that through the offside. He's going to get 2. He's turning quickly for the 3rd, and that's good running from young Ethan Brooks, who was running to the danger end and did very nicely to turn that into a 3. Which gets him on the way, 327 for 6.
On retained strike as we go into the 87th over of the Warwickshire innings. Mosley on 70. And Brooks is on 3. And Callum Taylor to continue. Now that we're inside, perhaps that gives us a false impression of the light. Many press boxes, the one at the where is it at the oval? You think it's black out there and it's tinted windows, the press box. A lot of chat between captain and bowler here, Cook and Taylor. Well, he wants a change in the field. Mid off and mid on are up. And in comes Taylor to bowl. And that's cut away back into square, the offside. And it's fielded by Joe Cook. Thank you for his thoughts. A young lad playing his second first-class match and thinking, oh, gosh, I have to go into the half. It was half a dozen overs to face.
Yeah, unforgiving game.
Here's Taylor into the right-handed. Brooks bowls it when he comes down. The pitch plays it up.
No.
Well, whatever he is, he's not the best runner I've ever seen. He hit it straight to mid-on and set off again.
Mind you, if that had been the throw that had come in, they probably would have got it, because it threw straight over the head of the wicketkeeper. But yeah, that was...
He's either trying to get after the bowler, or he's not a very good judge of a run. Here he is again, Brooks. He's on 3. As Taylor steadies himself from that far end, comes over the wicket and bowls to him again. He goes for the big hit, and he has cleared mid-on just. I just suspect that will plug. Yes, it does, and they go for 2 runs. Yeah, I think now the time has come, haven't you? Every shot that Brooks is playing is, and I think that Will Rhodes will want Glamorgan in.
That was a perfect pitching wedge onto the 7th green, wasn't it? Stopped dead.
In comes Taylor, bowls again, tosses it up. I can't quite see where that's gone out deep mid wicket. Yes. It really is. The light from here is pretty poor, isn't it? It started drizzling again.
So it feels a bit hazy out there, doesn't it? Of course, if it is drizzling, that's another reason not to declare, because the chances are, once you go off, if there's drizzle coming, you won't get back on. Taylor taking time. This ball must be like a new ball, the polishing that's gone on to it today. Talking of which, one is due in 4 overs.
So here's the next ball. It's hammered down the pitch and partly stopped by the bowler, but they go through for a single.
This new ball due after 90 overs in this competition. Whether Glamorgan bother taking it or not, bearing in mind the ball is more likely to fly around a bit off the bat.
314 real money for 6. There's Taylor. Is he wiping the ball or is he polishing it? Bit of both, probably. He's coming round the wicket anyhow to Brooks. See if he goes with the big hit again. I mean, he bowls in the reserve. Gets 4. Reverse sweep.
Is it Friday already?
Yes. So that was the unconventional sweep, and that is the end of the over. Nick is back, and it's all change again, I think. Is it?
You stay on. Stay there.
Yes, sir. Anything you say. And it's sanitizer time. And long chat again, the 12th man. Nick, we've been discussing declarations. They have. Have they? They have declared. Or is it rain? I don't know.
Well, they're heading towards the pavilion. We can say that safely. Now, is the hover cover going to come on? Mass confusion here.
I think it's the deck.
Sophia Gardens. The batsmen are leaving the pitch. The wickets have been taken out. 3:35 for 6.
It's raining, so Andrew Higlin will...
So this looks like a rain break, which could be the end of the day's play. 3:35 for 6.
And first thing in the morning, probably see Glamorgan coming out.
Bit of water visible on the camera lens. It's not particularly heavy, but the stumps are out. Is the hover cover coming on?
It looks as if it is.
Firing it up in the distance, you'd probably hear it.
What Glamorgan should do here, Chris Cook, is send a little message to the ground staff. I said, is there any chance of you covering the whole square, which takes 40 minutes to get off again, and then we can call it a day. Overs will come off here.
Yeah, the umpires are staying out in the middle, so it's not a declaration, unless they just like the look of it. Claire's going up the balcony steps. So 3:35 for 6. Moseley is 71. I wonder if Warwickshire would have wanted to stay out until Moseley got his.
Well, we were discussing that.
They've got enough time.
What's the lead? 318?
3:35 minus 3:18. Yeah.
I think there's plenty there.
I thought so. Update for BBC Radio Wales in a couple of moments. So Moseley 71 not out, Haynes 65, Bell 90. It's been ideal really for Warwickshire, isn't it? The old master painting his last picture and passing on to the young apprentices.
Playing around him.
Yeah.
Yes, and one thing I think we can agree is that this pitch is nowhere near the pitch it was in the first 2 days. But nevertheless, Glamorgan, you see now, do they go for the win, or do they think, well, we can't get these with the way that they've been batted, just bat
naturally.
See what it's like at tea affair.
See where you are mid-afternoon at tea time, if they're still there. But generally, or on several occasions, Glamorgan have been bowled out between 60 and 70 over mark this season, which is a long way from saving or winning the game.
It needs somebody to do the same as Ian Bell, and the others to play around him and get 30s and 40s. But it's a tall order now. What is it, 319 to win?
Yeah.
Umpires are talking to the ground staff, and what have they come off for? I reckon it's bad light, you know. Because if rain is falling, you've got to have the hovercraft on.
Well, it is on.
I will go and speak next door.
Go on then. I'll read through the card as we look back on the day's play, which started with Warwickshire's second innings starting. 17 runs in arrears. They lost Rob Yates, caught Selman, bowled Van der Hoogten for 9 just after taking the lead. That was 20 for 1. Will Rhodes made 30 off 50 balls before he too was caught at slip by Selman off the bowling of Hogan for 30. We then saw this big stand of 143 between Sam Hain and Ian Bell. Sam Hain went for 65, caught behind off Dan Douthwaite. Ian Bell went on to 90 before he just chopped on to Tim van der Hoogten. And it seems as though the break will be a relatively short one because the hover cover is being removed again. So Ian Bell, not quite the magical fairy tale, but even so, pretty decent effort from him. With 50 and 90 in this match, continuing his stranglehold over Glamorgan. Other wickets to fall. Mike Burgess was caught behind by Tom Cullen off the bowling of Owen Morgan for 11. Alex Thompson caught Van der Hoogten off Callum Taylor for 36. Ethan Brooks is not out 10, and Dan Moseley is not out 71. What have you ascertained, Mr. Bevan?
Coming out onto the field, because that was just a tiny little break for rain. It wasn't bad light because we got the lights on, so Andrew Hignell was telling me, and they will carry on. He thinks possibly there's one over been lost, or perhaps not. Lead is 318. I still reckon he might declare tonight. There we are.
Oof. Running out of time now. There's overs down, remaining is down to 9 on the board. It's just changed. So, given that you have to take off 2 for the change of innings, 7.
You'd fancy perhaps giving this young lad his 100 if he can get it.
Bell continuing his dominance over Glamorgan. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales Sport fairly shortly, one would hope. 3-3-5 for 6, and the lead is 3-1-8, and Glamorgan will be in no hurry at all to get on with things. Suggested to Clive maybe that they might have hidden the ball a bit more, as they say these days, than they have. Bowl short, bowl wide to make it difficult to get at, and put the pressure on Warwickshire to chase difficult deliveries to hit.
They kept 2 slips throughout the day, which was a little surprising. Anyway, we've got to change the bowling. It's Tim van der Houten coming on here. And this time it's just the 1 slip in a very, very well-enforced offside field. At 71, so this young man's going to try and get 29 if he can in the last 9 overs. Which, if he stays there till the end, he should he should be able to get them. Unless there's a declaration, which, as you say, doesn't...
Be a bit cruel at this stage, wouldn't it? Having gone back out there, you'd think if they were going to declare, they would have declared at that rain break, Warwickshire. Yeah. Back on. 2 overs lost. 3-3-5 for 6. Dan Douthwaite back into the attack.
Yes, it is. And Mosley looking round the field as in comes Douthwaite and bowls. This could be out. He's going to be caught at extra cover. Oh, he should be. Yeah. Strange looking shot, but there we are. He's had a slog and has got out, which enforces my decision that the declaration is coming. The declaration, is it coming?
The batsman Ethan Brooks is asking for instructions. What should we be doing? Second wicket for Dan Douthwaite. Be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners very shortly. So it's 8 overs remaining. Warwickshire 335 now for 7 after a rain break, and it's been the Ian Bell show here at Sophia Gardens. The England batsman hitting a stylish 90 in his final first-class innings before retirement. Glamorgan's bowlers minus injured seamer Lucas Carey playing only support roles today, and Bell has passed on the torch to the younger guard as well. Sam Hain made 65 in a stand of 143 for the 4th wicket, and 19-year-old Dan Mosley has just fallen for 71. Dan Douthwaite and Tim van der Hochten 2 wickets apiece, but Warwickshire with a commanding advantage. 335 for 8, lead by 318. So we will continue commentary on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website until the closes eventually another batsman appears.
I think Ethan Brooks, he thought perhaps the declaration was imminent because he was asking, do I come in or not? And the captain has said no. I don't know why, but I still think he might just pull in tonight and have a few awkward overs. But bet these to get you quick runs, or it's the tail that's there at the moment?
Well, I think we'll see them swing the bat as well. 3-3-5 for 7. Mosley was caught. Chris Cook bowled Douthwaite for 71. The Glamorgan captain reverting to his previous T20 role when he came into the side originally as a boundary fielder.
New batsman is Liam Norwell. Now he can hit a few big shots. Seen him do it for Gloucestershire. Anyway, it's Douthwaite now coming in to bowl the new batsman Norwell, and bowls the first ball to him. That's short, cut away down to 4 runs, and he is off the mark with the boundary. Rank long hop outside the off stump, got the treatment it deserves. 339 for 7 is the Warwickshire total.
Yeah, Douthwaite for my liking still bowls a few too many of those.
Yeah.
Needs to use the shorter delivery more sparingly than he does.
Why is a deep extra cover? I don't know. As in comes Douthwaite, bowls, bouncer, which sails over the head of Norwell.
If you're going to bowl short, bowl bouncers so that they can't hit them. But this has been completely Warwickshire's day, hasn't it? And as I say, the old guard passing the flame on to the new.
You see, why did he play that shot if there wasn't a declaration, is my argument?
Perhaps he's told to get on with it because there would be a declaration.
He has been getting on.
Yeah.
Douthwaite bowls, and this is played out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, they crossed while that ball was in the air, so it was the boundary to Brooks.
Oh, it's Ethan Brooks, yeah. He showed intent from the word go. He came in, nearly ran himself out first ball, reverse swept for 4. If he's going to play like this, I suggest the slip comes out and goes out with extra cover. As Douthwaite comes in and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks bowls him another bouncer. That's a lot for the over.
Yeah, eyed the ball, right tactics. Make sure if Warwickshire do have in mind a few more runs, but 322 already ahead. Why are they out there?
We saw this at Worcester, didn't we? Ridiculous declaration there when...
Well, there's only 51 overs. It's a real extreme.
In comes the next ball, and that's driven to cover. There's no run.
Yeah, Joe Leach strangely giving himself only...
that is the most defensive.
Overs. It was very odd. Batting on after lunch on the final day. I mean, we're talking
crazy,
about a declaration late on the third day here. But
Glamorgan eventually left 3-5-8 in 51 and ended up at 1-4-1 for 7. And had Worcester won that game, they would be very much in contention for topping the group.
Yeah, it would have been another 8 points to them, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So, 3 innings of substance for Warwickshire today. Ian Bell's 90, Dan Mosley's 71, and Sam Haynes 65.
And seeing Owen Morgan coming on here, there's either been some big hitting taking place or wickets are going to fall.
It's the left arm spinner from the River Taff end.
Surely I'd have a long on, wouldn't you? Man at Cow Corner instead. Coming in at leg stump.
Norwell is on strike, and that's almost gets through as bowls a full length ball. 339 for 7. Morgan in again, bowls to Norwell, steps back and hits it up to the long on, who is now there, Tim van der Hoogten. With Chris Cook's wire to Edward Bevan's commentary finally clicking into place. 340 for 7.
Yes, it's a deep mid-wicket. Man at Cow Corner, man at long on. Deep long off there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. Nick on the boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Glamorgan expecting some big hitting then. Morgan 11 overs, 1 for 35 going into this. Callum Taylor 16 overs, 1 for 60. As Morgan walks in, bowls, and is pulled away by Brooks powerfully towards deep mid wickets. It's well fielded by Callum Taylor, who does really superbly to keep them down.
He's a fine fielder,
to a single, sliding round at deep mid wicket. 341 for 7. And Warwickshire, well, wanting to make sure they don't lose this much by the look of it.
Yeah, but they're not going to be anywhere near promotion, are they? Well, not promotion,
no, the
final,
top 2.
it is.
Driven back to him by Norwell to Morgan. No, it's between Worcestershire and Somerset. And the latest situation there, I'll give you in a moment, as Morgan bowls. And Norwell does go for the big swing. That's high and straight. And it's gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, he didn't have much of a backlift there.
Interesting situation at New Road. It's the close of play there, and Worcestershire 58 for 2, needing a further 187 to win.
What a good game. Declaration, do you think?
As the batsmen are sprinting off, and that's it.
Is it?
Surely, unless it's another
there's no
rain
rush
break
from
in the air.
There's no rush from the umpire who gently removed the bails. Are the opening batsman? Yeah, Nick Selman's rushing off as Joe Cook is. So they have declared at last.
So 347 for 7. The lead is 330, and therefore Glamorgan need 331 for victory.
Yes, it's a big ask, isn't it? And probably got half a dozen overs left tonight, plus all day tomorrow, weather permitting. So it's going to be a shaky couple of overs for the Glamorgan openers, unless of course they send in 2 night watchmen.
Oof.
I wouldn't have thought so.
There we are. We'll be back in a few minutes' time here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website for commentary on these closing overs of the day. 347 for 7 is the Warwickshire declaration, and Glamorgan need 331 to win, or around about 97 overs to survive. I'll give you the exact figure when they return. 347 for 7, Warwickshire have declared. Very good evening and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this final 5 overs of the day's play, with Glamorgan having been set 331 for victory. An improbable target in this final Bob Willis Trophy match of the season. So Clive Eakin is back alongside myself, Nick Webb, and wasn't entirely sure of the Warwickshire tactics as to when they were going to declare.
Well, they may have had a figure in mind, a sort of 3:30 figure in mind. I do think while Dan Mosley was out there, they were a little bit torn. I thought when he was out, they might declare there and then. It is a truism that captains almost always declare about half an hour after observers
yes,
like us have declared.
Because our jobs aren't on the line. As Norwell bowls the first ball to Nick Selman, who plays it on the onside, and there's no run.
I think I heard Mike Atherton make that comment. Since he's become a journalist, he now declares about 20 minutes before he ever did as a captain. It always tends to be the way. I wasn't... As I say, I thought they might come off when Mosley was out, and then I thought, well, they might argue that they might as well complete that over.
As it was, they declared with 1 ball left of the over.
Yeah.
Norwell bowls and Selman plays it down to short leg, no run. Glamorgan bowling figures didn't give you at the end of the commentary. Van der Hoogten 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 70. Carey 5.5 overs, 0 for 28. Hogan 21 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 75. Douthwaite 13.1 overs, 2 for 61. Taylor 16 overs, 1 for 60. Morgan 11.5 overs, 1 for 43. 347 for 7 declared in 88.5 overs. Norwell bowls and something of an inside edge from Selman. Bounces down to short leg fairly safely. The 3 main contributors: Ian Bell with 90, he'll make all the headlines.
He's promising, isn't he?
Sam Hain 65 and Dan Mosley 71.
The fact that they declare with 1 ball to go and an over would suggest they had a figure in mind, and I suppose they could make an argument for saying, if we can score 347 for 7 in a day, then over to you, Glamorgan, to score 331 in a day.
As Selman defends that one back down the pitch, and there's no run, and Glamorgan have only got past that in a first innings once, and certainly haven't gone past it in the second innings this season.
Without looking it up, I'm pretty sure that's Warwickshire's biggest second innings score of the season. They've missed out on a few second innings. The only bigger innings would have been the first innings against Northants.
Nick Selman, who was dismissed late on day 1, plays that down leg side, doesn't make contact, will want very much to avoid a repeat on day 3 of this match.
Yes, Warwickshire want a wicket now they have gone off before the close.
Morgan were looking a little forlorn in the field towards the end of that exercise.
Sometimes that actually psychologically is a reason for carrying on a bit longer. You just annoy the opposition.
Norwell is in to bowl to Selman. Full length ball defended by Selman. Maiden over to start with. 4 to go. 4 for Warwickshire to try and make a breakthrough here on BBC Sport Online.
It's like you're saying to Glamorgan feel as though, what, you want us to do another over? You're not coming off yet? I think Australia were quite good at that in their pomp of just batting on and frustrating the opposition by doing so. Well, 4 overs now for Warwickshire to try and make a breakthrough today, but they'll be very pleased with their day's work. It's been a good batting performance.
It's been a scratchy little final session though, hasn't it, with the rain break and the declaration and so on and so forth. We lost a couple of overs to rain. And Alan Dolby will try and make Glamorgan lose a couple of wickets as well.
Unusually for him this season, he hasn't got a wicket in the match yet, Alan Dolby. He's got 4 slips to help him as he bowls, and that's left by Cook. There's no run. Be interested to see whether we see Alex Thompson bowl some spin in this match. in the second innings, didn't bowl in the first. Glamorgan used quite a lot of spin, partly out of necessity, following the injury to Carey.
Yeah, Joe Cook not getting a bowl, I was a little surprised at, having been a regular seamer for the seconds, but he's now a left-handed opener doing his work with the bat.
Dolby to bowl too. He's got a short leg as well as a slit. That's why that's a waste of a delivery from Ollie and Dolby. He knows it. Nothing on the board yet for Glamorgan. For what it's worth, a win for Warwickshire will secure them third place and leave in the group, of course, group of 6, and leave Glamorgan bottom of the group. And if Glamorgan were to pull off a very impressive run chase and win the match, they would leap from 6th to 3rd in the pool and push Warwickshire down to 4th. Hannon Dolby bowls, that's left. Warwickshire cannot move up from their current 3rd place. It's as high as they can finish. And I suppose you sort of work out the final positions of the 18 counties. I don't know where exactly it would leave them. Somewhere like 9th.
Yeah, Surrey on the bottom somewhere by the look of it. 14 points from 4 games coming into this.
Oh, that's a look. We're in danger of actually winning the game. And then Dolby. The ball to Cook. Again, he's allowed to leave that.
Durham 28 points going into this game at the bottom of the North group, and Glamorgan 31 points at the bottom of the Central group going into this game. Surrey against Sussex. Yes. Surrey made 388 all out and have reduced Sussex to 100 for 8. They're still playing down there at the Oval. Lead of only 127.
And then Dolby, can he get this one in the right spot? He bowls. It's better. It's steered wide of short leg to square leg. Ryan Sidebottom gives chase, picks it up, and the first 2 runs of the Glamorgan second innings are scored by Cook. 2 without loss, 3:29 more needed.
Yeah, they had a fairly early close at New Road, where Worcestershire 58 for 2, needing a further 187 in a very well matched game against Somerset. They're over for the day at Headingley, where Leicestershire are 78 for 5, needing a further 50 to avoid the innings defeat.
Hannon Dolby bowls, and again that's a better delivery. Cook tries to work it on the leg side, and it bounces off him and rolls down to his feet. So by the end of the over, he was looking better there, Hannon Dolby, after a rather loose start. Glamorgan, after 2 overs of their second innings, or 2 without loss, they've got 3 more overs to negotiate today.
Derbyshire have taken a few Lancashire second innings wickets now, but they're still up against it. Lancashire 246 for 6, leading Derbyshire by 270 at Liverpool. As Norwell steams in and bowls, and that's clipped through square leg by Selman, and he will get 4 runs down to the grandstand boundary. Away to our right. It's getting quite difficult to pick up the ball, at least from the commentary point of view, in the evening gloom. 6 without loss, and once you've got the ball past that short leg, plenty of room on the leg side to score out. Mid-on and fine leg being the only 2 other fielders, because there are 4 slips, a backward point and a wide mid-off, trying to cover. 6 without loss. Norwell is in to bowl, and Selman plays on the offside. They thought about a single that really wasn't there, as Brooks came in to field. Norwell 4 for 43 in the first innings. Will Rhodes 4 for 46. 2 wickets for Ryan Sidebottom. And as Clive said, unusually nothing for Ollie Hannon Dolby. 6 without loss. As Norwell into bowl and beats the outside edge of Selman's bat as he poked forward just outside off stump, giving Warwickshire a little bit more to shout about in the field. Selman 4, Joe Cook 2. Joe Cook playing only his second first-class game and still to make an impact. Very difficult for players in this shortened season coming in. The pressure's really on them. Selman plays that one down nicely on the offside. Ball rolling out again to the ever-enthusiastic Ethan Brooks. No run. 5 overs for Glamorgan to try to survive. Whether they get any more runs towards their target is pretty immaterial in the course of this match. Norwell away from us at the Cathedral Road end, bowls, and Selman shoulders arms as that one goes past off stump through to wicketkeeper Burgess. If you're just joining us towards the close of today's play, Warwickshire 347 for 7 declared, making batting look much easier than it had been for either side during the first 2 days play rather, when it looked likely to be a low-scoring match all round. But batting looking a bit easier for Warwickshire. Whether it will be for Glamorgan is another matter, as there's appeal for LBW, and umpire White shakes his head. Liam Norwell looks absolutely disgruntled with that decision, but Selman survives. As might have just gone over the top, I think. It hit him fairly high. He was coming back in, and umpire White was not wholly convinced by that shout. Selman, a tallish bloke, 6'2", got a bit of a stride in. 3 overs safely negotiated, 2 more to the temporary haven of night for Glamorgan against Warwickshire. Clive Egan in the gloom.
Yes, Hannon Dolby with 4 slips in place comes into bowl to Cook and leads at it, nips back a bit. So the question is, Glamorgan tomorrow, do they just try and see the day out, or do they go for the target?
I think they try and bat reasonably normally without taking too many chances, treat it almost as if it's the first innings of a game, and if you've got 180 on the board in 2 sessions, then with 5 or 6 wickets left, then you can have a go in the final session.
Hannon Dolby bowls to Cook and leaves that one.
But Glamorgan will need to turn in an improved batting performance. We've seen fitful batting performances from them. The reasonable first innings at Worcester, where they got 374 thanks to Billy Root's century, and 79 from Kieran Carlson. We saw a few unlikely late order heroics in both innings against Northants, but nothing consistent at all.
Comes into bowl Hannon Dolby, and he's pushed that onto the onside for no run. Cook doing the job required at the moment, just try and get Glamorgan to the close. Indeed, if they can get through this over, at the very least ensure that no one else would have to come in, but they'll want to see out both overs and make sure Glamorgan come back fully intact tomorrow.
Yeah, which they couldn't do, of course, on day one.
No. And then Dolby running out of time if he's to make a strike before the close today. Bowls, and that's played onto the onside by Cook, away from his thigh. There's no run. Liam Norwell fields. I'm not sure for where the holes should have pretty much all day tomorrow.
Yeah, 90 overs, don't add on the last day.
No.
Though this will be a slightly longer day. We only lost a couple of overs, and we had the 8 added on.
And Dolby bowls. It lifts a little bit as it goes past the stumps.
Came back away after it had passed the stumps as well, didn't it? As Burgess took it going down the leg side to the left-hander. As Clive is summoned for more radio appointments. 6 without loss. Selman 4. 1 scoring shot. Joe Cook 2. Likewise 1 scoring shot. We're in the 4th over. And Dolby in and Cook forward. Solidly playing up to mid-off. 6 without loss after 4 overs. Night watchman, probably Tim van der Hoogten, can take his pads off now. Glamorgan needing a further 325 for victory. The scoreboard optimistically informing us, at least in the final innings, and does the maths for us by counting down. As in the 3rd innings, with the lead, we have to work it out for ourselves. So this is pretty much floodlit cricket. They certainly wouldn't be on without the lights. As Norwell steams in, bowls and Selman leaves. And Norwell looks, stares, and you're sure those stumps are still intact. Let's get one tonight. Shadows out from the figure of Liam Norwell down in front of us at the Cathedral Road end of the ground on this penultimate evening of first-class cricket in Wales this season. 3 20-20 matches to come here. A big half volley almost from Norwell is driven gently back past the bowler, and they take 2 runs. Selman moves to 6 and the total to 8 for naught.
Got about that extra report I have to do. No?
Satisfied your radio masters?
Yes, indeed.
There we are. You can have the honour of the final over of the day then, which will be is being delivered by Liam Norwell.
Well, Norwell 4 wickets in the first innings. Just said he was glad to be back after 15 months out. June 2019, his last game because of injuries. But got back as he's glad to be back and glad to see he could still do it. But, first 3 wickets of the first innings. Comes into bowl to Selman, and Selman defends that solidly. Morgan almost there now to the close, and certainly no one else will have to come out to bat today. Match which is set to pretty much last the duration, despite the relative low scores of the first innings.
Warwickshire bucked the trend today, haven't they?
A few interruptions have helped. Put us well into the final day, as we will be. Norwell comes into bowl, and that's turned round to fine leg for a single by Selman. Moves on to 7. That might be his work done for the day. Cook will be thrilled to
oh, thanks, Nick.
call for that single, so he's now got a face before we finish. 356 runs scored today for 7 wickets. Norwell. Short leg and 4 slips in place round the wickets, and it's solidly defended by Cook. I think this next one will be the last one. I'm counting. I don't know how I'm counted. I haven't actually counted, but it feels like it.
I was distracted by the excitement of your return to the box, Clive, so I've lost track of
the last up and ultimate one.
Yeah.
I'm sure the batter knows how many there are to come.
I think it's last.
So, a tinge of disappointment, Warwickshire, that perhaps we should have batted on now.
5th slip goes in.
Yeah, why not? It's nice and open on the offside for Cook if he wants to go for runs. It's a York left field. It's an appeal for LBW, and it is not out. And Norwell has head in hands. He can't quite believe it, but Glamorgan have survived the 5 overs to the close. Selman on 7, Cook on 2. They are 9 without loss. They will resume tomorrow, needing 322 more to win.
Warwickshire's day, old and new, Clive.
Hit him on the toe. Good shout, but possibly going down the leg side. I suggest that's what the umpire felt anyway.
Yeah, the Ian Bell signing off in style, and a couple of younger players, including a teenager, getting half centuries. What more could the average Midlands listener or viewer hope for? Indeed, yes. Being historic, of course, of Ian Bell. Will come on the field tomorrow, I would body allowing. But his last innings and the end of an era. Been watching him for many years. But, won't be watching him as a player anymore. No, I might be interviewing him as a coach in a couple of years if maybe, yes. If those dreams come true. So Clive Edwards and myself will be back just a tad before 10:30 tomorrow morning. BBC Sport Online, also on the Glamorgan Cricket website. Thanks very much indeed for joining us today. Glamorgan 9-0, needing a further 322 runs to beat Warwickshire in the Bob Willis Trophy here in Cardiff. North Star, very good night to you.